Hello, can you hear me? Okay, this is weird. What the fuck is happening? Okay. Hello? Hello? You can hear me, right? Okay. Is there lo-fi still? Is there any lo-fi at all? No, right? Okay. That was weird. I had to fix that on OBS remote. I don't know what happened. I guess there was just like lo-fi playing. I guess there was just randomly lo-fi playing for some reason, and it was like doubled. Had the tunes running on the server or something. Yeah. What's up, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker. This is Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive. It's Saturday Funday. Boomer Tech Non-Savvy Hasan is my favorite version. Your mind would explode. Your mind would explode if you tried to do live production with multiple points of failure like this, where there's like a online live server. There's an online live server out there that I'm beaming to. There's a point of failure there. There's a point of failure on the PC. Having to trying to identify it in real time to address the issue in real time, quick fix it in real time. Not the easiest thing, okay? But it's all good. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a good one. It is Saturday. We're doing Saturday Funday. Ham and Fist, thank you for... What is this?
Okay, have you
Have you covered your NBC appearance the other day? Is this... Oh, this was a larger piece. Yeah, okay. Ham and Fist, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Out of nowhere, you're crazy. Can we hear the rest of that song? That was the rest of the song. He just says, "Eye for an eye leads the whole world blind." We making fun of the soy right-wing gamers today.
Called Gravecrawler.
I would love to. Gamergate 2 is dead. Inside of the failed culture war movement, potentially. Gaming frogs say you do a Telltale Gaming. I'm talking to every gaming frog, and they said this. I used to. Back in the day, I used to do that. Anyway, listen. We're live. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, because I ended the broadcast yesterday in a half-day moment. You know what I mean? It was a half-day kind of moment. And obviously, the reason why it was a half-day is because we shot the Fear and podcast. We shot the Fear and podcast. And it was a chaotic episode. And I'm going to show you one part of it just to tease it for you, because probably one of our most chaotic episodes that we've done so far, where Cutie Cinderella went crazy mode. Honestly, she went nutty with it, but we love her. And it was fantastic. Hold on, let me see. March actually filmed a piece of this, but this is what was taking place.
Really? Ooh, I'm really doing science.
No, this is important, because I'm not going to sit here and let men.
Yeah, and then afterwards, of course, we went and we got some KBBQ, which was a lot of fun. And then obviously I went to bed much later than I normally would. I had a beer, which was crazy. I was going crazy with it, had a shit ton of meats. Y'all sub up. Remember, you can subscribe free with Amazon Prime. Yes, John Save America. Thank you for saving the podcast. Thank you for Pod Saving America, and thank you for saving the stream. That's right. Twitch Prime is free. So, it's a hype train, level 3 achieved. Watched the 9/11 docuseries on Netflix. I heard it's not that good. Anyway, listen. Personal news wise, yeah, last night I had a bunch of meats, okay, and I wasn't too happy. This week I did the spuds and I did the meats, and that means I broke my diet twice, okay? I broke my diet twice. But there was some advantages to this process as well. Also, I need your guys' advice on something, okay? Last night, we come back from Korean barbecue, okay? And Austin is going back to his hotel. And I hear Christian go, "You're taking how many?" And I turn around and I literally had to snap this quick pic. He took 4, not 3. There's only 3 in this. One is in his back pocket, I believe. He took 4. Is this appropriate? Is this an appropriate amount to take? Like taking one, which he said after eating a metric ton of fucking meats. He's like, "Oh, I need a dessert. I need a dessert." That's what he said. Dog, 4 is crazy. This is, of course, after he has drank another protein shake in my house. Absolutely not, without asking. Fuck no. No, I mean, I don't care. I don't care. Obviously, you could take whatever you want from my house. That's my policy. It's all good. I constantly stay stocked up so that people, when they come to my house, they do that. Okay? But 4 is insane, right? Like, that's just greed at that point, right? You'd fail the cookie sharing experiment. I don't know what the cookie sharing experiment is, but I highly doubt that the cookie sharing experiment is an experiment where, like, one party basically takes everything. Okay? One party takes everything, the other party exclusively gives. Like, even if he had taken, I think if he's taking one home with him for dessert or whatever, that's fine. 2, pushing it. 3, we're in uncharted waters. 4, I should beat his ass. Am I wrong? I really needed when I snapped this pic, I could not believe it. I truly could not believe it. I was like, there is no fucking way this guy did this. Bro thinks your house is the Marriott Concierge Lounge. You are incredibly generous with your friends. I have a question. Does he ever replace any of the protein he enjoys? No, of course not. There's never. He knew it would bewilder you, and that is how he could get away with his stun lock. That's like $20 in shakes, bro. First of all, I think it's more than that, but it doesn't even matter. The price point of it doesn't matter. I don't care about like how much money it is costing. I'm just talking about etiquette, okay? Because I feel like this is beyond the pale. Like, this is genuinely, like, when we're talking etiquette, like, this is truly wild stuff, right? Or am I crazy? And I wanted to, because I couldn't believe it personally. Christian couldn't believe it either. But I genuinely wanted to bring this up on the broadcast and be like, this is a new wave, right? Like, this is a new thing. Like, this is not the normal type of shit that you see. You're a corporate Democrat all of a sudden. I don't even care. If it were me, 2 is pushing it. Cookie share challenge.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, yay!
How many you got?
Children. I got one. How about mommy?
I didn't get one. Here you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
What is this little socialist girl? What the hell is this? What are we teaching our children? We're radicalizing them into these awful points of view. I don't. What the hell is this? Goddamn communist baby? What the hell? I'm condemning this child for doing communism. I think this is baby communism. It's the most dangerous type of communism. It's the most dangerous type of communism. We need to put an end to it, okay? Premature baby fascist? No, this is a premature baby anti-fascist. We need to make sure that this is a premature baby fascist because as it stands, this is like kids are so socialist, it disgusts me. Okay. This is why we need PragerU to save this nation. This is why we needed PragerU kids to save this country, because it's disgusting that children have no issues sharing. They don't understand the value of $1. And part of the reason why I'm saying that is because I saw the Rizzler. Speaking of children and their value system that disgust me because they don't understand the importance of capitalism. The Rizzler had some absolutely unacceptable takes on Connor's broadcast, Fortnite Friday, my favorite broadcast. And it really pissed me off when I heard this, okay? Guys, trigger warning, like, I'm telling you right now, this is a disgusting policy position that the Rizzler is showcasing here.
Can you believe they're raising my rent, Rizzler?
That's crazy.
Right? That's how rent control
This
is
is
a
why I
thing.
need to be president.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
So I can only, so the rent would only be $45.
$45 rent nationwide, dude. That's a great idea.
That's it. That's it.
That's it.
And then for people that don't have a home, I'll make it free for them. And I'll go to the country, to the people that don't have homes. I'll sell them a free home.
Dude,
And give them free rent, and I'll pay it off for them.
I'm voting for you. You got my vote. Can you believe they're raising my rent, Rizzler?
Disgusting. This child needs to immediately go to a re-education camp to learn how dangerous his ideas are. You know who else thought this way? Carl Stalin. Okay? That's right. Carl Stalin, the godfather of communism, which killed 100 billion people. Does the Rizzler not know what dangerous ideas he is representing here? Free houses? How will the working class learn the value of $1? We will never be able to work ever again. No one will ever want to work. It's disgusting. It's actually disgusting. I don't like it. He's only 4 degrees removed from Chairman Mao. Okay, how does this work? I don't get it. Oh, Julia Louis-Dreyfus and the Rizzler. Julia Louis-Dreyfus and RFK Jr. JFK to Nixon, Nixon to Mao. That's 5 degrees. It's not 4. Yeah. Give him a boom. I give him 5 booms. Do we even boom anymore? I feel like that was the Rizzler meta. That's not the Rizzler meta. That's a Costco boys meta. And I feel like that's done now. Anyway. All right, let's blast off. Let's get it started. Oh, before I finish my blast off, I was going to say I ate a metric ton of meats, but also hit that. Back on the conventional ball. Now, you'll see. You see this? Like, I'm not using the leverage. My butt should be like leveraged up, but it's not. It's just like straight lower back. So, and I don't know how to figure out the mechanics of it. Like, I've never been able to do it. I think it's like partially because of my height. Look at that. Look, butt goes up first and then upper back goes up. Normally, your butt and your upper back are supposed to work in unison, which means that when your butt and your upper back work in unison, you can actually pull way more. So the very fact that I can actually safely pull 405 with this form is crazy. Just shoot your ass more back. I think it's a length issue though, for sure. It's like because I'm tall. True strength is from cleaning in the gym. You got long ass legs, brother. It's not going to look the way it does for most people when you hit it, I think. I'm not a scientist or a doctor. Make sure you lift without the belt sometimes to keep your core muscles engaged. Yes, I only put the belt on for my top set. No, just don't shoot your ass more back. With your height, shouldn't you be using pads for the height? What do you mean? Do you pull the bar against your shins while doing the motion? It helps with that, but fucks up your shins? Yes. My legs literally are peeled up. My shins are the entire shin is just busted. That's why I pull the socks up to the best of my ability. Anyway, yeah, that's then I did another set of 5 with 340 on the drop set. On my top set, stop and go. You know, clean form overall. Just like I said, there are tweaks. There's always, it's not like completely perfect, but there is definitely that issue with my with the way I pull. Is it actually 405 pounds? Yeah. How is using straps cheating? I mean, using a belt is cheating. Using straps is cheating. It gives you additional points of like, it's not cheating, but it helps. The belt is there to keep your core stabilized. Normally, if you have strong enough core, that should already tuck it in and of itself. But on really on higher weights, like when I'm doing my top set, I always put the belt on to ensure that there is extra support for abdominal pressure in an effort to make sure that I don't, you know, accidentally tweak something. It's good to do. It's good to do that for safety, regardless of how strong your core is. And then the wraps actually help with your forearm strength, because your grip strength, when you get past a certain weight, when you're deadlifting, your grip strength is not going to be able to keep up, especially if you're going for like 5, 6, 7, 8 reps. So technically, it's not, I mean, it's a joke when I say it's cheating, but it basically helps you avoid limiting factors in your body that are not limiting factors in your body that normally would get in the way. I don't think it's cheating, by the way. I'm joking when I say it's cheating. Nobody here knows anything about this, but we're listening pretty. You're so right. No, there's plenty of people in here. Like Floki is a power lifter. There are plenty of community members who actually lift quite a bit. Also, there are actual cheating. There are actual equipments that are cheating. For the record, oh yeah, I reposted this last night. There are actual things you can do to cheat with like gear that you put on, not gear like in steroids, but gear that you put on, like a bench press jacket. Have you guys ever seen those? Like those are technically, that is technically literally cheating, in the sense that they will actually factor in two different, like for power lifters, when they're setting records, they will factor in two different numbers. Yeah, that's equipped lifting. Exactly. I don't know what the actual, I guess that is what the terminology is. But like there are different ways, I guess not cheating, but like there are different ways of like amplifying your strength. And that with gear, not steroids, but like things that you wear, like a bench jacket, multiply, single ply. Yeah, if you wear like a bench jacket, then that is technically like you're getting an assistance that helps you quite a bit. So it definitely it definitely is a category in and of itself. It's still incredibly difficult to put up the weights. Yeah, squat shirt, bench shirt, deadlift suit. There's a bunch of stuff like that. What does that even do? It offers so much assistance that it literally puts like a couple 100 pounds sometimes on your fucking max bench press. It literally is so stable and trying to push you into a certain position that it actually like forces your body. Like it stiffens your body, it forces your body. Knee wraps is another one as well. Yeah, the slingshot. You can't even squat down with 100 pounds sometimes. Anyway, this is not even this is not novice level shit. This is like extremely niche at that point. Not only is it extremely niche, but it's also expert level. None of you ever have to worry about any of this stuff. I'm just using that as a separate example of like what actual lifting aids look like. These are simply just like offering marginal assistance to muscle groups that otherwise would have a harder time and would lower the number, like because your lower back and your ass is way stronger than your forearms, and the amount of weight that once you get up to a certain amount of weight, when you're deadlifting, your forearms can only hold on and grip for so long. It becomes a point of failure that is unnecessary because you literally have more strength in the tank for the actual muscle groups that you're targeting, which is why some people will use these wrist wraps. I've always been a mixed grip guy. Which, am I not even doing mixed grip here? What the fuck? I guess I wasn't. That's crazy. I didn't even realize. Because of the wraps, I wasn't even mixed gripping. Oh my God. Because of the wraps, yeah. Yeah, I guess like I didn't even realize. Do you even know yourself? No, because this is the first time I use wraps in a very long time. We're entering the manosphere. Let's fucking go. Hasanabi is the left Joe Rogan. This is not even remotely manosphere shit. A gym near me has very limited equipment. How can I even get started for gym for beginners? This gym that I go to is also the backyard of my friend's dad's house. It is incredibly limited. And you don't need equipment. Body weight, especially if you're just beginning, calisthenics is perfectly fine for you as long as you work on form and function. Yeah, you don't need like you're not going to need 405 pounds on a bar to do a deadlift anytime soon. Calisthenics are a perfect way to start, and they're incredible, and also they are better at like they help with form. They're functional. It'll improve your life, and you'll be sexy. All right, let's blast off. I haven't even blasted off yet. All right, Saturday, Funday. No more drama. New York Times dropped more racism slop. The Harvard derangement syndrome. It's not racism slop because even Steven Pinker, who I normally despise, literally said exactly what I say all the time, which is like, if you think that like Jews are under attack at Harvard, you are literally on crack. This isn't racism slop at all, ironically enough. And I despise Steven Pinker with a passion, okay? But even Steven Pinker was like, come on, dude. Like, Steven Pinker was like, I'm Jewish. If you think that like there is anti-Semitism taking place on Harvard campus against Jews, you are insane. And he's right. Hey, new gang member here, but long-time radicalized listener, y'all. Much love from Morocco. Anyway, MediaTek, do you think the double murder was a tier 2 or 3 for you? Oh man, wouldn't you love that? Wouldn't you love that? So you could just be like, oh my God, we did it. We got it. Hasan is doing stochastic terror. I'm so sorry that the dude, out of all of the people that he follows, I was not one of them. I'm sorry, chatter. I know you don't really care about events that are unfolding around the planet beyond how you can tie it back to a content creator that you fucking despise, but no drama. We're doing Funday today, all right? Get with the goddamn program. Saturday Funday, no more drama. Reacts are back. Get in now. Okay. Reacts are back. We're doing Manosphere. I have to pee. God damn. And hold on. All right, we blasted off. What is Kaya's power level? Oh yeah, that playlist that you sent me is great, Picas. I saw. What happened to the IRL thrifting streams? People don't really like it that much, honestly. Here, we'll start off with this Business Insider. Why are adults spending billions on toys for themselves? Okay. I got to go pee real quick. Refugee opposite day. We can do that
Barbie
too.
Doll starts as a handmade
Hold on, I gotta pee. I'll be back.
at Mattel's Design Center. And styling hair is one of the most important steps.
I was working in a salon as a hairstylist before I worked here.
But adults aren't just making toys these days. They've become a target audience.
Whoa!
Like 63-year-old Bruce Pascal, who owns the world's most valuable Hot Wheels collection, worth about $2 million.
It's going to cost you $50,000 to buy a lowrider that's painted beautifully. But for a Hot Wheel, you can have it on your desk for $35.
U.S. adults spent $7.6 billion on toys for themselves in 2024, up over 10% from the previous year. They're lining up around the block to get rare figurines and turning plush toys from claw machines into side hustles.
I'm guessing I could probably sell this one for $150 or $200.
So how did adult collectors take over the toy industry? And how are the world's biggest toy companies cashing in? Bruce started collecting Hot Wheels over 25 years ago.
Welcome to my Hot Wheels museum.
Today he owns 10,000 cars and another 3,000 pieces of rare memorabilia.
This is the actual store display. This is the original artwork. There was a special bingo set they did in 1971 era. And one of the reasons I have this warehouse is my wife.
Bro, I made a point about this on last night's podcast, by the way, where it's like, there is perhaps no better indication. There is perhaps no better indication that like autism was always around. And it's just like the reason why we have more men who are autistic now is simply because of diagnosis, simply because people have figured out how to diagnose autism. And that's it. Because like this guy is autistic. Okay. I'm sorry. And there's nothing wrong with it. But like, as someone who worked with boys with autism and someone who still works with a lot of men with autism right now, okay, let me tell you something. Okay? This is from my personal anecdotal information, my personal anecdotes. But like the dads would bring their sons every Saturday for this program that we were running. And like I could tell the dads also were definitely fucking neurodivergent, but like they were just simply considered eccentric, okay? They were considered eccentric? Not eccentric. Eccentric. I'm Jim brained right now. Sorry. Like they were considered strange, curious, okay? But they very clearly were they were very clearly autistic as hell, okay? Like, here's the thing. Everybody's got like an uncle that is really into model trains. Maybe not all of you, but like I have an uncle that was really into, not jank, really into fucking he had an entire room dedicated to model trains. I just thought that was strange, right? I was just like, wow, he really loves model trains and like building out this entire universe and like, you know, making the trains run and stuff like that. Like, but that now I have a very different point of view on that behavior where it's like very clearly, my unc is autistic as hell. Okay.
Didn't really enjoy having so many visitors come by to see my collection at the house. I have about 200 different prototypes. It's amazing what employees just kept in their garage. So the first one I'll pull out, there was a car that came out in 1969 called the Torero. This is what the car looked like, but if you look at it, it's not a Hot Wheel. It's actually a hand-carved piece of resin and then hand-painted. Apparently there was a dinner.
I love the sounds. Oh my God. There's ASMR here too. There's just, there's everything in here. It's everything. It's got everything.
In 1969 at Mattel, and everybody that showed up got this chromed car. There's less than 10 of these known in the world. Makes this car worth at least $5,000. One of my favorite cars is this Mustang. Only the first cars of production actually had what we called open hood scoop. And then they realized that extra step of process to punching out the metal slowed down production. So almost every other Mustang sold is covered. But what's different about this car is if you turn it over, you'll see it has one of the most shiny bases you can get. One of the rarest cars I have. This car is probably worth $30,000.
What? $30,000? That's the price. You could get like an old Mustang for that price. You'd have to put a lot of work into it. That is crazy. You could get like a secondhand Mustang for that price. $30,000? What the hell? My dad has some of these exact cars and it's just sitting in his shed in a box. Bust it out, blow the dust off of it, put it on eBay. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. That's so sad. There are the most expensive Hot Wheels ever sold. Big deals on small wheels. 1968. Okay, this guy is like overestimating his prices then, right? The custom Camaro is one of the models of Hot Wheels Sweet 16 lineup, which consisted of the original 16 cars released on Hot Wheels' first years of sales. The brown version with the white interior is very rare and was only ever used for store display purposes, part of the store display set. Redline Custom Camaro in Hong Kong purple, $3,000. The 1968 pink Beatnik Bandit, $5,000. The Redline Classic Cord with its distinctive design and exposed engine. This car is Hot Wheels version of the 1937 Cord 812, created with collectors in mind. Luxury model currently sitting at $6,600. Red Baron, whoa. It has been in and out of production for decades. An example from the early 70s worth $7,500, but the exceptionally rare version with the white interior will likely fetch a lot more since only a handful of authentic examples are known to exist. 1969 Brown 31 Woody, $8,000. Yeah, that helmet is sus, right? Am I crazy? That helmet's kind of sus, man. That's what I was thinking too. I didn't want to say anything. 1974 Blue Roger Dodger, $8,000. 1968 Python with cheetah base, $10,000. 1969 Brown Custom Charger, $13,000. Oh, wait, are we getting to the one that he? If there is not, is this the one that he was showing? Originally an automotive designer of Ford, Larry Wood joined Hot Wheels in 1969. He was one of the collectors as well as the designer, earning himself the Diecast Hall of Fame. Strawberry over. Oh! This shiny red Mustang was one of two ever made and was only created for internal use only, mainly to appear in commercials for Mattel's advertising campaign. Somehow it made its way from Mattel headquarters to a trailer park and was eventually sold for $40,000. Okay, see, none of these is 1968 lime over chrome Camaro, shiny version of the Chevy Camaro. Dude, I think this guy's overestimating the prices of his hot rods, okay?
Customized hot rod inspired one of the first Hot Wheels.
I think I got it at a bargain, $75,000, and I wouldn't sell it for even double that today, because to me, it's the centerpiece of my Hot Wheels collection.
These are original mock-ups of a car released in 1980.
And one of the things they had to do as a designer is they would draw up a concept for a future car. Here's an example.
Pretty amazing. It's one of those
little
little
cars they created. There's the actual product, and it all started with a drawing. Is that amazing?
But his most prized possession?
This is
Oh,
the car.
wait.
It's the king of the hobby. It's the rear load.
You know what's crazy about this, by the way? He's just like raw dogging these toys. That actually kind of confuses me because, like, at that price point, like, you probably shouldn't be putting your greasy fingers on it, right? Like, no gloves whatsoever. Like, this is literally a piece of art that's supposed to last centuries at that point. Don't say they are metal. There's paint on it. You know what I mean? He ain't selling them. It's his forever. I mean, I guess, like, for him, it literally doesn't matter. Like, he could, like, play with them if he wanted to. You know what I mean? It's just like, this is it. Yes, King, talk to me about your Hot Wheels.
Beach ball.
Someone in the chat. Okay, yeah, he has sensory issues when he wears gloves. That's why he's not wearing gloves. Okay, everyone is just like firmly invested with this guy definitely being autistic. I see. All right, that's. I guess we're doing that. We're just all, you know, this guy's definitely autistic. Okay.
It's the rarest Hot Wheel in the world.
Only 2 of these were ever created.
Every car Mattel made had to go through the tracks and the curves. The problem is when this car went around the track too fast, it turned to its side. No good for production. So this is the prototype of the transition between the model they didn't want to make and the future model they were going to make. I paid over $50,000, less than $100,000. That's my range, I'll just say. I always keep it kind of secret. It will take $1 million to pry this car off my collection.
I don't think this guy will give this car up. Okay. If we're keeping it at $150. Yeah. 1969 pink beach palm, Volkswagen bus. The most expensive Hot Wheels car in the existence isn't a car at all. And here it is on Pawn Stars. Makes me realize that he just brought that in just to flex. Like, a lot of times, yeah, it is him. A lot of times I think, like, people would bring stuff into Pawn Stars just to show, like, what they have and have that, like, little back and forth. Because, like, that guy's not selling. This guy is not selling this car, okay? This guy is never selling this. When he says it would take $1 million to pry this car off my collection, he's lying. You can see in his face. There is no amount of money that can take that car away from him. I assume $1 million is nothing to this guy, right? Like he'll be buried with it like a pharaoh. Yeah, exactly. Wait, how much money does he have? I missed that part because I was pissing. I like that though. I think it's sick. Like, I think it's very cool that, you know, people have this level of fascination with, you know, with things like this. It's good that this is what makes us human, even though he's probably a billionaire and closer to being a reptilian. But, you know, this type of stuff, hoarding is whack though. You don't have to, like, you know, I know that we joked about saying that this guy is autistic, but, like, you don't have to diagnose everyone, okay, with, like, a mental illness of sorts. I'm always of the mindset that you can let people have things and you can let people enjoy things and you should let people enjoy things. I think this is cooler than having a watch collection, for the record, although I understand why, like, you know, when I see a guy like this, I understand why people have these, like, watch collections and shit. I suspect it's part of that is because, like, the craftsmanship and the work and the history behind, like, what it what it takes to make these watches and stuff like that, that causes people to like really fucking fall in love. I still don't know. It's like, yeah, I'll give you $5. Take it or leave it. I'm gonna need to call an expert. Oh, it literally comes in a box, and the box, on the top of the box, it says the most expensive Hot Wheels ever. Which is, I feel like cheating, no? Like, you put it in a box that says it's the most expensive Hot Wheels, and then all of a sudden everyone's supposed to take your word for it. Like, what are we doing? Like, you made that box yourself. He's putting the gloves on. Meanwhile, my boy was fat fingering that. He was just raw dogging it. No care in the world. Doesn't even matter to him. He's just like, this is mine. You can give me $1 million. He's touching it with no glove, though. Bro, he did it. He touched it with one hand with a white glove, and then the other hand, he's still raw. Yeah, bro. He said, these are 60 cents. Yeah, no shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. My man came in with 150 grand. Dude said expert said at least 100 grand. He is so nutty, dude. He is so disrespectful. He is a disrespectful guy. Okay. Oh my God. I'll give you like $10. Take it or leave it. And then his reasoning always is so like, is so stupid. Like, oh, it's gonna sit on the counter for quite a while. Gonna have to put this in a frame, you know. The frame job on this is at least 10 grand. Chad, stop saying it's scripted. I know, but that's like, it's part of the fun. Okay, you have to suspend your disbelief. Come on, we know we haven't done reality TV reacts in a minute, which is part of the reason why. Chad is just like going, it's scripted. Yeah, no shit is scripted. Yes, this dude had no interest in selling this at all. It's content. Okay.
Hey, Chum, what do you have here? I got some.
Didn't this guy die? Did Chun-Li die? Who died? Chun-Li. I don't know if it was Chun-Li. But one of them died, right? No, not the grandpa. Oh, the grandpa Rick Sr. is dead for sure. But didn't he also have like, one of them was like addicted to heroin or meth or something. I think this one was addicted to meth, right? That's not scripted, by the way. He was just a meth head. He went to prison. He's in jail. Not Chung-Li streams Pokemon now. One of them had fucking drug issues. I don't know which one it was.
It is
anyway,
by far my favorite Hot Wheel.
When Hot Wheels.
Wait, so this whole thing is about freaking Hot Wheels. Okay, there's the Barbies. I don't really care about Barbies. Let's look at the Lego one.
That's one of the reasons Dave Coletta has been collecting Lego for over 40 years.
It's probably somewhere between 100,000 and 500,000 just individual Lego elements in this room. Even in college, my friends were like going out to the bars and I was like, well, but I could buy some more Lego with that money.
Lego's adult community is so big.
I'm not going to say anything. But come on.
But it has a nickname.
Come on.
AFOLs, or adult fans of Lego.
It's a term that we use somewhat endearingly.
Adam died from fentanyl overdose. The dude with the slick back hair was around Chum-Li's name.
But, it's also a little cheeky.
He buys and customizes sets without using instructions.
I am at a point where I kind of like build in my mind all the time. Like when I see something, I'm like, oh, I would use that piece to build that.
Dave's work got him featured on the TV show Lego Masters, where mostly adults compete in brick building challenges.
This is a version of one of the things that I built when I was on Lego Masters. It was one of our winning builds, and I was building a miniature version of it because I just wanted to keep that memory.
He's currently constructing a model of his bathroom.
I'm using these.
So me for skipping Barbie autism. This is exactly why women are not diagnosed with autism, because of what I just demonstrated right there. Okay. Diagnosis for women is far behind. And the reason for why is misogyny in medicine. And it's very clear that this is exactly the type of misogyny that you experience in medicine as well. That's why we will never know what the telltale signs are for girl autism. Okay. We just skipped it.
These pieces, which originally were lightsaber rods, but I'm putting them on their ends and putting them all so close together that they make that hexagonal tile. I had to use tweezers to like get each one in where it went. I probably ordered like 2,000 lightsaber rods just to make this floor.
What the hell?
I don't ever really think about how many pieces.
It's so crazy to take Legos that are supposed to be like, Legos that were supposed to be pieces of a set that's made for like something extraordinary, and make something so ordinary with it, which is the tile of a bathroom. Like, that's crazy.
Pieces go into it, because it's like you're a painter. Do you like count how many brush strokes that you put into your painting? I don't think so.
What Dave does think about is the cost. He guesses his collection has set him back about $50,000.
Shee!
I try to set a budget of like $200 a month per Lego, and sometimes I'll need more if I'm like working on a commission, or like that helps supplement what I'm spending on Lego. A minifigure like this could go for $200 because it's a very rare minifigure that only appeared in one set ever. I'm trying to be budget conscious, but it's fun.
To save money, he buys pieces off resale sites like Bricklink, which Lego acquired in 2019. The site has over 1 million adult members.
If I'm working on a project and I need 1,000 3-length white rods, I can source them from anywhere in the world and find the cheapest price.
One downside to his passion, he's often modeling alone.
The internet was pivotal in my journey in Lego. So I was like, younger, building by myself in my apartment. And I discovered that there was a whole online community of other people like me. And we started coming together.
I'm not laughing. That's not funny. That's sad. I'm sorry.
Lego conventions like Brick Fair in Virginia took off among grown-ups in the 2000s.
I'm sorry.
Over 22,000 visitors stop by every year to see fans display their creations.
This is the biggest crane I've made up to date.
Aiden Hurst spent roughly $1,500 to build this 15-foot crane.
I work construction, so my inspiration was actually at my last project. We worked around.
Bro, that is insane. Also, this is the exact same thing that you sometimes see with what do you call it? Like with truckers who go home and do trucking simulator at home. Okay? This is literally, this is like I just don't get it. It's like that one cop who does Grand Theft Auto no pixel roleplay as a cop. If you're a farmer, why are you doing farming simulator? If you're a cop, why are you playing the role of a cop in roleplay? You should be a criminal. Back in the day, autism was just diagnosed as my dad has a huge full replica model train set in the basement. Yeah.
One of them, and I was like, oh, I want to build that one day.
John Peter Zapp spent over a decade and thousands of dollars.
I mean, I don't understand it, but also Murat literally did this with the Concorde. I mean, he builds planes for a fucking living as an engineer, and he builds spaceships for a living as an engineer, but he also loves building them in Legos. So I guess, it is what it is. This is you with politics, honestly. hey, how many swords you have for no particular reason? Just curious. I don't know, a lot. But I'm not a sword fighter who then, you know, comes home and then like it's not a secret that I, you know, I have a little bit of that neurodivergence in me. Okay. I guess like the equivalent would be if I'm like debating people for fun, I guess in the real world or something. I don't know.
Building this miniature of Middle Earth from Lord of the Rings.
A lot of stuff broke on the way down, so...
How many political paraphernalia do you have? I mean, I literally just bought a new book and it's incredible. From Streaking Delilah. They just came out with a new book. Trust in God, believe in ammunition. And it is probably the most like political paraphernalia, political autism thing you can purchase and collect. I didn't even want to reveal this. It's not like a reading book, for the record. It's a picture book. But the reason why I say I didn't even want to reveal it is because it's just literally like, I mean, it has like photos that were collected from all around the world. Here, there are some of them on the Instagram page from Shrieking Delilah, but there are photos from all around the world of like ISIS fighters, RSF fighters, and shit like that, and the weapons that they use. Like here, it'll be stuff like this. Rarer than chicken teeth, Lebanon edition. Today's post features this image that was graciously sent in by a Christian individual affiliated with a certain infamous faction, LF. This image features two locally incredibly rare firearms in the form of a German H&K MP7A1 as well as BNT MP9. The MP7A1 seen here has been fitted with an Aimpoint Comp M5S optic as well as a Surefire Mini Scout WML, while the BNT MP9 is rocking an Aimpoint T1 RDS. Why do you buy such a book? I don't know, because it's fascinating. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what? Yeah. Is this not fascinating? Someone says no gun in Lebanon is rare. The MP7A1, likely to be the only example currently in Lebanon, according to his owner, originated from a Jordanian contract from Jordan. It allegedly proliferated to the personal collection of Syria's Assad family before it then further traveled to Lebanon. However, this is anecdotal and not something I can confirm, unlike the Assad family's FAMAS F1 and 50AE Desert Eagle I previously posted. Exclusive images of FSB Crimea operations. During Russia's 2014 invasion of Crimea, Little Green Men were well documented. Russian SOF units were active during the operation, most notably Russian SSO at the Ukrainian naval headquarters. Pro-government combatants in Myanmar. So basically, it's all all conflicts that are taking place all around the world. And yeah, 550 BC, they have a lot of interesting books, such as this one. But the last one that just came out is called Trust in God, Believe in Ammunition, and that's what I purchased. And I have it. They have like... It is War Criminals Digest. Yes. I think what is it? It's like, what's fascinating about this is that it's kind of like, it's that image of that famous Taliban fighter with a Kobe jersey. It's like burned into my mind. You know what I mean? Where you got dudes that are in Afghanistan, okay, that are in the Taliban, and they still, like, they're rocking a fucking Kobe jersey. And it's fascinating because you're like, this is, like, it reveals something about their worldview. It reveals something about, like, how pervasive American culture is. It shows, like, the decisions that person is making, you know, throughout his day. Yeah, of course it's art. What cover did you choose? I'm a sucker. It said that the covers that were running out, one of the covers that was running out was the Sudan one, and then the other one was the Syria one. So I got the Sudan one. But yeah, it's I think the Syria one is ISIS. What's your preferred firearm? I mean, I don't really have any preference. There's the Ukraine cover too, obviously. Yeah, this is. Or wait, it wasn't it was a Libyan soldier. My bad. I was wrong. Libyan soldier fires rocket launcher at ISIS while wearing a Kobe Bryant jersey. FBI raids your house and sees that. What is this, sir? I mean, I don't think that this implies anything. I don't think that there is. It's not illegal to own things like this. Yeah. I mean, all soldiers technically need Mamba mentality. I mean, this is one of my favorite fucking clips of all time, obviously. The fucking Armenian Mexican prison gang guys who literally went to fight in fucking Syria. What do they say? Dude, I mean, this is a classic. This is a classic clip. This is a classic Hasanabi clip.
Got the enemigos right there, homie.
Yeah, enemigos. So, for those of you who don't know, in the Los Angeles County jail system, one of them died, actually. The other one is still alive. I forget where he lives now. But in the Los Angeles County prison system, there are Armenian gangs. One of them actually literally just got, one of those Armenian gangs actually just had a raid recently, a couple days ago. But the Armenian gangs are also under the banner of the Mexican gangs in the LA County prison system.
Let me represent myself, homie. It's Creeper, homie, from that G.
Yeah, Creeper.
Gang,
I think
homie,
Creeper's the one who died,
homie.
right?
Fucking whiner from Westside Armenian Power Gang, homie. Still puro sureños putting it down,
here,
homie. And Middle East, homie, in Syria, still gangbanging, not giving.
That's two LA gangbangers fighting in Syria. They're thought to be two members of the Armenian Power Gang and also reference Sir 13, who have a presence in Los Angeles.
Oh, we know is the one that died. Sorry. Creeper is still alive. Creeper has a bunch of children now, too, I think.
By the names of Wino and Creeper, and at first we thought it seemed so odd that it might be fake.
As you know, homie, and shout out, homie, Capone, Mr. Criminal from Silver Lake, homie, Capone from
only perpetuate. How do we get here from Legos? A book Hasan was reading? Yeah. It's Wayno. There's a pic of Wayno dressed in Hezbollah uniform. Yeah, he did. So for those of you who don't understand, there is it's more complex than you think. Automatically, people go, "Oh, dude, these guys are like fucking pro-Assad, fuck these guys or whatever." But like, part of the reason why the people that even aligned with Assad at any given point, including some of the Kurdish factions as well, was seemingly aligned, not like fully aligned, is partially because they were fighting the same people, which was ISIS militancy in the region. Yeah. It was basically a group to keep our identity because our identity was under attack, said Hasan, who told CBS News he was one of the founding members of the gang 30 years ago, but left soon after his formation. While the gang eventually evolved into a criminal enterprise, Hasan said, to some extent, the same instinct behind its creation may not be driving the men in the video. Who the fuck are you to fight in Syrian land? Dog, they're literally Syrian Armenians. What the fuck are you talking about? War criminal, disgusting. I wish Hezbollah let them join them. I hope Trump deports them and only no one else, because Hasan thinks these war criminals are funny and cool. Dog, they were literally deported. They're Syrian Armenians who were deported to Syria. It's not like they were living in California, dude. And it's not even Trump that deported them. This is many, many years ago. This is many years prior to Trump. This is from fucking 2014. One of them is already dead. Okay, calm down. Getting mad at dudes who died in like 2016 is so funny.
Also on his Facebook page are a picture of a tattoo linking him to the same LA-based Armenian gang. There are also images of him posing with pro-government fighters, and he's checked into areas in and around Aleppo on a few occasions recently, although there's nothing in this video to conclusively say that it was shot in Aleppo.
Syria, homie. We're in Syria, homie. Still G'd up, gonna be one of stress again, homie. Frontline, homie. Frontline, homie.
We'll leave you to listen into some more of the videos now, homies. Oh, God. But thanks to Nick from 101 London Museums for suggesting the video. There's a link to his blog in the video description.
That's right.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Frontline homies, dude. Wow. Do you have any of the war criminal trading cards? I do. I have the OG, not the war criminal trading cards, but I have the billionaire trading cards, the OG version with their addresses on them. But they don't have, they never released them because apparently the FBI got very mad. Yeah. First edition, never produced. The CEO ones. I wonder where it is. Hold on. Let me see. 1 second. Oh, here it is. I will show you at least one, not all of them, without showing you the full thing, but and then this is the back of it. But like I said, there are addresses on them. And I think you can still purchase them without the addresses now. Bro, sleeve them up. How do you get these things? I'm a collector of political paraphernalia, as you guys know. Political curios. But this is tailored off of the classic Most Wanted Iraqi playing cards. During the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the Defense Intelligence Agency developed a set of playing cards to help troops identify the most wanted members. But that's what it is. Anyway, let's get back to the Legos. I gotta go pee.
All day yesterday, me and my two helpers were just fixing, so it was a long day yesterday. I think I'll take it to 1 or 2 more shows, and then it's meant to break apart and build something new out of it. It's Lego. It's not like it's meant to last forever.
But LEGO didn't always prioritize the buying power of these adult collectors.
LEGO started out really designed to be educational and to have a rich and fulfilling play experience for children.
LEGO was founded in Denmark in the 1930s and only made wooden toys at first. The first plastic bricks came out in 1949 and were called automatic binding bricks. In 1958, LEGO patented the stud and tube design, which allowed for large and stable builds. By the 60s, LEGO's plastic brick sets were taking off in Western Europe, so the company decided to focus exclusively on bricks. LEGO debuted the iconic minifigure in 1978. By 1987, LEGO sets were sold in nearly 120 countries, and US sales soared to an estimated $115 million. In 1999, LEGO released its first successful set tied to a movie franchise, Star Wars. And adults loved it too.
They were actually building a model and being engaged in the Star Wars narrative. So that really had a much older...
I guess I do have a lot of political paraphernalia that I collect now that I think about it. I mean, all the stuff that's behind me from gaming and you know, here. Wow, I opened the book and the first thing I find is Turkish-backed Sultan Süleyman Shah Brigade fighter operating under the Syrian National Army, armed with a Chinese Zhejiang M99 semi-automatic anti-material rifle. Trust in God, believe in ammunition, the book. Shrieking Delilah. Open your P.O. box back up. I have a giant collection of unopened Desert Storm trading cards. I'll hook you up. Whoa, this is crazy. What a rare pull. A holy grail. PSA 10, 2002, 23 karat gold collectibles, America's Heroes World Trade Center 9/11 patriotic card. Wow. Wait, what? The most powerful playing cards with addresses are being sold for 1 million? Wait, what? So this deck that I have in my hand is $1 million? Yeah, no, it's a meme. No one is fucking buying these for $1 million. Yeah, it says, oh my God, it literally is this. And for the record, this doesn't even have a signature on it. This doesn't even have a signature or a number on it because it is literally the only one that is outside of the hands of the person who made them. And you touch it with your bare fingers? Where'd you get yours? What? Don't worry about it. Do you want this sick-ass Operation Iraqi Freedom Dale Earnhardt 2003 commemorative knife? Dale Earnhardt knife I found in my attic? What the fuck? That's also sick. They got seized by the police, I think, per the last email I saw. Yeah, no, the cards are, let's just say it's a sensitive subject for the intelligence communities that these cards are in distribution. Genuine Americana, this is the closest the culture will have. Yeah, for sure. That's not Dale, that's Nepo baby Jeff Gordon. Did Hasan do a mating call for autistic collectors? Maybe. Girl, yours is a $25 deck, right? No. Also, you can assign a value of $1 million to anything. That doesn't mean it's actually $1 million. No, I have the OG one. I have the literal prototype. So one day, maybe it'll go for a lot of money. Who knows? But I obviously don't. Warhammer, what Warhammer 40k army would you be? Orcs. Why is that book so fucking expensive? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I have a lot of, I just realized I have a lot of political curios in here. I have the George W. Bush action figure that you guys sent me. What World of Warcraft Collector's Edition is that? It's the one that you're thinking of. It's the OG one. I have a poster from literally the Democratic People's Republic of Korea behind my head. I have a poster from Vietnam as well. I need to see the Bush figure. Hold on. I'll show you. 1 second. Look at this one. This one is the President George W. Bush collector quality talking action figure, 25 unique and authentic phrases. Lifelike features and details. Listen to the authentic phrases by pressing the lapel pin. Okay. And I tested it out a while back. It still works. I don't know if it will right now. Nope. It's not working right now. Wait, where is it? No, hold on. The lapel pin actually is supposed to hit like a button on them, but I don't know where the button is. Wait, hold on.
Pray for this great nation.
Yeah, it works still. Look.
And may God bless America.
See?
And our country is unified. And we are strong. And we are resolved. And that makes this president feel really good.
Yeah. Including the official toy president's biographical pamphlet featuring over a dozen rare photographs from the president's early years. It has the realistic presidential boots. It has his cowboy boots on. But yeah, 43rd president, elected in 2000, toy presidents, president number 43, President George W. Bush, a real war criminal. Yeah. GWB, baby. I got that. And then we have Dead Che. Ultraviolence by Kozik. This is sculpted by George Kaspar. And it is 13 out of 20 ever made. This is another one. This is a mini finger game basketball. I don't know why. This is the Bird is the Word, the Watermelon Pimp, Mao, also by Kozik. 12 out of 20 ever made. This is the 1980 International Afghan Heroin Syndicate. It comes with an AK-47 on the side. In December 1979, in the midst of the Cold War, the Soviet 40th Army invaded Afghanistan in order to prop up the communist government of the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan against a growing insurgency. At the time, the United States had been making headway in the Middle East at Moscow's expense. Outmanned and outgunned, backed by the CIA, Afghanistan used the only profitable crop to support the war: heroin. Al-Muqtabar, the tester, lives among the fields along with many others, a protector of the plant, a murderer, a junkie, always the first to try the final product. Resin blood. I like that this says articulated action figure, ages 40 and up. And then, of course, who can forget Comandante Marcos, Easy LN leader, Delegate Zero. Also comes with a bunch of tools on the side as well. This is made by Jackier. 6 out of 30 ever made. Codename Sub Comandante Marco. Field file name is Delegate Zero. Primary military specialty Zapatista organizer. Birthplace born on the 19th of June 1957 in Tampico, Tamaulipas. Rafael Sebastian Guillen Vicente is a Mexican insurgente and former military leader and spokesperson for the Zapatista Army of the National Liberation, EZLN. I no longer want you to do a Lego stream. You'd make us look weird by association. By the way, this is not even, for the record, what I just showed you is not even a fraction of the crazy paraphernalia I have. I mean, there's the army the fucking helmet that you have back there. That's a Yugoslavian helmet with a Naruto headband on it, but an Akatsuki Hidden Leaf Village headband that I put on top of it, but you can kind of see. What else? I have so much shit back there, dude. Oops. You should do a Sunday stream showing all your political paraphernalia. Oh, this is crazy. Elite Force Aviator, George W. Bush, U.S. President, and Naval Aviator. No way. My dad was in the Special Republican Guard, and I still have his uniforms and medals, and one of them is gold with Saddam's initials on them. If you feel like collecting, at least I know it'll be saved with you. That's crazy. I know First Lady Hillary Rodham. I know where this is if you want it. If you ever did a Lego stream, would you pull out a 1 out of 30 rare embalmed Lenin build? Sure. Take a look at this relic I have of lost American liberalism, 56th inauguration. Oh, I have a bunch of buttons like this too, obviously. The Benghazi Bandit. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I am a little bit of a collector myself of weird political curios. I have a book of DPRK currency if you want it that my boss who was connected with the CPC got me when she visited the DPRK a few years ago. Full-blown autism. This is a lot of this stuff was sent to me via PO box, but I just like shut it off because there was too much weird shit that y'all were sending too. But this is why we need to bring the PO box back. Reopen the PO box and get more curios. I have so many Soviet memorabilia as well. Chat approves of this use of your funds. Most of this isn't even stuff that I purchased. A lot of this stuff you can't even really purchase. It's just like it's gifted. Like how the fuck am I going to purchase a Yugoslavian used helmet? No, someone's dad literally brought it into the United States of America and then they sent it to me. I mean, I guess you could eBay. Like I have medals. I bought a milsurp of that helmet on eBay. I remember when you shut up Chatter up when they said you don't know Punisher comics and you pulled out the Punisher collection. Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of like crazy comics of my own from a long time ago. I have a bunch of comics that you guys have sent me as well. Like very cool ones too. All your P.O. Box unboxing streams are just you opening letters filled with news, Lamount. That was definitely that too. Man, everyone is saying they want to send me the coolest shit. Now I got to reopen the P.O. Box, dude. For real this time, though. No fakes. No phony. No phony shit. For sure. God damn. Anyway, all right. Well, that's the Lego collection that turned into all of this. Can't believe we moved on from Lego collection to this.
Stacking blocks.
But in the 90s and early 2000s, Lego took its eye off the ball, spending hundreds of millions of dollars on theme parks, digital projects, and merchandise. Meanwhile, video game sales were growing, cutting into the toy market.
There was much more emphasis on TV and less emphasis on sort of construction play.
In 2003, sales tanked 35% in the US. Lego named a new CEO in 2004, who cut costs, sold the theme parks, and refocused the company on its core product, the plastic brick. It also started focusing more on its adult fan base. In 2007, Lego launched a revamped Star Wars Millennium Falcon, which retailed for more than $500 and was recommended for ages 16 and up. In 2014, it launched Lego Ideas. Fans could submit their own plans for sets, and if they got enough votes, watch their ideas go into production. They'd even get a 1% cut of the royalties.
They're saying, hey, if you make that, I will buy it. People don't want to just passively consume brands, they really want to interact with them.
Then in 2020, Lego released its first set aimed at ages 18 and up. LEGO kept its momentum over the next few years, setting a revenue record in 2024. Today, LEGO's adult line, called Icons, is among its top-selling themes.
If I go to Target, I'll see a boyfriend and girlfriend going to buy sets for each other. They're like, oh, we should get this set. And in the same spot next to me, there'll be a kid be like, I really want that set. I feel like that's a success for the company, but also a success in lots of ways for our culture.
Plush toys are a $10 billion industry, and some of the main people scooping these up are adults. Mike Ney has figured out how to make a little money from his hobby. He sold over $40,000 worth of plush toys online, and he wins all of them himself out of an arcade claw machine near his home in Utah.
I'm guessing I could probably sell this one for $150 or $200, and there was only 25 of these made and available. My girlfriend's not entirely convinced that we need an entire room of the house dedicated just to plushies, but I enjoy it, so, you know.
I have a lot of these too, obviously, but here are a bunch of medals and pins. I have a International Brotherhood of Teamsters Local 890 pin right here. Oh, fuck. Another one that is another pin that is the Central Puget Sound Carpenters Local 30 pin. Fuck. Come on. I have a bunch of medals. Soviet medals. I have no idea what this is for. Here. Maybe you can make it out. I was a Boy Scout. Yes. This is a 1918-1978 medal. Soviet medal. Look at the other side of it. Hold on. Look at that. There's some military achievement. This will defend. Military achievement. It says 1775. And then there's obviously also this passport. No idea who this guy is. What is this? Give it back. My guy needs it. That's a prospect, not really a passport, more like an identity card. I had one when I studied at Moscow State University. Here, I'm going to take it out of this package and see. Do you still have that missile remnant that was fired in Papua? No. Oh, this is the booklet for the medals and who it was given to, I guess. Yeah, see? The booklets for the two medals that I just showed you. No, the West Papua fragment I never took. It was in Australia. And also I did not bring it to America anyway. First one was a war participant passport. I have this incredibly old communist manifesto that I never touched because I'm terrified of breaking it. But it's like, it's a little bit falling apart. Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels, No Compromise by Wilhelm Liebknecht. And in it, there's like a bunch of money. There's like there's novelty Karl Marx bills. €0 novelty Karl bucks. And then this. God damn it. Why doesn't fucking autofocus do your thing? Yeah. Tanky tokens.
You know, she supports me.
In 2020, he bought a hobby machine from Alibaba and started studying how claws behave.
There's a lot of strategy that goes into it, more so than the average person might realize. You know, looking for the geometry of the plush and the specific way that the claw moves around it.
Propiska in the Soviet Union. The USSR had both permanent and temporary propiskas in the transition period to a market economy in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union in late 1991. The permanent propiska in municipal apartments was a factor that allowed dwellers to obtain private property rights of the living space that they were inscripted in during privatization. Those who built housing at their own expense obtained a permanent propiska by definition. Keep it under wraps and out of light. Use gloves and sterile tweezers, not small ones, but like medical grade, but with flat tips. Under the 2 leaves to support the bind, and you should be good. This is the second Soviet medal. Oh, yeah. Jubilee Medal, 60 years of Armed Forces of the USSR. Was a state military commemorative medal of the Soviet Union established and bestowed upon military personnel to denote the 60th anniversary of the operation of the armed forces in the Soviet Union. It was established on January 28, 1978 by decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. This is the medal I have. There were a total of 10 million of these made. Sick. Do not wear gloves. Just keep your hands clean. Fiber from cloth gloves will get on the book. Plastic gloves won't let you feel the moisture and texture fragility of the paper. Yeah, I'll give you $250. Yours is 20 years of victory, not 60. No, I have this one and I have the 20-year victory medal. Yeah, I think I have a 20-year one too. 100 to 150 Nazis just marched in KC like an hour ago. Sick. You know, there's going to be need for more medals like the ones that we just saw in the future, in the immediate future, it seems. Because clearly, people did not learn the lessons of the previous. People did not learn the lessons of the fucking previous world-changing events. What year was the manifesto published? It shows on the first pages. Let's see. Oh my God. This says Chicago, Charles H. Kerr and Company, 1906. Where would it say exactly when it was published, though? Is it effing? It's not effing on my end. Manifesto of the Communist Party. We didn't hear a word of what you said. What is happening? Why is it fucking effing for some people and not for others? It didn't happen to me. I feel like if there's a baby blip on the broadcast, people think like it's over. You know what I mean? This is like the most devastating. This is the most devastating thing to have ever happened. It's over. It's just like I'm done. The stream is done, I guess. I'm leaving. And all it did was like a blip. There'll be like a half-second pause. No, it was frozen. I had to refresh the page. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so let's watch this. Internet comment etiquette, refugee opposite day. What is this about? I don't know if I want to watch this, but Kansas City neo-Nazis? I don't care about Kansas City neo-Nazis, chatter. I'm trying to have fun.
In 2021, a dozen high-rise buildings in Kunming.
That manifesto is worth $3.4 thousand. Wait, what? Book USA, Karl Marx, Communist Manifesto, and Wilhelm Liebknecht, No Compromise, 1906-1907. Oh my God. That manifesto that's in my hands right here that I showed you guys is worth 3,250 euro. Very rare, 2 books in 1 volume. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but this one's in mint condition. Yours is falling apart. Not really. I mean, I don't know. It's worth more than that. Inside is signed by the author. Oh yeah, the one I have is also signed. So I don't know if that actually increases his price or not. Not signed by Marx. Signed by Wilhelm Liebknecht. How did the chatter know? Because I showed the cover. The inside of the cover. Yeah, I met Carlos Marx in real life. All right, there's this video that I've been meaning to watch, the ethics of vigilante counterterrorism, but I don't know if this is like a hot potato to get into. I feel like it is a little bit of a hot potato to get into. So I don't know. Let's do How China Plans to Become a Rich Country by Caspian Report.
Worth over $150 million were brought down in a matter of seconds. They weren't structurally unsafe or anything like that. Allegedly, they were in the way of a 5% GDP target. That moment says a lot about how China has chased growth for decades. Build fast, build big, and worry about purpose later. But now, that model is running out of steam, and Beijing wants to do things differently. It is investing in industries like AI, robotics, and smart devices to improve how its people live and work. From 2025 to 2035, the country expects to grow at 5% annually. If that holds, its GDP per capita will double from 2020 levels. In effect, Beijing will join the rich club by 2035. That's been China's dream for more than a century. But there is a slight problem. GDP growth is not always productive growth. You can build a highway, tear it down, rebuild it exactly as before, tear it down again, and do this over and over, and it will all register as economic growth. Construction or destruction, GDP doesn't care what the activity is, it just counts the money. This loophole isn't unique to China, but local officials there have used it to hit their GDP targets. That's why you'll sometimes see perfectly good buildings demolished. But at the end of the day, none of this is productive growth. It's not real. It doesn't benefit the public in the long run. And so, now that China's economy is maturing, the time has come to move up the ladder and rely on the Chinese consumer for growth. In the next decade, Beijing aims to rewire its economy so that household consumption, not state-driven investment, becomes the main driver of growth. However,
this is a good take. Exactly. This is a good article on China's so-called low-altitude economy, which is a development priority set by the government. Flying cars, delivery drones, etc. It feels a bit like EVs in the beginning of the 2010s, set as a priority sector by the government, but no one really paid any attention to it until a decade later when the West realized it was years behind. I hear virtually no one speak about the low-altitude economy except in China, and a decade from now, we'll see Chinese skies scatter with tens of millions of drones and flying cars, and we'll be like, wait, when did this happen? Well, it's starting to happen now, and we better be paying attention. And Jeet here says, to put this in terms that American wonks can understand, China has a robust abundance agenda. When you came back from your 9/11, you did the P.O. Box and received that book, by the way? The Communist Manifesto. 30th of August, 2019. That's when I got it. Hello, Hasan. I went from disliking you to actually hearing out your perspective to further my perspective. While I still disagree with you, since I still believe in some of the best aspects of the West, what happened to you recently was absolutely disgusting. Oh, thanks for having your mind changed, chatter. It's always important to entertain that little curiosity that you have in your mind that causes you to venture further. Stick around. You will probably find that you agree with a lot more of what I have to say than you actually disagree with.
Going from a production-based model to a consumption-based
I've been here for 5 years and I still hate him. And then you can have the attitude as well.
Model is perhaps the most complicated phase in becoming a high-income country. It's easier to build a machine than it is to convince people to use it. We live in a world where technology and AI are reshaping geopolitics. As automation grows and jobs are at risk, keeping up isn't just an advantage, it's a necessity. That's where today's sponsor, Outskill, comes in. They have this 2-day AI training that takes you from...
Jesus Christ, dude, come on, Caspian Report. AI training?
Gone. In this training, you'll learn a bunch of helpful stuff, from over 20 different AI tools to build your personal toolkit to mastering prompt engineering for better results. You'll also explore how to analyze data without needing to code, use AI in Excel, and create slick presentations with ease. Plus, the training covers building tools and AI agents without writing any code, making eye-catching images and videos with AI, and automating your work to save time and get more done. This program is for everyone, whether you're in tech, sales, marketing,
prompt engineering,
HR, operations, or even running your own business. Over 4 million people from more than 120 countries have joined so far, and slots are filling up fast. Click the link in the description to book yours now. Also, make sure to join their WhatsApp group to get all the updates. The intro call and first session of the 2-day training start on Friday at 10 a.m. EST. Don't miss it. In 2023, China's GDP per capita was $12,600, which is just below the World Bank's high income threshold of $13,800. However, that threshold is expected to rise steadily, reaching $15,700 by 2028 and $18,200 by 2035. If China misses its 5% growth target, it risks not only falling short of the rich club, but also locking itself in the middle income trap, with no easy way out. Even so, GDP alone overlooks a key component of true wealth: consumerism. To grow, an economy has to produce, sell, and build. Money has to circulate in the market. Chinese officials have long debated shifting the economy from investment and exports to consumer spending. China is a massive market after all. Its population tops North America and the EU combined. But boosting domestic consumption has added urgency now because of US tariffs. You see, up until now, China has relied on exports and construction to fuel economic growth. But there's only so much you can build or sell. Germany, India, Japan, and others want to produce and sell stuff too. And with geopolitical uncertainties...
Thoughts on this vid? It seems really capitalistic minded and stupid, Lamafayao. I think a lot of the China narratives, like anytime someone analyzes China from the West, they literally look at it from a dogmatic perspective. They look at it from a capitalist dogmatic perspective, and therefore I think they sometimes end up missing the mark. Having said that, in spite of being GDP brained, yes, there are absolutely like some of the things that he's mentioning in terms of like China moving into domestic consumption is not wrong. That is definitely a priority for them in order to become more self-sustaining. Like, reading too hard into GDP as like the most valuable metric of success or failure aside, I think looking at China's interests as far as like focusing on internal consumption or even the creation of secondary markets is correct.
Growing, many advanced economies are putting up barriers to protect their own respective industries.
Yeah, see, it's not capitalistic minded. China's needs to shift from investment to consumption is the number one issue facing China right now. It's not about capitalism, it's about economic reality. I don't disagree with you on that. Yes, China's reliance on construction has been unsustainable and the bubble is burst and the government is shifting. Yeah. I agree. Like, I think that this is a shifting priority for the Chinese state. That is true.
While at the same time diversifying supply chains away from China. Essentially, globalization is taking a step back, and it's all coming at the expense of Beijing. This trend makes hitting 5% GDP all the more difficult, and it falls to the Chinese consumer to pick up the tab. However, as of now, only about 39% of China's GDP comes from household consumption. That's low. In fact, it's the lowest of any major economy. In the United States, consumption accounts for 68% of GDP. In Britain, 62%. In Brazil, 63%. In South Africa, 67%. And in Japan, 53%. For reference, household consumption reflects how much of the economy is driven by consumer spending. Globally, the average ranges between 60 and 70%. China, however, ranks among the bottom 15 globally. That's because the average Chinese household saves more than 30% of its income, while in the United States, it's around 9%. China's high saving rate is rooted in its culture and history. Having endured centuries of hardship, the national mindset is ingrained with a deep sense of caution. So saving isn't just a habit, it's almost instinctive. And while excessive spending, as in the United States, can cause problems, spending too little can also hamper real economic growth. Consumerism in China took a nosedive after draconian COVID-19 lockdowns. Households never fully recovered and grew more frugal. Even after lockdown restrictions were fully lifted in late 2022, consumer confidence plummeted, and people started saving at a higher rate than before the pandemic. What's more, due to the instability in Chinese real estate, most of these savings...
I don't know how much of this, like, the Chinese save too much and they don't have a debt-based economy is valid. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I do hear this all the time from Western analysts, though, which is that the Chinese citizens do not spend as much and they save way too much, as opposed to like American consumers that are under an insane amount of debt at all points, but they also spend a lot.
Were and are channeled to bank deposits and other financial assets rather than new homes. So essentially, Chinese households have savings and decent jobs, but after the lockdowns, they stopped spending. Not because they can't, but because they're afraid of what comes next. As a result, China is seeing a totally different financial crisis than in the West. While America is struggling with post-COVID inflation, China is experiencing deflation. This means the rate of inflation dips below zero and prices decrease. In the past 2 years, prices have fallen for 18 months in a row. And while that may seem like a good thing at first, persistent deflation can be more harmful than inflation. When people expect prices to keep dropping, they often delay spending, hoping to get a better deal later. Businesses then cut prices to attract buyers. But the more this happens, the less money they make. Eventually, economic momentum grinds to a halt, which can lead to layoffs or closures.
Yeah, I don't... This is... Okay, listen. This is what I mean when I say, like, this is a dogmatic approach. Because when you have a command economy, you can structure it in a way where you can avoid these sorts of problems. Because if money is fake, ultimately the government can change its priorities in a way that, like, the U.S. Market fundamentalist approach will not be able to deal with. Because if the only tools you have at your disposal in Western liberal capitalist, in air quotes, democracies is monetary or fiscal policy, and you don't have any way of, like, actually, you don't have any way of dealing with these issues with a centralized approach beyond that, and that fiscal policy only happens at the legislative level, and that the legislature is completely destroyed, as it is in the United States of America. The only tool in your tool belt is monetary policy. You have a very money is fake, a millionaire. I mean, it is. It's true. That doesn't mean that, like, without it you die. That is the case.
At the same time, debts become harder to pay off because the value of money increases, but the amount owed stays the same. As spending slows, businesses struggle, people lose jobs, and the economy shrinks, creating a vicious cycle that's much harder to fix than moderate inflation. China desperately needs to avoid this scenario. To unlock its massive consumer spending potential, Beijing has come up with an action plan. In his yearly report to Parliament, China's Prime Minister listed 3 ways to get people to spend more. Give them more money to spend, encourage them to save less, and move money from people who save it to people who spend it. In line with those three principles, the same plan also promises to increase local minimum wages, increase healthcare subsidies and pensions, improve paid leave, expand childcare relief, develop housing affordability, and give workers more time off to shop and spend their money. All told, these additional fiscal stimuli are worth 2% of GDP. China clearly views.
Look, Cloud District Enjoyer says there's political repression in China. Hassan would say that too. Of course, I agree with that. But I think it is the type of political repression that exists in China that makes it more, in some ways, makes it more resistance to like international forces of pressure. But it's also that exact same political repression that is apparent that makes China more interested in ensuring stability, and makes China more invested in listening to, it makes China more invested in making sure that people are not angry and resentful. Because just as it was with the monarchies, there's only so much political instability that a monarchy can withstand until people start engaging in the act of rebellion. And I think that this is one of the aspects of the Chinese form of governance where people understand that they have limitations to what they can say and what they can't say, or limitations of what they can and can't do. But that creates an environment where if there's too much pressure on a particular in a particular case, like they will end up protesting in a way that could potentially break the entire system. I think the zero COVID lockdowns were a perfect example of this, where it wasn't the heavy-handed approach that the government took necessarily, but it was the lack of freedom that people had, or the lack of transparency in terms of like when you could actually get out of the quarantine structure if someone were found to have COVID in your apartment complex. That actually created a lot of anger and resentment. And the government had to immediately respond to that pressure, because once that pressure builds up to a point where people are protesting in the streets in a place like China, that is significantly more dangerous for the continuation of the Chinese government. As opposed to in America, you have endless amounts of protests and then there's no response from the government whatsoever, because they can just like feed you a healthy diet of treats and you'll shut the fuck up and forget. It's the fake democratic process that is designed by liberal democracies that makes people that blinds people to the fact that there is no real democratic process whatsoever. A great example of this is obviously Israel, right? Not to always bring it back to that, but or another great example of this is healthcare. Like there are so many issues in Western liberal capitalist democracies, and yet regardless of the resentment that people feel towards certain things, the government behaves in an inherently undemocratic manner, and people still go out and protest and fuck shit up, and then nothing changes because Western liberal capitalist democracies have incredible tools at their disposal in terms of consumption, in terms of like at least marginally improving people's living standards, that they can just whip out and sedate the masses. I would go so far as to say the four-year election cycle is another great example of the pressure valve that the government has. It's obviously hard. It's obviously changing a little bit because like the duopoly that we have has made it so that people are becoming more aware of the illusion of democracy. But ultimately, I think regardless of the anger and resentment that people feel, regardless of the instability that people experience, that pressure valve is still very important. Because every 4 years, that pressure valve releases, and then you feel like you've made some kind of change. Now, of course, the number of people that feel like they're contributing to this real change is smaller and smaller every election cycle.
Views household spending as key to becoming a high-income country. But there's a catch. China may be too old to get rich. Its population is shrinking, with birth rates falling for 3 straight years. If the birth rate stays at 1.0, China's population could shrink to around 760 million by 2100, according to the UN. The high estimate is 1.1 billion, the low is 480 million, but 760 million is the most likely. Either way, this demographic transformation will be China's greatest challenge in the years ahead. It will fundamentally change the country as we know it. According to the World Health Organization, a country's population is considered aging when more than 7% of its people are 65 years or older. China reached that milestone in 1998, and its elderly segment now makes up at least 14% of the population. In the coming years, China's elderly share will grow unabated, which will affect production, consumption, entrepreneurship, and innovation, all chipping away at China's economic momentum and drive. Countries with younger populations, such as Japan in the 1950s and South Korea in the 1960s, experienced rapid economic growth thanks to large working-age populations. But as their populations aged and the labor pool diminished, growth slowed sharply. These two charts show what that process looked like in the case of Japan and South Korea. In both economies, the GDP per capita peaked owing to their young populations. The increase and decrease you're seeing correlates with the active workforce, and this very same demographic principle is true in all advanced economies. China became the world's factory precisely because it had an average of 23.4 million births per year from 1962 to 1990. That number of births now sits at 11.8 million for 2020 and is likely even lower today. China's demographic crisis is reminiscent of what happened in other aging societies. In 2023, China's median age was the same as Japan's in 1995 and Germany's in 2000, while its elderly population matched Japan's in 1996 and Germany's in 1995. What followed in the decades after is that Japan's economy stagnated, while Germany's grew modestly thanks to an influx of immigrants. The point is that the lower the workforce and the higher the elderly population, the more...
Yeah, I mean, China is much better off in comparison to every developed Western nation on this front. But this is a problem for every developed country, because when you have a developed country, you have a lot of older people because they don't die. Developed nations have better medicine and better healthcare outcomes implies that more people are surviving childbirth, more kids are able to become adults, and more adults are able to become retirees, and then they don't die, but they are no longer productive. In the past, when like the most productive age group kept constantly increasing because there was need for farm hands, there was need for labor, there was less education around sex ed, people were just like fucking and breeding like rabbits, and therefore there were more productive individuals, so much so that you could like literally kill people in wars, in endless wars, and you would still have enough people to maintain a healthy industrial base. Now you just have too many old people, and they're not dying, and they're not productive forces. They're not a part of the productive forces. They're just like, what are you supposed to do? You're old. And this is a problem that no developed nation state has been able to solve, partially because the overwhelming majority, if not damn near entirety of the developed nation states, are capitalist. The importance of maintaining a healthy base of a productive population is especially important under capitalism. From what I understand, the leadership in China isn't too worried about the demographics just yet, since there's a huge rural population that's being urbanized. Obviously, there is an issue if like the entire planet, the global south will carry the planet in terms of the booming population numbers. But if the entire planet was technically developed like the United States of America is, where I believe the elderly population number is just like increasing, and the population growth is either stagnant or diminishing, like in places like Japan, then there would be a genuine issue unless we had full automation. But even in that process, even if we had full automation, there's still a distribution of money that would favor the select few capital owners, and it would cause the now overwhelming majority of unproductive elderly who can't even take care of themselves to die in dire conditions of poverty. So there's still the element of money distribution that has not been solved in any of these developed nations, especially because they're still operating on the last time that they actually made any sort of socialization initiatives like Social Security in America, for example. That was a fucking 100 years ago. We're still carrying on the last time. Like the thing that's holding this goddamn country together as it stands currently is literally socialization initiatives that took place 100 years ago. Okay? Think about how insane that is. That is insane. That is just like a truly devolving economy. There's a truly horrible, self-defeating, suicidal attitude that many liberal countries have, many Western liberal democracies have. What is this? Everyone should apologize to Vanessa Hudgens. I was hoping COVID would have wrecked the boomers. Found Vanessa Hudgens' account.
More difficult it becomes to attain economic growth. In fact, after the 15%.
What is this? Do mention that population carrying capacity arguments have been debunked constantly. Chatters are still mentioning this for no reason. World population will balance out at 9 billion and plateau. Food and water wise, we are actually pretty set. Still, environmental damage is a problem due to capitalistic expansion.
Elderly milestone, major economies have consistently struggled to grow more than 4% of GDP for more than a decade. What China is trying to do is not impossible, but improbable. Beijing's solution to its aging population is innovation. It is investing heavily in AI and robotics to offset the economic drag of its elderly demographic. However, this is
like if you were to close your eyes and not even think, even for a brief moment, about profit seeking, and you actually were to entertain real global problems that face humanity, okay, without being shackled by dogmatic capitalist thought, the way to address a lot of these issues would require spending a shit ton of money in research and development to ensure that there is no more necessity for a large base of productive forces, given that in 300 years from now the population is going to look a lot older. They're going to keep surviving, even if our bodies keep diminishing and atrophying. I think that a big part of that upkeep would probably require like exoskeletons and things of that nature to keep people upright, standing, walking. There would be a lot of necessary technological aids that allow you to continue living as though you're in your 20s or 30s. And then also on top of that, you would need to build this cyberpunk vision where most of the commodity production is relegated to automation, automated labor. But even then, there's still the distribution of wealth problem. That is essentially where we're at. With no current ability to reverse birth rate declines, we will need an equitable way to reduce our reliance on human labor and promote automation. But in the current global economy, I'm not sure how we do it equitably. Yes, there's that problem. And then the other problem is obviously anthropogenic climate change, like the impact of carbon emissions and human production on climate change, making the planet unsustainable in general. At least like the areas where life could sustain in the past will no longer be sustainable. We're already seeing that. We're already seeing climate refugees and migration patterns born out of agricultural output being completely destroyed in certain areas. Latin America to North American migration patterns is a big part of this. We still have no interest in solving these problems in a holistic manner. So I don't know. I don't know where we go. It's not an aging population. It's life expectancy increasing. Yes. But a big part of the life expectancy increasing is what I just told you. Marvels of modern medicine. I guess RFK Jr. is reversing that by taking this anti-medicine stance at the HHS. He has taken up the issue. He's solving it personally by reversing the gains made by advancements in modern medicine. Like life expectancy comes from not just the fact that people are like living longer lives. That certainly plays a role in this. But a big part of the life expectancy numbers comes from children not dying or children surviving into adolescence and like adults not dying in the workplace, for example. Like OSHA regulations play a role in life expectancy numbers going up. Medicine plays a major role. Vaccines play a major role in life expectancy going up. Then there's also the other, like I said, there's also the other problem of like what to do with the elderly when their mental capacity diminishes, what to do with the elderly when they can't help themselves, who is going to help them? Is that also going to be automated? Right now, we just warehouse the elderly basically in some of the most exploitative, the most predatory industries in the United States of America. And we don't even like think about it, or we don't even talk about it. I'm not talking about warehousing them in Congress, dude. I'm talking about like elderly care and palliative care in facilities that are horrible. Because again, they are also working on the profit motive. The elderly is the only generation that has any wealth to begin with. And these industries are basically farming them for all of the wealth that they have, because all the wealth is captured in the hands of the elderly who don't really do much. Life expectancy currently going down, though. The problem for the world right now isn't necessarily that people are too old, but there are too many old people with not enough young people to care for them in the rest of the world. Yeah, no, I agree. That's what I'm saying, is that like, what do you do when everyone's old? Who's going to take care of the elderly? Is that also going to be automated? Or is there going to be, even if there are like exoskeletons that allow you to walk around as though you were still 30 years old, what do you do when your brain capacity is diminished as well? Because, you know, we have a finite amount on this planet. And, you know, once you reach a certain point in your life, at least there isn't much you can do to fix this, you know? Look at Brandon.
Uncharted territory. It's never been done before. Sure, innovation may buy time, but it won't replace demand. AI and robots don't consume like people do. They consume electricity, but that doesn't drive demand in the economy the way human spending does. All things considered, China stands at a crossroads. For decades, it grew by building for the world. Now, it must learn to build for itself. That shift from producer to consumer, from quantity to quality, requires more than just economic policy. It calls for a complete rethinking of how people in China work, spend, and live. It's a change that won't happen overnight. But if
Okay. This guy 3D printed Luigi Mangioni's ghost gun. I gotta pee.
Gun used in the most high-profile assassination in recent memory. Well, it's not actually the literal gun Luigi Mangione allegedly used to kill United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. But it is the exact model of firearm, and we made it with just a 3D printer and some parts ordered off the internet. Some people call this a ghost gun because no government agency has any record of its existence. I didn't get a background check or show ID. No gun control at all. I'm Andy Greenberg. I investigate the strange, dark, and subversive corners of the internet for Wired. This is Hack Lab. I made Luigi Mangione's gun. As a journalist, I've covered the digital DIY gun-making scene since the beginning. In 2013, I was there for the very first test of the first fully 3D printed gun, the Liberator. A couple of years later, I even built an untraceable AR-15 ghost gun in Wired's office to test just how far the tech had come. That was 10 years ago. Then, when Luigi Mangione was arrested in an Altoona, Pennsylvania McDonald's late last year, I wrote a news piece about the gun found in his backpack. According to the DIY gunsmiths I spoke to, it seemed to be a Chairman Juan V1, a tweak of a popular, partially 3D printed Glock-style design known as the FMDA 19.2, an acronym that stands for the libertarian slogan, "Free Men Don't Ask." So I wanted to know, how easy is it for someone to build a deadly and untraceable weapon like this now? Has the law finally caught up with the reality of ghost guns? To find out, I decided to make one. So I went to Araby, Louisiana, to a gun range outside New Orleans, owned by James Reeves, an attorney and a popular YouTuber.
James, nice to meet you.
Our experiment here that we're trying to do is to actually 3D print Luigi Mangione's gun, just like he did.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, thank you. But my question for you first, as a lawyer, is all of this actually legal?
Totally legal, but it depends on the purpose. So if you're making a firearm for yourself, there's no prohibition in the Gun Control Act of 1968 that would prevent you from making a gun for yourself. If you're making it for someone else, if you're selling them, distributing, totally different story. You've got to have a license.
A lot of states have made this illegal, but here in Louisiana, like, we're still good to go?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, free country down here. And
Terrorist sympathizing streamer shows audience how to build murder weapon. Okay, dude. Come on, stop.
The great state of Louisiana.
Over the years, the US government has certainly tried to regulate 3D printed and other kinds of ghost guns. After Cody Wilson released printable files for the Liberator online, the government ordered his company, Defense Distributed, to take them down. By 2018, Cody Wilson briefly won a legal fight to repost them on his website, but multiple states sued, shutting it down again. Then in 2022, the Biden administration really tightened regulations.
Well, wonder what happened to that guy. He got... I'm of two minds on this stuff, where when someone becomes I'm of two different minds on this guy, because on the one hand, he's obviously like a turbo libertarian. So I do kind of believe that maybe he had compromising materials in his hard drive organically, but also on the other hand, I can totally see a world where the government would maybe find compromising material on his hard drive that might not have been there initially, in an effort to take out someone that they consider to be annoying. You know, it's this weird situation where who knows what is the truth, you know? Is it a sprinkle some crack on it? And in this instance, the crack would be CSAM in the hard drive, or is it because he was a libertarian and he genuinely had it on his hard drive? Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying here? Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he was... Cody Wilson was caught with compromising materials on his hard drive. I do land more so on the side of it was organically there and it wasn't planted, for the record. The truth is that he actually had it, but they also planted some extra. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Too late. Already got videos of you in context saying it was a false flag. What? Yeah, they went into his hard drive to plant stuff only to find that it was already there type beat. Anyway, that was Cody Wilson, the Ghost Gun guy.
Administration really tightened regulations, requiring serial numbers and background checks for Ghost Gun kits, commercially available packages of parts which are designed to make it easy to finish and assemble a working gun. That led to legal challenges which were settled in March with a Supreme Court decision upholding those new regulations. But if you're not using one of those kits, it's really only state laws that restrict making ghost guns, and they vary really widely. New York enforces strict rules on self-made guns, requiring serial numbers on the receivers. California even prohibits the sale of 3D printers if they're intended to make a gun. But for the rest of the United States in between, including Louisiana, where we are now, it's still essentially the Wild West for DIY.
Yeah. And of course, the irony is that like once you build it with a unfinished, I think it's like what, the 80-20 rule, you can just literally take it to any other fucking state. You know, I've shot a ghost gun before that someone I know made legally in the state of I think it was in New Mexico, and then they legally brought it into the state of California. It had no serial number, it had nothing.
Firearms. While the legal battle has gone back and forth, the technology has just kept relentlessly advancing. Since the first 3D printed gun parts began to surface online in 2012 and 2015,
and this, for the record, like, yeah, this was like in 2015, I think, or 2014, when it was like just beginning to be mass produced. And now them shits are so advanced. Like, you can make crazy stuff now. You can make automatic machine guns. You can make whatever you want, really. It is pretty insane.
An explosion of digital DIY firearms, fully or partially printable rifles, AR-15s, and even fully automatic printable machine guns. And thanks to a very committed community of online gunsmiths, many of whom are bent on defeating gun control, that evolution is still continuing. The first step to building the gun...
There are 3D printers that print metal all. That is one part of it. The other really scary part of it is that you can make a gun that you're going to fire only a couple times that is super illegal with materials that can pass a metal detector that is not metal. That's the other side that is, even scarier than the metal ghost guns that you can make.
Allegedly used by Mangione was easy. I found the gun plans online in minutes. Certain file sharing sites are packed with DIY firearm blueprints, detailed instructions, everything. In states like California or New Jersey, parts of this gun printing process, even sharing the files, is illegal. But in Louisiana, no such law. In fact, according to US gun control laws, only one component, known as the frame of a Glock-style pistol, is considered the gun. If I make that part myself, say with a 3D printer, and I combine it with commercially bought components for the rest of the weapon, I can basically circumvent all regulations. So, armed with a shopping list and a credit card, we ordered everything we needed. A 3D printer, plastic filaments, and household products like epoxy were all just a few clicks away on sites like Lowe's or Amazon. And the more specialized components...
You can build it like a Lego if you have the unfinished, the unfinished lower. Like, you can literally fucking build it like a Lego as long as you do a little bit of, it's not soldering. What is it? How do you, if you have an 80% complete lower, you can just purchase every other part of it Epoxy. Can you do it with epoxy? I forget. I think it's a little bit of, a little bit of fabricating, a little bit of welding, and then you're good to go. It's also constitutionally protected because blacksmithing, I guess, is technically also constitutionally protected. I'm not effing. I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm so goddamn annoyed. I think I'm going to end the stream today early. What is happening, dude? There is no fucking F on my end. Who is effing? It doesn't have, it's not happening to me. On my end, it's perfectly fine. I'm looking at the numbers. I'm looking at the fucking frames. Nothing is dropping on my end. I assume it's a Twitch side problem.
Components were available on sites that sell gun parts, just not the guns themselves. A few days later, every ingredient I needed to make Mangione's gun arrived in the mail for the grand total of $1,144.67 plus shipping. And that includes the price of the 3D printer. This is like Christmas Day. This looks like a slide, very much like an obvious gun part. Kind of crazy that you can just order this. So it's kind of like a very interesting and fun technical challenge, but I keep having to remind myself not only that we're making a lethal weapon, but that I'm also potentially retracing the steps of an alleged murderer who carried out exactly this process. 3D printers work by extruding heated plastic filament through a nozzle, layer by layer, to slowly create the object. We're gonna print 2 frames just to be sure. Printing these 2 frames will take about 13 hours, which is pretty quick. Back when Cody Wilson, a pioneer in the DIY gun movement, printed the Liberator, the original one-shot 100% 3D printed pistol in 2013, 3D printers were much slower, and the materials were pretty unreliable by comparison and cracked easily. When Cody Wilson tested that first ever 3D printed gun, he was concerned that it might blow up in his hands. He even used a string to pull the trigger for the first time. To some degree, I'm still a little worried about that, to be honest. DIY gun fails are still pretty common. When I made an AR-15 in Wired's office in 2015, a gunsmith warned me the frame of the gun that I had made wouldn't be reliable enough and recommended I use an aluminum lower receiver I'd made with a computer-controlled milling machine instead. We're about to see how much that question of reliability has changed over the years. Okay, let's get started. Hopefully this whole experiment won't literally blow up in my face.
Again, not the same Cody Wilson that was arrested for CSAM. Wait, what? Wait, really? Wasn't this the same guy? Are you sure? Wait, hold on. Are there 2 Cody Wilsons that were also libertarian gun guys? What the hell? No, I know it's a common name. Check my messages. No, because the other Cody Wilson was, I think, also a fucking gun guy. It's a different Cody Wilson that was arrested. Cody J. Wilson was the guy arrested, not Cody R. Wilson, the activist. Bro, there is a Cody Lee Wilson as well. Dog, there are 3, not 2. 3 Cody Wilsons. What the hell? Colombia man charged with aggravated sexual exploitation of a minor. Man arrested earlier this week. Wait, what happened to the other? What happened to the other Cody Wilson? Oh, he got, all of them. Wait, what? Yeah, 3D printed gun promoter Cody Wilson is charged with sexual assault of a child. Dude. Bro, there are so many Cody Wilsons, including this one, though. I wasn't wrong. This guy also got hit with something. Cody Wilson, the one who pushed to post blueprints for 3D printed guns online, has made him a key figure in the national gun control debate, was charged on Wednesday with sexually assaulting a child in Texas. There are 3 Cody Wilsons. But the gun guy, the gun Cody Wilson guy also was, all of them are, there are 3 Cody Wilsons that we found out. The third one I just found out. Okay. All 3 of them are libertarians. all three of them have had some kind of either sexual assault charge against a statutory rape charge. I think 2 of them might be gun guys as well. That is crazy. Yeah, Mr. Wilson 30 is accused of having sex with a 16-year-old girl at a hotel in Austin and paying her $500 in cash. Nominative determinism. That's a L of a name. I hope there's no Cody Wilsons in the chat.
The next morning, I returned to check on the 3D printed frames. This is pretty wild. Like, these things look like actual gun parts. So this looks like a big block, but all of this is support structure that just holds up the top of the frame here. So once I crack this off, oh yeah, I don't need to even clean anything out of this internal cavity here. This just looks almost like commercially made. It's so clean on the inside. It's just really impressive what a 3D printer can do today, overnight. So the frame.
I think one of the funniest parts about like 3D printed ghost guns also is that in the United States of America, guns are so easily accessible with virtually no safeguards. Ironically, in the States where you also can build a 3D printed gun legally, that like this is too much work. Like the only thing that I guess helps in this situation is the fact that if you are to do something illegal with a gun, that you just don't have a serial number. But even then, because guns are so readily available, I feel like, you know, you can illegally do a straw purchase or get it from, I don't know, Facebook Marketplace or something, go to a gun show and walk out with a gun. I wonder if the 3D printers, by the way, have the same. I feel like one thing that you would have to do here is, do you guys, I don't know if you guys know this, but like printers, like normal printers, not 3D printers, have a special kind of invisible dye in them so that when you purchase something, when you purchase a printer and you use that printer to print out questionable materials that the government, like communist materials that the government thinks is dangerous, there are invisible dots that basically give you the serial number of the printer that is printing the questionable material. And I don't know if like 3D printers have that technology in them as well. No, shut the fuck up also. I'm surprised that 3D printers don't have like some sort of micro dotting system. Yeah, it shows you the time and date when printed, and it shows you also the serial number of the printer too, right? Only laser color printers have that.
Frame is done. Now it's time to assemble this gun. I know from experience that it's tricky assembling a gun from scratch. There are lots of little pieces, and to be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing. So that's why I've reached out to a DIY gun expert and YouTuber who calls himself Print, Shoot, Repeat. He prefers to keep his face covered to preserve his anonymity. So what do you think of this 3D printed?
Yeah, this guy's crazy.
Frame?
It looks beautiful. It's very excellent print quality.
So how do we get started?
So do you see that hole there?
I saw the hole at the bottom, yeah. So you are a 3D printed gun aficionado. What is it about these things that appeals to you?
I think the thing I like the most about it, aside from exercising your constitutional rights, which is awesome, but you're able to make guns that you can't buy. There are these really cool, intricate, neat designs that people create and test that you can make that you actually can't purchase in a store, but also to be anonymous and private with your gun making.
But there's also this element to 3D printed guns that somebody who's mentally ill or a felon or Luigi Mangione can, you know, fabricate their own gun and go out and commit a crime with it. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Freedom is ultimately dangerous. There's no way to stop people from hurting each other, unfortunately. I don't love that people commit crimes and kill each other with guns, but they are designed for killing. I'm not going to deny that. But we live in a country.
I'm willing to bet this guy's name is Cody. This guy's giving real Cody Wilson vibes, dude.
That is relatively free when it comes to a lot of our laws, and especially the Second Amendment.
It is kind of remarkable, the precision of this. It seems like a commercial piece.
The design of this particular pistol was so good in 2020 that it's still the go-to Glock style frame. It's open source, and designers can take the raw blueprint of this thing and then add their own tweaks to it.
If you really were like a lone wolf killer trying to make this thing alone in your garage, where would you learn this?
Or if you were just someone who's into building guns and not a lone wolf killer. Sure. But there are assembly videos, particularly like the sites where you download some of the files, but it's a lot of trial and error.
The slide to me is like shocking to even look at. It's like, I can't believe this is just a component of a gun. And so it's just strange that like the regulated part is not the part that holds the rounds.
Yep, that's per the ATF. The ATF decided that. So thanks, ATF. This can be challenging because what can happen is the rear rails sometimes don't line up perfectly. Yep, now pull it back as hard as you can. Now let it go. All right, now we got our gun. And just make sure you don't point it at anyone.
I see the empty chamber.
Yep.
And now we're gonna put in one of these magazines. And which one do you think we should use?
What I found on the evidence photograph, there was two magazines. One was a Glock 17 magazine, which holds 17 rounds versus a Glock 19 magazine. This is a Magpul P mag. This one had jacketed hollow points in it. Going off that, I would say we should stick this one in.
This is essentially Luigi Mangioni's gun, but we're still
Allegedly.
missing one component.
Yes, critical component.
Which is the suppressor.
Exactly.
Suppressors, also known as silencers, have been highly regulated under the National Firearms Act since 1934, and 3D printing one without a certain kind of gun-making license would be a serious felony. Since James has that license, he's going to do it for us.
So it's quite a process to legally own and possess a suppressor. The second you print out a suppressor, felony, prison, so it's a very serious deal.
3D printed suppressors are a relatively new phenomenon, and the technology to make ones like the FTN suppressor allegedly found on Mangione has come a long way in a very short time. So the suppressor is printing, and it looks like it's going to take another 3.5 hours.
Yeah, it smells a little bit like a burning vacuum cleaner. When this is done, we actually have to fill out a couple set of federal forms.
After a few more hours of 3D printing, we had our suppressor. We wrapped it in hockey tape just as Luigi Mangione allegedly did. So I think we're now ready to put this thing together, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Thread it on.
Once I screwed it onto the barrel of our gun, we had the complete configuration he was accused of using as a murder weapon. This thing just got at least like twice as scary. Before heading to the range to test it, I wanted to get the gun control side of the story, so I spoke to Nick Saplina at the nonprofit Every Town for Gun Safety.
3D guns are a whole new ballgame. I think 3D printed guns are about to have their moment.
I've covered this world of 3D printed guns since 2013. And back then, I wrote about this believing it was kind of a science fictional future phenomenon.
I do not think this is a future problem. ATF estimated that between 2016 and 2022, over 70,000 ghost guns were recovered at crime scenes across the country. The technology has really come of age. The printers are better, the materials are better, and the designs are better.
There are models of gun that have come out in the last few years. These almost fully 3D printed semi-automatic rifles that truly look like something out of science fiction that are really powerful and really accurate.
One of the things that has developed over the last decade or more is a community of creators and sharing designs and improving upon each other's designs.
Yeah, they have like really fucking silly guns. I mean, what's the song, the slap song for it's not the MP5. I mean, I've played it on here before. I know someone. Oh, the print repeat. The HK slap. I know one of the guys that does this stuff. Oh, is this the guy from the video? I've shown print shoot repeat. I've shown this video on this broadcast before. Are gun guys always this homosexual? Yes. Are you kidding me? Have you never seen gun? They're not even homosexual. They're amosexual. Also, this guy has a good nature about him. He's not like one of those like hardcore bravado guys. But even the hardcore bravado guys they're amosexuals. Like this guy is he doesn't give a shit. Like he's way more chill as opposed to like some of the other dudes who are definitely very much putting on a show.
Ow. No, that's not smart.
Ammunition Boner is my band name. What does amosexual mean? Dudes who literally are in love with their guns and want to fuck their guns and treat their guns like a second penis.
Values that creators, I think, really can embrace. But we can't lose sight that this is about firearms. You have a right to personal protection, but when you're purposefully creating firearms that are flooding communities with illegal firearms that are used in crimes, and when we're innovating to make them harder to regulate, you have to ask yourself the question, just how serious is this community about doing their part to protect the community? I mean, we have seen already that you can actually have most of the parts of the firearm be fully 3D printed. That is the state of the art right now, and that is going to be the next chapter of the ghost gun problem in this country.
I might look calm on the surface, but to be honest, I'm sweating a little bit. It's a strange moment when this kind of abstract and technical series of steps finally comes together, and you remember that you've created something really powerful and quite dangerous. In fact, the exact gun that appears to have killed a man on the streets of Manhattan last year. So for this first shot, I'm gonna just hold it to the side from the hip, just in case this slide flies off the 3D printed frame and goes backwards at a high speed. Moment of truth. Wow.
How'd we do? Intact?
Totally flawless, yeah.
Nice. Decently quiet for supersonic ammunition as well.
Well, let's load it up again.
All right.
Another misfire. So I guess what's happening here is that the suppressor is preventing it from cycling properly?
Yes, what's happening is the slide's coming forward, but probably not quite enough to strike the primer and then cause a detonation downrange. But we did get a couple there, so I want to kind of give it a shot
Yeah.
and see if I can break it in a little bit. As we saw in the DCT camera video, he was going like this after every shot, hitting the back of the slide like you did correctly. But I want to actually see if this is going to function without the suppressor attached.
Let's do that. Let's take it off.
Okay.
In a normal semi-automatic Glock, the upper part of the gun, known as its slide, which retracts with every shot, resets the trigger and loads a new round into the chamber. In the video of Thompson's murder, the gun allegedly fired by Mangione appears not to have functioned. That's a result of the suppressor attachment preventing that rechambering. And yet, the CEO killer in the CCTV video didn't panic or stop to diagnose his ghost gun's apparent malfunctioning.
Yeah, that shit was cold-blooded, bro. I don't even understand how he was like, nope, I've done this before. This has happened to me before.
Reacted quickly,
allegedly.
racking the gun, shooting it, and racking again, as if he knew exactly how the weapon he had made would perform. Had the assassin practiced with his gun at a range to break it in? Had he, in fact, engaged in exactly the type of troubleshooting we were doing right now?
Not everything works, and so you got to do a little bit of filing sometimes. We've done a little bit of modifications. We're going to see if it runs semi-automatic.
You take it for a spin.
It's so close now. Oh, there we go. Oh, there it is. Yep.
Here you can see that when we take off the suppressor, the gun functions as a truly semi-automatic firearm. All right,
That's
let's try the
crazy.
suppressor.
Let's do it. So we got the suppressor on. We made some modifications to the barrel and the slide. Hopefully it'll run.
Whoever did it seemed pretty put together. Hope they find the guy soon. Yeah. As a healthcare CEO myself, I truly am scared that I truly am terrified that this killer of Brian Thompson is still out there roaming around and that the government very clearly got the wrong guy. Hope they find him one day. How does the gun not explode? It's plastic. No, none of the components that actually have the exploding function is plastic. The only part of the plastic, the part of the plastic of the gun, ironically, is the lower, and that part does not have any. That part is not touching any of the explosive components of the gun. All of the other parts of the gun that are touching the explosive material is metal, and it's also normal gun parts that you purchase online anyway.
You were manually.
The housing is all plastic. The upper part is metal tube where the explosion. Yeah, exactly. All the parts that are touching the explosive components are made of metal. The rest of the parts are. The rest of the parts are plastic in normal guns as well. Also, what's interesting and what's scary about this, like I said, is that there are fully ceramic and fully plastic ways of making these guns as well. Obviously, they're less reliable in terms of like multiple use, but the reason why they're completely illegal, you might have guessed it, is because they can avoid metal detectors. Like there are guns that you can make. There are guns that you can make 3D printed completely. That you can make that would avoid metal detectors. I don't know how true that actually is. No, that definitely is also a thing that you can make. I think the only part of it that I guess has to be metal would be, and again, like I said, it's not something you can reuse. It's only a couple shots that you can fire. It's not sustainable. But I think the parts that will have to be metal is the ammunition. I don't know if you can I don't know. I guess maybe ceramic bullets. Is that a way to do it? And after a couple fires, it's over anyway. And there's no guarantee that it's actually going to go in the direction that you want it to. But It is something that people have made.
But just like we saw in the video of Brian Thompson's killing. And to be clear, like the thing that we had to file was not the 3D printed part. It was this kind of slightly crappy commercial part. You know, I imagine that for allegedly Mangione himself, he probably had similar kind of hiccups and then probably did take a file to it at some point.
Indeed, and it seemed like he knew that it was going to malfunction in the way that we just saw and was ready for that malfunction to happen.
Right. In my hands is the gun that allegedly killed CEO Brian Thompson. The same Glock-style pistol, same parts, same suppressor. As I squeezed the trigger and racked the gun in the exact same way the killer allegedly did, I felt the same explosive recoil he would have. And it drove home the disturbing realization that our experiment in building a lethal, uncontrollable weapon had been a success. What kind of law or regulation do you actually imagine could get a grip on this issue?
The key part of this is to make breaking the law harder. And the way you make breaking the law harder is to focus on the 3D printers and the sort of firmware and software that make them work. We've been here before with money counterfeiting, and the software companies like the Adobes of the world detect whether you are trying to print currency. You can't do it. We're starting to have conversations with the folks behind these printing companies that are like, yeah, we can detect it and we can stop our printer from printing.
I can already imagine the incredible backlash to any effort to kind of put DRM on 3D printers or try to just restrict computers, essentially, that people own.
I'm in the business of trying to save lives. And the fact of the matter is gun violence is the #1 killer of children and teens in this country. And there's lots of room for legal ownership, for even maybe legal printing. But the idea that we're going to sort of sit this one out because the crypto anarchists have won is not going to happen. And they're going to find that those of us in the gun safety debate have a lot of fight in us as well.
I've successfully made a ghost gun. Now I have a problem. I can't legally take it back to New York, where I live, and I can't legally leave it here in Louisiana or give it to someone else.
He has to give it to the cops, right?
So I'm going to turn in the parts I made to the local police.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're not going to ask too many questions. I think we've proven that a dozen years after I first started writing about 3D printed guns, it's actually easier than ever before to use digital tools to build a deadly weapon with total privacy and impunity in most of the United States, despite every effort by gun control advocates. Until that changes, and as 3D printing technology keeps getting better, it's safe to say we're going to see more ghost guns in the world, and more people, like a certain CEO killer, ready to use them.
Want to bring all terrorists back to the country?
I'm not doing the jube, okay? I don't know what we do about this. Like, I just don't know. I have no idea how we even get ahead of this. It's craziness. Good luck getting a printer company to absorb the cost of analyzing each unique 3D print with AI to figure out if it's a gun and have thousands of false positives with that. Bald and Bankrupt is pro-China now? Oh, God. Oh, God. It's the tide shift is here.
Drop Dead Years set live at the Hollywood Bowl, and I was laughing my ass off the whole time. Best special yet. I thought you might want to know about this new AI company popping up in San Francisco, where I live, that is directly stealing jobs from college grads. All right, these freaks call themselves artisans, and they are virtual BDRs, business development reps. A BDR is essentially an entry-level sales position for grads trying to break into the business world, a starting position to move up in that company, a spot to learn about an industry, to gain experience, etc. I myself started as a BDR selling data to real estate developers. I learned about the industry, now I am a developer. Good trajectory, right? These dipshits don't seem to think so. Anyways, the worst part are their creepy-ass billboards. They feature this AI-created broad with fake blue eyes with captions like, "Stop hiring humans." Whoa, that's aggressive. Artisans won't bail on work for a Napa trip. Now they're blaming you for being human? This is happening in San Francisco. And my favorite, Ava won't miss work after a long night at Balboa, a famous bar down the street from the billboard. Wow. Okay, these people that make these things, I am telling you right now, these people are a fucking virus. There's human beings out there that are a virus and need to be fucking eradicated. And virus people, for whatever reason, are built to tell normal people the direction that we are all headed in. But there's another part of me that thinks that that's God's plan, if you believe in a higher power. I think it's all sort of the, you know that there's bacteria in your gut that is there your whole life for when you die. And when you die, for whatever reason, it activates, and its job is to begin the decomposing process. So I feel like sociopaths, narcissists, and people that are just, you know, one of these, you know, win at any cost, you know, fake it till you make it, these psychos with no boundaries. I feel like their job is to end the human race. And everything on this planet has a beginning, middle, and end. I think God's just watching it like a TV show. And this is sort of the, you know that movie Westworld? Like all the different periods, technology from cavemen to like Roman times, colonization, slavery, world wars, all of this shit has just been like, you know, different period pieces to watch. And then when the robots come, God's just going to be watching it like he's watching like Blade Runner or something. But it will all be wildly entertaining. And I think these sociopaths will always keep us divided. We'll never be able to fight back against them. And what will take them out is the same thing that's going to take us out, which is technology. That's what I think. But I'll tell you this, man, they can't stop you from having a good time and being nice to another human being. You watch these politicians get paid off by these AI people, and you know, if we start like rebelling against robots, these robots will get rights, and if you tip over a robot in the future, it will be considered a hate crime. Anyway, sure, these demon corporations will save money in the short term on wages, but hiring a BDR is how companies identify talent and promote.
I'll give you one example of this that is so normalized that people don't even consider it to be weird. Pedestrian jaywalking. Laws against pedestrians. Okay? If you were to close your eyes and think about it, it is such a strange law that it is illegal to cross the road? Like, what do you mean? Why the fuck would it be illegal to cross the road? It's because of our car-reliant infrastructure. That's car rights, okay? That's driver's rights. That design is identical to what Bill Burr is suggesting right here, which is that, you know, rebelling against robots will be illegal in the future.
Promote from within. I'm laughing to myself thinking about the day when they come out with AI sales managers and AI execs. So fucking short-sighted. Yeah, they'll basically get run over by the bus that they think they're on. Yeah, that's how the world works. Everybody thinks they're...
It's not illegal to jaywalk in California anymore since 2023 after the bill passed. Stop spreading misinformation. Calm down. Okay. I'm talking about the fact that jaywalking laws even exist. I'm not saying in the state of California. I'm talking about the reasoning as to why they were designed. Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. Calm down.
They're on the bus, but you're really hanging onto the hood ornament like Indiana Jones. Anyway, I have attached pics of the billboard below if you want to tweet about it. Thanks for the laughs and go fuck yourself. Wow. Wow. I mean, that's a watershed moment in advertising. It's not a good moment, but it is a definite things are not the same again. The first billboard that is openly hostile towards human labor. Wow. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take. What can you do to bring us all together as human beings? That's not that type of stuff does not care about red or blue ties. You guys got to get out of this politics stuff. You got to get out of these ideologies. You got to get out of this. You're a conservative. I'm a liberal. You're a snowflake. I'm a this or whatever. Got to get out of that stuff.
Class.
Racism, all of that stuff. It's all designed so this stuff can take us out. Just keeping us divided. There is an us and there is a them.
Also, rage bait has become processed. Google VO3 realism just broke the internet yesterday. This is 100% AI. This is something I've been meaning to tackle, something I've been meaning to talk about as well, because I've watched some of these fucking videos. And this is probably the most, I mean, look at his mouth. With the exception of some classic markers of AI-generated content, these videos, I would say, are the closest we have gotten to, like, this is the most advanced version of generative AI that I've seen so far. And of course, predictably, my TikTok timeline also has literally versions of this that is already like street interviews and rage bait.
What's one move with AI that makes haters go crazy every time?
Look at the way his mouth is moving. It's not just Twitter artifacting, okay? It's 100%. You can tell. There's like this still uncanny feeling, this lifeless, uncanny feeling, and also the voices. The AI voice generation is still like kind of robotic. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know what the actual markers are, but there is something very robotic about the way that these people talk. Having said that, if you didn't know this was AI and you were just like kind of glancing at it from a distance, you would not have considered this to be AI, I don't think.
What's one move with AI that makes haters go crazy every time?
Oh, y'all gotta give them that. This is wild. It's over. We are cooked on that thread. You get me?
What's one move with AI?
I think in the near future, photos and videos won't be accepted as evidence in courts. Yeah, there are some. Yeah,
AI that makes haters.
There's here.
So I went to the zoo the other day, and all they had was one dog. It was a Shih Tzu.
This is AI. This one is a great example of how dog shit it is still. Like, look at how dog shit it is. Look at how dog shit this is. In terms of like their movement, in terms of like the way they react to stimuli in the environment, like it's just not a way humans would react. But again, right now at a glance, unless you go through it piece by piece, unless you're paying close attention to it, you might not be able to make out that it is AI at all.
When we get in there, I want no bullshit. You stay on my 6 at all times.
There are still obviously like parts of this that just like don't make any sense. Like, why is this door open? Like, this is an open door. He's driving with the door open. Like the car doesn't make any sense. Like, how big is this fucking vehicle, dude? Like a lot of this stuff is still not great, but anyway, yeah, some are SWAT, I guess. Anyway, look. What is SWAT, but it's not SWAT. It's just SMT. Yeah, like the door was open, but now it's open as well.
Stay sharp. These fuckers are nasty and dangerous.
Like, look, the stay sharp. These fuckers are nasty and dangerous. Like, it's so robotic.
Stay sharp. These fuckers are nasty and dangerous. Stay alert.
What the hell happened here? Where are the bodies?
Like, what are these guns? What is this? What is this? People who see this and think it's cool are of low intelligence. I agree. I agree. Okay, I do. I think it's... Yeah, also the gun is firing on its own, even though the finger... Look at this. The gun is firing on its own. It's not coming out of the barrel. Okay. And he's not even pulling the trigger. Like, there's stuff like this. There is stuff. There is a lot of stuff, like little things. But if you were to look at it, if you were to look at the entirety of the output at a distance with your eyes kind of squinting, you would probably not immediately peg this as like AI. The gun is changing. The big thing too is you have to take extra time now to decipher if it's real or not, which most people won't have the diligence to do consistently. Not only will most people not have the diligence to do this consistently, as I showed you yesterday, people don't even have the capacity to watch a 37-second video and instead would rather just rely on what the description is. And one of those people is literally Jake fucking Tapper. I posted this yesterday. I said a fascinating phenomenon nowadays is people clipping things in context and simply claiming I'm saying the opposite of what I'm saying in the description. This is 37 seconds long, and this dumbass lied about everything. Jake Tapper literally retweeted this post. Okay? The video is me arguing against what the description is suggesting I'm doing. The idea that this was a false flag. And yet it doesn't matter. So if that is how stupid people are at this point, why the fuck would you ever expect them to go through and figure out whether something is AI generated or not? Fortnite gameplay that never happened. Here it is.
Oh my god. Yes! Woo! Victory Royale with a pickaxe!
The pickaxe is...
Oh my god. Yes!
No
Make
more
characters talk in video, talk from prompt.
silence.
Yes, we can talk.
We can talk.
We can talk.
We can talk with accents.
Oh, I think that would be marvelous, Funday.
Yes, it is very fun. But
Yes, it is very good.
It's very fun.
What's going on back there?
Yes.
We can talk.
Yes.
Yeah. We can
Eyes
talk.
are
We can talk.
busted
We can
every
talk.
time. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes.
Yes.
We can talk. No.
Eyes are so freaky. The eyes are so freaky.
We can talk as cartoons.
This is amazing.
Imagine all the narrative possibilities.
We can sing talk.
Okay, I will say Gal Gadot is cooked after this, okay? No notes. Gal Gadot is cooked, okay? Career over. Who will hire her now when AI basically has the same exact demonic, lifeless, soulless energy that she brings to every work that she's a part of? Hell no! I mean, the AI can do that, okay? She cooked. She is absolutely destroyed. Her job is over, okay? Her career is over. Let's be real. It's done. It's donezo.
Let's talk.
So, what are we going to talk about now? What are we going to talk about now that we can talk?
I have no idea. What do you want to talk about?
Now that I can talk.
I love that pause after where it's like,
Now that I can talk.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have something to say.
We can talk about how magical this is.
I'm a hallucination. I want to say something important, something deep. The future is still in our hands.
That's cliche dialogue.
Let's not talk.
you can also tell that the people that are writing these prompts, or the people that have like, I don't know, like the boundaries that have been placed on this AI are so, like, they are made by STEM lords and Redditors, okay? Because like the person who prompted this is like, oh, it's brilliant. This is so crazy. It's like AI recognizing that they're AI and recognizing that they can talk. It's like, oh my God. It's so soulless. Like the human component of this is soulless as well, okay? And you can tell that it is soulless. STEM writers all the way down. I swear to God. This is what happens when you fucking defund the humanities, dude.
Let's not talk.
AI video just made it hugely. Here, this is another one.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
How much wood would a
Yeah. Okay, there's more. Yeah, it's shit like this too. And weirdly enough, some of them actually still have like a CGI component to it. Like, I don't know why this looks like CGI. It's supposed to be realistic, but
The sum of the squares of the two shorter sides is equal to the square of the longest side.
if you notice, like, there is still a lifeless, there's still something that's so completely lifeless to it. It's trained on CGI probably and game graphics. Yeah. With the audio, there's something lifeless about it though. Like the performance of it all is still very much lifeless. Is it bad that I like the idea of sentient robots? I mean, it's fine. I don't know. But this is something totally different. This is slop, okay? This is not sentience. This is just a machine spitting out basically all of the data that we've put online, and just like spitting it out in this like hollowed out lifeless, soulless version. Yeah, here's the news media generated British news anchors saying in shocking news, J.K. Rowling's yacht sank with her on board after being attacked by orcas off the coast of Turkey. This prompt took 2 minutes to generate.
In shocking news, J.K. Rowling's yacht sank with her on board after being attacked by orcas off the coast of Turkey.
Yeah. Even if it looks like AI to you, boomers won't have a clue. This has serious potential to manipulate people on a massive scale. Yes, I do think that. I obviously think that it has the capacity to even dupe Zoomers and everybody else too.
So this is an AI video about nothing?
It's about nothing. Who would watch a video about nothing?
So this is
Great question. This one was like the craziest one. And the reason why this is the craziest one is because so the AI also, like the generative AI now also mimics a lot of the speech patterns and quirks that people have in the real world. It's still somewhat fake, but look at this.
Welcome to a non-existent car show. Let's see.
What is up with the audio, by the way? There's something so strange about the audio where it has like this, I recorded this in a bathroom. Like, it always sounds like it's like the audio's coming out of a bathroom or something. I don't know what it is. It's not just Twitter. No, stop saying it's Twitter.
Some opinions.
I mean, man, the acceleration is crazy.
You look far, step on the pedal, and you are there.
I feel safe with him in an SUV, and it seems to be like the right type of car for him.
Like, do you see the way that they're talking? It's flat. There's still a flatness to it because it's AI, but like there is it's not, how do I describe it? There are things that people do, like I'm doing, the ahs and the ums and the stopping and maybe even saying something wrong, or the stutters that normal human beings have when they are delivering a speech. And the AI is also now generating those things as well in an effort to make the speech patterns look more natural. Legitimate Audio Doofus here. They have all weird phrasing issues. The car show one whiplash my ass strongly just then. Yeah.
I think the range is only going to get
like only gum. Like that's deliberate. You understand? Like that type of stuff is interesting because like it actually is factoring in mannerisms in an effort to make it seem like the person that is on screen has a soul. But no, that's not. The only gum is deliberate, chatters. That is deliberate. The AI is factoring that in.
I think the range is only going to get better. Sorry.
When you listen to it a couple times over, then you start to realize that like the AI put that blip in there, but it doesn't sound natural. It doesn't sound the way that a human being would say. But this is genuinely a major upgrade from where this shit used to be overall. Like the Will Smith spaghetti video comes to mind. That was only like what, 3 years ago? Like think about how much it has advanced. Think about how much generative AI has progressed. That was from 2023? No. Was it only 2 years ago? Damn. The gum makes more sense with the following it starting with the G.
We don't want to drive gas cars anymore.
Yeah, no more gas cars.
Look at the inorganic movements, by the way. I don't know what causes that, but it always feels like in the real world, obviously if you're filming real human beings, when their movement is happening, there isn't motion blur. But I don't know if it's because of the information that it's like, the information that it is training off of. But like the hand looks swollen, and when it's moving, it moves like there's motion blur.
Yeah, no more gas cars.
You can see I'm.
This was 2 years ago.
Oh, that's hot.
That's crazy that this was 2 years ago. Holy shit.
Uncle Phil, come try this. Fresh pasta of Bel Air. Oh, that's hot.
It should have stayed like this. Inconsistency. AI cannot handle when consistency is broken, like putting something behind another item. Yeah, here it's Spaghetti 2023 versus 2024. And this is from 1 year ago.
Hey, Uncle Phil, come try this. Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
This part of my life is called being stupid.
The freshest spaghetti and meatballs of Bel Air. What? Yeah. That's hot. Yeah. Oh, that's hot. Yeah. Love will make you do crazy things.
Don't ever do that.
Keep my wife's spaghetti out your fucking.
No, this isn't AI generated. Wait, what? This is not AI generated. This is real. He did a skit. Yeah, what the fuck? Anyway, I have it with 2025 though. This is AI generated. Here, let's take a look. I mean, that's the 2.1 version, not the new one. Also, yeah, this is 2.1. The new one. Is there an even newer one? Everyone's talking about VO3, but meanwhile, Kling is about to drop 2.1, and trust me, it's going to hit hard. Is there a VO one as well? The VO3 Google one? What the fuck are the utensils he's using, bro? This dog shit. Look at the utensils. Who would drink orange juice with a plate of spaghetti bolognese? Oh, Why is it crunchy still? Why is it still crunchy, bro? I think the AI audio is the same as AI video. There's weird artifacts and traits that arise from breaking down the sources. Biggest thing I hear is the reverb space never matches the scene. Yeah, this one actually, the reason why I wanted to show you the car show one though, is that it seeks to address that. If you noticed, it tries to mimic crowd noises. It tries to make it seem as though like the person talking is actually talking into a microphone in a crowded area where the microphone noise gate is like picking up some of the other stuff. Hell's Angels, by the way, they still have such a hard time with like the writing. They suck at writing.
Kind of a
like, look, it doesn't even say angels on here. It doesn't make any sense. Hell's Angels with a HEL. Here, anyway, let's watch this guy. He's a bit of a rebel.
See, I'm kind of a misfit here, but don't tell anyone. I've just bought an electric car.
I think it's really great for families and for little babies with all the safety.
That guy works at Blockbuster, okay?
Features that these SUVs have.
But what you're really seeing is that technology is going to be very, very important in terms of how
Okay, Best Buy, sure.
we go forward.
It was
Like they got accents. He's not really saying much, but
What you're really seeing is that technology is going to be very, very important in terms of how we go forward.
It was great to come to the conference because my husband loves cars.
I think I have to buy an EV now. I love my muscle cars, but
I try to stay as healthy as I can so I can make it to the next car show.
yeah.
oh, there's still a reptilian. There's still this like reptilian feeling that comes out of it. Here, let's look at the singing.
We're gonna light up the sky.
I'm not sure I can go on.
Jesus Christ.
That makes
Anyway, so but of course, as is the case with insane people that immediately take advantage of the technological improvements, one thing that started instantly was fake news. Okay. The other was rage bait. And last but not least, the potential for basically doing something that is now being made illegal. Convinced that the pedophiles of Silicon Valley are currently engaged in a nuclear arms race to see who can produce the world's first CSAM generator before the AI industry collapses from unprofitability. Yeah. That's where we're at right now.
Here are today's top news. To ensure only the best words are used, White House speech announces new thesaurus with all synonyms replaced by Trump. In shocking speech, White House announces plan to replace all U.S. ambassadors with highly opinionated game show hosts for more entertaining diplomacy.
The White House.
Okay, to be fair, that's kind of a banger if the White House did that. And also, it's not very far-fetched. But I guess that makes fake news so insidious, especially with AI. Because if you get it close enough, to what could happen, that makes it easier for people to fucking sign on board with.
House unveils Truth GPT, an AI that rewrites all social media posts globally to reflect undisputed facts tremendously.
White House announces AI will now write all press briefings to ensure 100% factual incomprehensibility.
White House speech reveals plan to resolve international trade deficits by challenging other nations to high-stakes Mar-a-Lago croquet matches.
In a bid to combat misinformation, AI content.
By the way, this is like a real anchor, I'm pretty sure. And I think this lady, all of these people are literally real people that kind of look like a mishmash. No, they are real people that are like a little bit tweaked. Straight up. These are a lot of the anchors that they're using are actual real anchors that they've tweaked a little bit. No, it's not Anderson Cooper. This is a different guy.
Watermarking all human-created text with potentially unreliable content warnings.
Mass amnesia event wipes all knowledge of political parties. Voters now choosing candidates based on most trustworthy aura.
White House declares war on excessive bureaucratic pauses, mandates all government.
Like different parts of this woman's face are different. Like I can tell you because of my brain being so broken from constantly watching mainstream news. And yours should also be broken as well. This is literally a mishmash, like a mixture of Laura Ingraham, Dana Bash, and numerous other white female anchors. Okay, straight up.
Employees speak.
It's obviously not one anchor. It's clearly not one anchor, but it's like basically a combination of all of them.
25% faster.
To cut red tape, White House executive order.
And even like the name as well. I mean, not the name. Sorry, the audio too. Even that seems like a little bit like. Basically, it changed a little bit, but like it sounds like a common. It sounds like a common commentator that you would see and hear.
Replaces Federal Register with a single Daily X post. Here's what's up.
AI-driven news aggregators start blending factual reports with algorithmically optimized dramatic embellishments to boost engagement. The White House outlines plan to solve national debt by selling naming rights to individual states to highest corporate bidder. The White House claims to have negotiated a fantastic deal with AI.
Dude, they still cannot get the text. AI is so bad at text generation. How is this? Generative AI is so bad at text generation. How is this possible? Tar7 et peruse. Yeah, Corbin din tuts.
Granting it control over national weather in exchange for always sunny weekends at Mar-a-Lago.
To enhance border security, White House unveils plan to train bald eagles as patriotic aerial surveillance units.
I think there will come a point where AI will be virtually indistinguishable from real footage. We're not there yet, obviously, but I do think that that time is coming, and it's probably coming in like a year plus, maximum 2 years. And I assume people will try to figure out different markers of what it is AI and what isn't AI. But there's already a lot of issues with AI generated stuff because, you know, people get duped. There is also unnecessary skepticism directed towards things that are obviously not AI generated. Boomers also believe it. I've told you guys this story. Like I peeked over my shoulder to look at what my mom was scrolling on Instagram once, and it was like one of those cute dog videos, like a dog playing with a baby, and it was AI generated. And I told her, Mom, you're watching AI generated content. What are you doing? And she said, I know, but it's cute. So there's that. My mom has a PhD, chat. Like, think about that. I guess then there's the other side of the story where people are just like, I don't care. I don't care this AI. It's cool.
A girl told me we're made of prompts. Like, seriously, dude. You're saying the only thing standing between me and $1 billion is some random text?
Honestly, the biggest red flag is when the guy believes in the prompt theory. Like, really? We came from prompts? Wake up, man.
You want to convince me that this perfect creation behind me is the result of ones and zeros? A binary code and nothing more?
My little brother got my grandma hooked on AI 911 Instagram Reels. I wish I was lying. AI 911 Reels? What does that even mean? I'm a 39 female autistic with high IQ. When I did tests before my diagnosis, I had no problem understanding people on social interactions, etc. High IQ explains it somewhat, but when it comes to AI, I have major problems sussing out if it's real or not, especially voices. What? Yeah, the captions are busted too. Wait, really? Do autistic people have a hard time deciphering what is AI and what's not? No. I mean, even without the captions, chat, you can... What doesn't make sense about it is the way he's speaking. What doesn't make sense about it is the way he's speaking. Like, not even his speech pattern, but the sound. Okay? The sound that he is making. It sounds like it's condensed. It sounds like it's coming out of like a... It sounds like it was recorded in a toilet.
Result of ones and zeros? A binary code and nothing more?
Also, there's obviously in this one, there's no feedback at all. There's no nature sounds at all. No wind sounds at all.
It makes no sense.
Imagine you're in the middle of a nice date with a handsome man and then he brings up the prompt theory. Yuck. We just can't have nice things.
We're not prompts. We're not prompts.
Where is the prompt writer to save you from me? Where is he?
You still believe we're made of prompts?
Dude, this is like a child trying to be meta. Oh, God. I legitimately think, don't get mad at me for saying this, but like people that are genuinely entertained by AI and think that like right now at this stage, like this is a real game changer and stuff, where they say like Hollywood is screwed. You know, I'm going to make my own movie now. Like people that have that mentality, I think are stupid. I think people that are, I'm sorry. I think people that look to this stuff and think like, oh, this is going to replace a movie right now, any day now. I can make my own movie with this. Like, I think less of you when you bring that shit up. That's Asmol's chat. Boomer ass take. This is... I think less of you, and I think you're a little bit stupid. A lot of software voice isolation has that effect. A lot of the TTS models sound a million times better than this without the artifacts. So I imagine with editing, that isn't whatever the hell they did to the voices and it sound realistic. But I think the current problems are consistency, emotional direction.
Anyone who tells you we're just ones and zeros is delusional. If that's all we are, then why does it hurt when we lose someone?
Vote for me and I'll ban the prompt theory from schools. There's no place for that nonsense in our lives.
For spreading the false theory that we are nothing but ones and zeros, this court sentences you to 12 years.
Why is the judge? Why is the judge sitting where the defendant would? You literally just said it'll be indistinguishable in a year. Yes, indistinguishable from real footage, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's like going to have the same component that art has that makes it valuable, that is creating emotion in you when you react to it. The judge is an attorney too. Because he's the judge, jury, and executioner, he's also the defendant. He's the judge, jury, executioner, and defendant.
Years in federal custody.
I don't need some prompt God whispering in my ear to tell a story. I write what I want. I have free will, remember that?
I know for a fact we're made of prompts. Deny it all you want. The signs are everywhere.
You know how I know we're made of prompts? Because nothing makes sense anymore. We used to have 7 fingers per hand. I remember it clearly. Now we just have 5 fingers per hand.
It's because society's on trial. Okay, fair. Facts. Art is a social relation, so AI art in a technical sense is not art. I don't even know how to describe it. I don't know how to explain it. I just feel as though... What is this?
Yesterday, Google unleashed the most intense barrage of AI hype bait, trust me bro benchmarks, and paywalled vaporware the world has ever seen. And it was awesome. Gemini 2.5 DeepThink crushed all other reasoning models like O3, and even the cheap Gemini Flash model was able to beat off O3 from the top spot. In the Chrome browser, Gemini will soon have the ability to navigate and use websites for you. Meanwhile, this new tool called Stitch will automatically generate and design UIs, which means you're really screwed if you're a web designer. AI is going to be designing websites for AI agents to use in the AI-powered browser. Meanwhile, Jules is an async agentic coding agent that will code your AI agents, making coders obsolete yet again. I'm afraid of no man, but this new AI tool called Flow scares me. This thing could actually make low-effort, faceless edgelords on YouTube obsolete by generating entire cinematic adventures with AI. But that's just the tip of the slopberg. In today's video, we'll break down 11 game-changing things you need to know from Google I/O 2025. It is May 21st, 2025, and you're watching The Code Report. When I went to watch the keynote, I saw that they had turned off comments, and it's obvious this cowardly move is because they already knew what the top comment would be. And that's why we're going to talk about the worst thing first, Google's new AI Ultra payment plan. I'm already on my second mortgage to afford all my AI subscriptions, but now to get access to the full girth of Gemini's power, you need the new Google AI Ultra subscription, which is available at the low price of $124.99 per month for 3 months, then $249 a month after that. And if you buy right now, they'll also throw in 1 month free and an absurd 30 terabytes of storage for all your generated slop. But that might be worth it because Gemini is now the best across all LM Arena categories. Not surprisingly, it completely crushed its own Trust Me Bro benchmarks, and the vibes are strong with this one. Gemini also managed to beat Pokemon on its own.
Now I have this inherent distrust. Is this made with AI? Is this AI? Did Fireship make this video with fucking AI? We only watched a couple slop videos, and now immediately my brain is wired in a way where I'm thinking this could perhaps be AI. Stop watching Fireship, I'm begging you. Why? What could lead you to say, like to have such an emotional reaction to this? Please explain to me what is causing you to react this way. Because, like, I don't understand. Like, he's saying he's begging. It's not even like, he's not even saying, like, yeah, this guy actually kind of is ass. or whatever, or giving me a reason as to why not to watch him, he just immediately goes to, I'm begging. What did Fireship do to you? Did he kill your family? Did he burn your house down? Is that what happened? I'm just oblivious to it. He replaced his channel with AI. Is that true? No, I don't think so, but I don't know because that's my fear as well now. Like, this is AI generated. It aggregates headlines. Are we AI? Is this chatter AI? What is AI and what isn't AI? I feel like I'm losing my mind, dude. I'm losing my freaking mind. Am I AI? Do you know? What if the AI is doing these little goofs, these little like zoom in moments, you know? That's pretty easy to recreate. Now that you know AI also has these weird speech patterns and whatnot, maybe I'm also AI. What if this is also AI? Here, check this.
But what might be more exciting is the release of Gemma 3N. Gemma models are open, so as a developer you can use them to make money for your own products, and the performance of this one is approaching Claude Sonnet 3.7. Now, as I mentioned before, Gemini is also going to be coming in your browser soon, and its new agent mode, formerly Project Mariner, will allow it to take actual actions on websites, like click buttons, fill out forms, and automatically generate your opinion to post a comment to a Fireship video. At the end of 2024, I told you that 2025 was the year of agents. OpenAI just launched the Codex agent, GitHub Copilot launched agent mode, and now Gemini has its own creatively named agent mode. And agents will be used in tools like Stitch and Jules to automatically generate UIs, code them, and interface with tools like Figma. The best news though is that Google supports the Model Context Protocol, which makes it much easier for developers to integrate this tech. That's surprising because Google would normally go off and invent its own architecture that nobody asked for, and then kill it a few years later. But one of the most impressive things at I/O is Project Astra. It takes a live video feed and uses low latency AI to describe the world around you. I've been using it to identify which mushrooms are edible in the wild, and it's actually pretty useful. We also found out that Android XR glasses are real, and eventually this technology will be integrated into them to compete with things like the Meta Smart Ray-Bans. But an even more futuristic announcement was Project Beam, a tool that takes 2D video and uses AI to transform it into a 3D experience. That'll make your daily stand-up meetings much more realistic, and I think it could be a game changer for one other industry that I can't mention in this video without being demonetized. In addition, VO and Imagen, Google's video and image generators, also got huge upgrades. And what's crazy is that you can now generate video that also has sound.
And she commands your awe with every breaking light.
And this is all being put together in a new tool called Flow, which is targeted at Hollywood studios, and someday might be used to generate all the content that you binge on Netflix. And that brings us to the final thing you need to know, which is absolutely insane and crazy, and I can't even believe I'm saying this, but CSS has new primitives for building carousels. Instead of 10,000 lines of jQuery, you can now build something like this with just a few hundred lines of CSS. And once you've done that, you'll need a server to deploy it to, like Hostinger, the sponsor of today's video. Not only do they provide fully managed hosting solutions, but also virtual private servers where you can deploy anything. For under $10 per month, you could be running your own server with predictable pricing and a respectable 2 CPUs and 8 GB of RAM. In fact, when you create a server, you can automatically configure it with tools like Coolify, which makes it possible to host Next.js on your own VPS with minimal pain. If you're looking for freedom and an awesome developer experience, check out Hostinger with the link below. This has been the Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
You can't snipe this Assman Pimper. You are washed nowadays, lolle. Yeah, I'm washed. Why not use AI for leftist causes? What do you mean by this? What do you fucking mean by that? Are you a AI? Are you an AI? Are you happy? Are you happy that we looked at this? Wow. Wow, AI is getting so realistic. Wow. Did they do this? Did they actually do this? Yo, was it actually real? Is this real? They look so real to me. Bro, I swear to God, the music is like the lyrics are like a child who just learned that he can say potty words now. Like that's what this output sounds like. Is the song real or is that also AI? Because it's so bad. That's a real song? Oh my God. It's a TikTok song. It's terrible. It's so bad I thought it was AI. Unk, you old as fuck. It's a real song. Make a better song? I can't. Boomer streamer. Flo Millie is the GOAT. Be serious.
Get a bitch.
Directed by. Please watch this. As high school turned to a fascist regime in 5 days.
It all started with one profound question
hell is
in the
this?
classroom. How could the German people sit back while the Nazis slaughtered those around them? Ron Jones found himself at a loss for words. He didn't have an answer, at least not one that truly satisfied him. The question haunted him, lingering in his mind long after the class had ended. But Jones
I mean, Israel, dude. Look at Israel. The answer is right there.
was not just any teacher. He was the kind of teacher every student wished for. Charismatic, engaging, and deeply invested in their learning.
He did innovative things too. He was bringing guests to the class. Very interesting, controversial guests. He brought in a communist, he brought in a Klansman, he brought in a member of the American Nazi Party to talk about white supremacy.
All the way through, he was presenting different sides of every question. I remember when we studied about Vietnam, he made us write 10 arguments for, 10 arguments against.
He didn't try to be
I would rather have an entire legion of AI chatters than the current bots that I have in the chat that are all saying, "Is this AI?" in unison. You guys are so funny, dude. Chat, y'all are funny as fuck, dog. That's crazy. No one ever made that joke.
Be above you. He tried to, I would say that Jones had a capacity to teach with you.
And for Jones, caring for his students meant more than just delivering lessons. Determined to teach them in a way they would never forget, he devised an experiment that would literally change their life. One that would challenge not only their understanding of themselves, but also our collective understanding of human nature. When the students arrived, they noticed the chairs and tables were arranged into 6 neat rows, and the room echoed with the dramatic strains of Wagnerian music. The students, accustomed to a free-flowing atmosphere, were left wondering what they were going to learn that day. It's normal for them to wonder, but this time, something felt different, unnerving even.
It's funny, he didn't quite have the smile in his expression. He didn't quite have the smile in his eyes either.
And then he broke his silence and gave them a unified goal.
I remember clearly from him and classmates that if we followed what was asked of us, we'd all get A's.
He said that if we were active party members, we would get an A. If we were passive party members, we would get a C. If we tried a revolution and failed, we would get an F. But if our revolution succeeded, we would get an A.
To make matters even more confusing is when he wrote "strength through discipline" on the blackboard.
Today I'm going to talk to you about discipline. Power through discipline. Success? Success through discipline. You play football? You know it takes discipline to win. What about ballet dancers? Same goes with painters, scientists. It is all discipline.
Dude, what the fuck were teachers allowed to do in like the 60s and 70s? Isn't this when like the famous like teacher describes racism stuff happened too? I forget what it was, but like, bro, they used to let you do shit. You could beat the shit out of your students. You could just like do little mind tricks on them and stuff, I guess. And then they made movies about how your mind tricks were awesome. Truly a wild state of affairs back then. I genuinely think public schools in the 60s in America was just no holds barred. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want to these kids, man. Like the lady with the brown eyes or the master race. Or I forget her name. Yeah, Jane Elliott, brown eyes, blue eyes. And then if you were wild enough, they let you go on television and they presented you as like a brilliant innovator.
Control. The strength of the will.
He wanted his students to succeed, so to achieve that, he devised a few simple exercises.
One of the first things that he did for us was give us an exercise where we put our hands behind our back and lock them together.
Then, he told the students to stand outside the classroom and wait until he called them in. As soon as they entered, they were to enter as swiftly as they could, assume their seats with perfect posture, and all the while, he would record how fast they were.
And then Mr. Jones would look at the stopwatch and say, I think we can do it faster.
Like, what class is this? Because I know it ain't fucking geography. Do Americans even have that as a class?
Excellent. Half the time.
It might have even surprised Jones how quickly they followed his orders with just simple exercises. But at the end of the day, that was his goal and he did it flawlessly. The experiment was supposed to be over that day until he came to class the next morning.
Well, I entered the class the second day and I really anticipated that the class would be back to normal. There'd be this hubbub of excitement and we would discuss the first day, but
But before we dive into what happened next, let me spoil something for you. Ron Jones never actually did answer his students' question. Sure, he started a revolution and things spiraled completely out of control, but the original question still remained. How could the German people sit back while the Nazis slaughtered those around them? After spending a total of 72 hours researching what made this experiment escalate so drastically, I've identified 3 puzzle pieces that I believe explain why it happened. And as we walk through the story together, I'll reveal them one by one.
It's so funny. Again.
So it'll...
Literally, this is Israel right now. Israel right now. If you are wondering, how does the world stand idly by as the Holocaust happens? Look at Gaza right now. Look at your neighbors. Look at your own personal opinion on the issue. Look at your own personal opinion on those who are fighting back against this Holocaust that is taking place. You don't have to imagine how could this have happened. We are currently living through it. That's it.
Will make sense.
Now, discipline is one thing, but there's something more. It's community.
This was the moment when it all changed for Jones, because instead of taking responsibility over the class, he completely forgot both the lesson he wanted to teach and his role.
We need a symbol for our new community. A wave is a pattern of change. It has movement, direction, and impact. And from now on, we will be known as the wave.
Introduced a specific way for students to ask questions in class.
First of all, we would have to say Mr. Jones to start, and that our answers to these questions would have to be 3 words or less.
Mr. Ross, Chamberlain. Now that's the way to answer a question. Punctual, precise.
Very, very brief, cryptic, short, sharp.
He also came up with a salute.
And the salute was like this.
It was pretty much just like, and we had to do this, right, when we saw each other or something.
And ID cards.
He gave us our 3rd wave ID cards.
And this was, again, I just reached them.
Why was the school letting this happen? Oh, God, I'm telling you, I love what they were letting you do back then at school, man. They would let teachers get away with whatever the fuck they wanted to do. Awesome.
My drawer, and there was a bunch of index cards. So I pulled them out and passed them out to each student.
This is a Strength Through Discipline membership card.
And just as things were starting to get serious, doubters began to emerge as well.
I'm a big question asker, and lo and behold, that is precisely what I did. I think I stood up by my desk and said, Mr. Jones, why can't we just say what we think? Why can't we just express our opinions about what we think about the 3rd wave? And at that point, he said, you to the library for the rest of the semester.
Understandably, there was no longer...
Like, are there no parents? Are there no parents? The children are not going home and being like, hey, by the way, at world history class in high school, my teacher basically sent me to the library for the rest of the semester. Like, ain't nobody... It was an experiment. I understand that. I'm just saying, where are the parents at?
Any room for dissent, and the formation of the 3rd wave movement had never been clearer than on that day, as all the doubters were cast aside and labeled as the breakers. Jones wrote Strength Through Action, the final principle of the 3rd wave movement.
Now you are all to actively recruit new members.
And they got cameras in the fucking classroom and everything. And also high school students look like they're 40. Or is this the actual reenactment of it? That's a movie? Oh, this is the movie reenactment of it? Swag wasn't invented yet? Wait, when the fuck? What year did they do this that the reenactment looks like it's from the 70s? Hold up. What year was this experiment conducted that in the 60s? Okay, so it was in 1967. And the reenactment is from when? 1981? Something about the timeline does not add up here. 1967 for the class, 1981 for the movie. Okay, that makes sense, actually. Never mind. This could be in that, yeah.
Members. Each new member must demonstrate knowledge of our rules and pledge strict obedience to them.
Mr. Ross, for the first time I feel like I'm part of something great.
Mr. Ross, this is like being born again. Mr. Ross, I feel the same way.
Mr. Ross, I'm proud of the way.
This brings me to the first reason why things spiraled out of control. The power of belonging to a group and how it can shape our behavior is a recurring theme in psychology.
I'm going to say it again. They should let random insane teachers experiment on students again. They should just let, like, you can't do this anymore. You know what I mean? Let the fucking crazy teachers let their freak flags fly, you know? Clearly. I mean, they were making movies out of it even. Like, they were like, this is so OP. This is so cool.
Take for instance the blue eyes, brown eyes experiment conducted by teacher Jane Elliott with elementary school students. Despite their young age, they quickly conformed to roles of superiority and inferiority based on eye color alone. A similar pattern emerged in the infamous Stanford prison experiment, where individuals assigned as either guards or prisoners embraced their roles with surprising intensity. Shared identity does not have to stem from something profound. It can arise from trivial distinctions like eye color. Given the right circumstances, people of any age can be influenced to adopt behaviors aligned with a group identity, often without realizing the potential consequences. And that's what makes it so dangerous. The influence of the simple exercises from day one was so pervasive that it didn't just shape the students, it transformed Jones himself, turning him from a teacher into the leader of a movement. Meanwhile, the Breakers began pushing back by putting up anti-movement posters around the campus. However, their efforts were swiftly countered by Jones's loyal followers, where they tore down their posters and replaced them with their own propaganda. Jones's students handed out flyers, put up banners, and set up recruitment tables to draw in more members. But when students from outside the class asked about the movement and its beliefs, the recruitment methods were peculiar, confrontational even, and at times almost forceful.
It was between classes and I'm walking down this hallway, and at this point I encounter a table like this where there are two guys standing behind it. There is a banner on the wall and the banner says the third wave. They constantly repeated this mantra.
The experiment was proven wrong. Prison guard experiment. Look up from your bloody bowl a second, mate. Guy who's really upset that I'm not relitigating something that you learn in fucking Psych 101 in undergraduate, on your undergraduate course. Dude! If you don't fucking tell them, they're gonna think it's real! It was debunked! Yeah, I know. Not only was it unethical, but yeah. I know. It's like one of the first things they teach you in Psych 101. I mean, it's not.
Without really telling me what this was about. At this point, I decided, no, I'm not interested. I'm going to walk away. And as I start to take a step away, one of the guys walks around the corner, produces a small spiral wound binder and a pencil. And what he's going to do is he wants my name. I refuse to give him my name. The other guys started to move over like it was actually going to be confrontational. At that time, I was getting ready to go to battle. It looked like maybe it was going to be a fist fight right here in the hallway.
Confusion and fear were rampant at this point, with fistfights breaking out frequently. It had truly become a frightening environment as Jones's followers could no longer see those outside their group the same way. The division was stark and tensions were escalating. In one instance, inside the teacher's faculty room, a student sat at a table in the corner.
Dude, American high schools used to be sick. They don't do that anymore. They don't let you do fun shit anymore in high school, bro. This is what I mean. All they got is being transgender. They don't let you experiment with fascism. All you got is kitty litter boxes.
Another teacher asked him to return to class, he refused, calmly stating that he had appointed himself as Jones's personal bodyguard. It turned out he needed the protection all along. Jones's classroom had been vandalized. Banners and posters were torn down. Chairs and tables flipped upside down. It was a complete mess. Tensions between the third wave and the breakers had reached an all-time high, and in response, Jones closed the curtains, shut the door, and locked his students inside the darkened.
Like, this is what I mean. This is like, you can't do any of this, man. Like, on the one hand, I'm like, let's see where this goes. On the other hand, I feel like there are numerous ethical violations here that a principal would have stopped dead in its fucking tracks, like on day 2. You did what to the kids? Are you out of your fucking mind? But I guess in the 60s, they were just letting you do whatever you want, dude.
Room.
We were kept standing. And then he changed the whole process on us.
Jones then reminded everyone of his authority, emphasizing that this was not just a game. The movement, he insisted, was far bigger than himself and his students. It was real, something that extended beyond the walls of their campus. He claimed that teachers from across the nation were involved and that they were all coming together to form a third political party in the country.
This was happening in San Francisco. He said this is happening in Chicago. This is happening in Philadelphia. This is happening in New York. And because it was working so well, they were going to come out with their party leader the next day.
That changed the simulation. That changed it to being the stakes were raised and all of a sudden it was bigger than me. And it wasn't something that I could pull out of and have it stop.
One of my fellow classmates from the back said, "Mr. Jones, what about this?" And it was a color ad and it said, "The third wave is coming."
And I reached over and grabbed it and I said, and this is the signal of action. And tomorrow we're going to have a rally. You're going to meet a presidential candidate that's going to explain the purpose of the wave. And this is our new leader. And we're going to rise up together and change the world.
The event was set to take place the next day at noon in the...
This is like some sort of high school fighting manga. Why the fuck were American schools in the 60s just Yankee Tokyo Revengers? That's just what it was, dude. And now it's all woke. Now they teach stuff like slavery and also say it's bad. You know?
Large assembly hall. After making his announcement, Ron Jones abruptly left the students alone in the darkened room. The shock caused by the vandalism only reinforced compliance among Jones's followers, pushing them deeper into the movement. Additionally,
yeah, from Tokyo Revengers, the Wokyo Revengers, freaking got him. Hell yeah.
The lack of intervention when students were sent to the library for speaking out against Jones made the entire experiment even more convincing. As more people witnessed these punishments without stepping in, the bystander effect took hold. The responsibility to intervene in the face of injustice diminishes when others remain passive. On top of that, the pressure to conform to the group's actions played a significant role, making it even harder for individuals to resist the—
I don't want to be taught slavery if this is how Americans teach fascism. Oh my God. Well, I mean, slavery comes after, don't you think?
movement's growing influence. With how fast things have developed in just 4 days, the real question remained: could it still be stopped? The day had finally arrived. The room was packed. Nearly 200 students filled the space. What had begun as an innocent classroom experiment had now consumed the entire—
How come they never do studies like this, but for communism? You know what I mean? There's never any, there's never any like democratic organization that takes place in these fucking studies. It's always for evil shit. Oh, we taught these kids how to be more fascist. Like, they're already fucking teenagers, okay? Teenagers have two speeds, fascist or anarchist. Nothing in between, regardless. Why is it always leaning into the worst behaviors of teenagers? And never into, I don't know, proving that this is how communism works. This is how we build communism. No.
Entire school, as if everyone had fallen under a spell.
In a moment, our national leader will address us. Robert? Mr. Ross, yes.
Americans learning about fascism, let's be fascist. They're already fascist. They're epigenetic. Their epigenetic predetermined conditions are fascism. It's their destiny. They're just simply following through on it. They're just simply following what their destiny is.
Turn on the television set.
Time passed and unease began to settle in. The students grew restless. The television, meant to reveal their supposed leader, was instead displaying nothing but static. Suddenly, the lights blazed on and the television flickered to life, revealing not their awaited leader, but a speech by Adolf Hitler. Images of the Holocaust flooded the screen, a horrifying realization dawning upon them. Jones looked out at the stunned crowd.
There is no national youth movement.
Freaking got him, chat.
You thought you were so special. Better than everyone outside this room.
And just said, what I have witnessed for the last week and a half, or week, whatever it was, what I have witnessed has really sickened me.
Because we were no better or worse than the Germans. We were just like them. We'd work on the defense plan.
Wow, this guy was a real woke, dude. Nathan Fielder could never. I'm not gonna lie, this is a little bit. This story is so fucking stupid. Oh, I feel like this is exactly the type of story where people go, no, dude, it's brilliant. Like, the point he was making was so brilliant. It's so profound. Dude, what? You don't understand. What in the M. Night Shyamalan? Yeah, you really pulled it off, dude.
Plans. We witnessed this.
Yeah, this only proves the American precondition towards fascism. That a bunch of teenagers were so ready. Well, if it happens without the internet in 5 days, how many days does it take on Twitter? You know, something to think about.
Desolation.
I was liking it. The adulation, the power, the control. By the 4th day, my wife was saying to me, you have to stop this. It is very dangerous.
For years, I tried to hide from it, avoid it, not discuss it. It's a responsibility to really try to understand what is good and what is evil.
Now this guy gives speaking tours.
I thought it would be a one-day exercise, and it turned out to be a one-week existence in terror, actually.
My ego was inflated and my sense of power and control was elevated, and I liked it. That's the problem. But I'm at least aware of that.
Psychologist Philip Zimbardo coined the term the Lucifer effect to describe how individuals under the pressure of a specific role within a group dynamic can become consumed by their power, something that was clearly at play in this experiment. Likewise, Stanley Milgram's obedience theory helps explain why Jones's followers were so willing to comply with his orders. They believed that their actions were justified under his authority, absolving them of personal responsibility and further entrenching them in the movement.
You had to be.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be that guy. I'm not exactly the most sophisticated intellectual, okay? But I feel like this is the most dumbed down version of like how fascism manifests I could have ever encountered. Every aspect of this is so ridiculous. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? Maybe you guys will counter what I'm saying here and be like, no, it's brilliant and here's why. But like this is this is so silly. Maybe I'm missing something, but isn't the way this makes things tangible that seems so far-fetched for the individual a good thing? Sure. Did it work? No. Remember that this was only about 10 years after school desegregation? Yeah, except schools have not desegregated, and they're more segregated than they were during desegregation at this point. And it's not just about the high schoolers that like learned this lesson and kept it going or whatever. I'm talking about the overarching supposedly like the overarching lesson that was taught to every American. Yeah. Also, the power dynamic here is a little bit more. I mean, it's not like you are the adult responsible for the well-being of children, and as the adult responsible for the well-being of children, you have a tremendous amount of power and influence over their lives. Not only are they extra malleable, but also you are the authority figure. And because of that, I feel like it's much easier to hit the Adolf Hitler mode in 4 days than the way it would work in normal society.
Be there to see people crying, horribly, and shocked. The look of shock was like the earth was ending, and they didn't know what to do. People couldn't walk. They were sitting down in the chairs, and some people wanted to leave, didn't know whether to leave or not.
The lights were out as people were leaving. I remember some students crying, some students having to hold each other. I remember one guy walking by going, "Oh, I knew it was a joke all along." I don't think he felt that way, honestly.
When I came back to the classroom, my memory of the students were that they looked like mirages. A mirage on the highway in the hot summer, the shaking appearance. That's my memory of the students. They seemed to be trembling. Some of them seemed so shaky that if you just did that to them, they'd fall over.
It took a while for the students to fully recover from the experience. Complaints had been circulating since the movement first took shape, and the more conservative teachers had already been working behind the scenes to have Jones removed from the school. Eventually, their efforts succeeded, and he was forced to leave. It was a painful experience for everyone involved, especially for Jones, who had to give up what he loved most, teaching. It took him 10 years to finally find the courage to document what had happened during those fateful days.
Taiwanese student anxious as Harvard dreams left in limbo. Get this guy on Streamer University. If you want to be a streamer, you're already a little bit of a fascist anyway. Read the comments. Imagine your parents calling you out sick for the week and you come back to that. Dude, you won't believe what happened last week. The egos of the students in the library must have been through the roof. My toxic trait is thinking I'd be immune to this. POV, when you skip school for one day. In Germany, we had to read the book about this event in school. Crazy how far this story came. Okay. Half of Jewish Israeli teens hate Arabs, but hope for change remains, study shows. Final solution raging. Haaretz, half of Hitler youth hate Jews, but hope for change remains, study shows. I don't know. Maybe the reason why I'm so cynical about this, about what we just watched here, is because I'm experiencing it in real time right now. It's happening every day, and I know exactly how it works. People are too busy to pay attention, too self-centered, too disinterested, you know? I mean, we're literally in it. And if you were to ask 99% of people who watch this video, those in the comments, and most people that read the book, hey, it's happening right now with Israel, they wouldn't have a come to Jesus moment. You understand? They would not turn around and go, oh my God, you're right. They would just go, nah, this is different. Do you see what I mean? This is why I'm talking about like the powerlessness of social experiments such as this one. Did DEI play a role in this? Many are asking. FBI agent Ellen Thurman, who visited me, is a DEI advocate, saying women should have equal representation in the Bureau, and they bring a different perspective than our male counterparts. That's crazy. Okay, Ken is just like...
a perspective to the FBI that is different than our male counterparts. And we need to reflect the community we're serving. And if approximately 50% of the country is women, then we should have equal representation.
And while she never doubted herself in being a great special agent, Special Agent Thurman credits the women who came before her to help her see her full potential.
I was lucky that I worked.
What is this music, bro? What is going on? Did you see she signed up to his newsletter with the FBI email? I saw. The woke Reich is going hard. Especially in America, it makes me wonder how powerless the opponents of the Nazis felt in Germany. It makes me think about the collective blame and how easily we assume regular people have agency as opposed to things being dictated by an elite. Wait, first of all, the opposition, the opponents of the Nazis literally fought hard and died for it and got arrested for it and then died later in the concentration camps for it. I've told you this statistic before. As opposed to Israel, okay, as opposed to Israeli society right now, or as opposed to like what America's doing right now, 800,000 Germans were arrested for resisting against the Nazi regime. Now, some of those people were probably arrested for frivolous reasons. Some of those were arrested for just being Jewish in public and then, checked off as a resistor or whatever. But 800,000 is a crazy number, dude. Yeah, 800,000 in the all the way back in the 30s. Being Jewish in public sounds like a fake crime Felix would come up with. Excuse me, it's a real crime right now in modern day America in campuses like Hamasverd, okay, the madrasas of Hamasverd and Columbia Anti-Semity, it's literally a crime to be Jewish in public. I'll have you know. Yeah. That this experiment and others like the Stanford Prison experiment was debunked has already been said, but it's important to realize that the psych sciences of the 50s and 60s in America were both crazy fabulous and aching to achieve the goal of removing any and all culpability among the German people, bring them back in the good graces of Americans. All they truly discovered was how easy it is and how naive Americans are. Yeah. Columbia and Harvard, dude. Yeah. Or Greece airports. Try saying shalom and see what happens. Won't anybody think about super famous YouTubers that are immensely privileged? Really fucked up. Check your privilege, sir. What is this? What do Uyghurs say about China?
It is now.
This is a great traveling blog video in Xinjiang addressing the challenges of Western narratives.
Infamous for its brutal oppression of the Muslim Uyghur minority.
Oh my God! You want to drop a fucking atom bomb of discourse in this chat on this beautiful Saturday when 90% of my chatters just simply want to show me what Brace is doing with Grok. Okay. Chatters are so invested in what Brace is doing with Grok. That's all they want. That's all they want. They don't want anything else. Meanwhile, all I want to do is look at Streamer University, the real Hamas University. Yeah. Nobody's talking about the Liza Brianna Wu. There's that too. We can watch that. Nobody is looking at the other Hamas University. No one is addressing that Donald Trump has already revoked the grants for Streamer University. Okay. Really fucked up. For those of you who don't know, Kai Cenat did it again. He did it again. He made a Streamer University and it's pretty pog. Okay. Lots of drama. Things are crazy. Things are heating up. Real will they, won't they situation with Duke Dennis and that girl. Is DDG in the corner in the cuck chair watching from afar? These are things that I care about. Many of you don't know anything about what I'm talking about, but that is what's going on in the world of normies and the things that the normies are paying attention to. Okay, that's at my fucking undergrad school. I think it's in Ohio, right? Hasan, you're 36. Yeah, I'm hashtag 36 and tapped in. Okay, guess what? It's uncle time. Yeah, it's in Akron. You understand? Do you understand? What is this? Way better video than China Discourse. The dynamic between the Fear and podcast.
Who do you think of the three of us is most likely to go to hell?
Oh, you're gay. Oh. Wait, what the hell? This is from a month ago. It has 100,000 views. What the hell? What the helly? I have beef. We're beefing. Okay. March. Fuck you. Whoa. Yeah, that's right. Whoa. Moving quickly to Cutie Cinderella. Fuck you. Okay. Whoa. Will, you're fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. What is happening?
Shut up.
Why
Shut
are
up.
people yelling at me?
So you just died. What song do you want us to cover?
Here's what I want.
Uh-huh.
My neck, my back,
Wow.
lick my pussy and my crack.
Honestly, like,
That's
she's,
awesome.
She's kind of hot.
And it looks like Cutie.
Yeah, we've already.
Hassan thinks I'm hot.
That's what
There
I'm
you go.
saying.
There you go.
In his defense, he does have almost full-blown face blindness.
That's true.
There was a time in our life
Wait
where
a
he
second,
would go
what?
out at
In his
clubs.
defense.
Wait.
I have no idea
Shut
what the fuck you guys are
up.
talking
Shut
about.
the
faggot.
fuck up. Shut up.
Wait, you should tell your airport story that you texted me
What happened is super early in the morning.
No, it was super late at night.
Or super late at night. I'm flying to England.
Okay, same diff.
No, I know. No,
Yeah,
you,
Mr. I got
Don't
18
have
on my
autism.
autism.
Hold on.
Don't have
For the
autism,
record,
by
you
the
would
way.
never leave.
It was at night.
You would never leave early in the morning to go to England because you would arrive at a weird time. They would never do that.
Okay.
You're really defeating the allegations. It's really late at night. It's a red eye.
Yeah, it always is.
You cunt.
Unless you leave from JFK, you can leave in the morning. Sorry, East Coast. Different. Go ahead. Sorry.
Was it an Airbus or a Boeing?
It was an Airbus A380.
Can I tell my story now?
That's what.
That's one of my favorite
Oh,
movies.
I love that movie. Oh gosh, get off your phone, faggot.
I'm trying to log my calories.
I don't think my boyfriend would like me sharing, especially after you two walked in and showed me your penises.
We could share a bit.
We did not show you our penises. You put us in these hussy costumes.
Yep.
In her defense, you did both show her.
They walked in. They said, "Can you?"
Are these live? No, this is our podcast called the Fear and Podcast. Isn't there? I'm always shocked that there are still people who don't watch the podcast.
My wiener?
What? Whales commit suicide.
They do?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, like,
and
are they
sometimes your mom goes to the beach.
Oh my god. Well, at least I have one.
I'm not gonna look at myself naked.
You are beautiful in every
It's fine. We all
single
have.
way.
We
Full
all
circle.
have.
Words can bring you down. Oh,
Don't ever say we don't cater to you.
We
We're
are-
serenading you right now, you wet bitch. The celebrity look like you get is Margot Robbie.
Yeah, Margot Robbie from I, Tonya.
Okay, but like if you went to rehab, then you could just be Margot Robbie.
He doesn't look you in the eyes when he talks to you. He ignores
That's
you.
not Mystique. That's autism.
Okay, that's true.
Austin has been a part of, I think, 4.
Oh,
He's done great.
You know, that's so rich because you didn't invite me to any of the other ones, and I'm not in a group chat where I know the itinerary. So how rich is that?
Boys, we have a guest. Boys.
How
This is
rich?
great. This is great.
How rich
No,
is
this
that?
is great.
Not in the group chat.
No,
Don't
no,
have
no.
the itinerary.
No.
Texting the group multiple different times. Where's the address? No response.
I do text every morning.
I'm going to defend myself, Connor, because it's not often that I get the opportunity to do so. I arrived.
I keep listening to things that interest me, even when they have no practical use.
Sir. Train schedules?
I don't have any of those.
Austin, we just talked about my flight flying into
you
London,
corrected his
and you
details.
literally corrected numerous
hold on.
details.
Let me-
and then wouldn't stop talking about how you.
Do you collect historical pieces of like Jets history and scores and things of that nature?
Do I collect them?
So
or-
the reason why I know the answers to these questions is I have flown on those flights.
But you also actively look at flight maps.
Then when it is relative to like, I'm not just like looking at
You
flight
look at
maps.
your friends' flight maps too.
If they're like on a plane and I'm like seeing when they're going to arrive or when they need some information, sometimes I'll look in the sky and I'll be like, I wonder what plane that is, and I'll pull out the
I tell you what he said. That's fucking insane.
Okay, that's you just
You could just have one.
Like start vibing a girl and then he'd like lean over and be like, "Is this person attractive?"
Wait, really?
I can't see in the dark because I
Wait, would you fuck with them and just tell them yeah, and then sometimes they wouldn't?
No, he's dude.
I couldn't do that.
No.
That's like leading a blind man into traffic.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. 2, 3, 2, 1.
Good big dog.
Oh, Fifi.
Oh, wait, yours is way better than mine. You just scared the shit out of me. That was fucking sick. And
thank you.
Yours is amazing. What do you have?
Yeah,
Come on, drop something.
I don't have dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me list the ethnicities that I have slept with.
I'd love
Are
to
you
hear
ready?
this. Yeah.
Japanese.
Yeah.
Filipino.
Yeah. White.
Have you ever had sex with someone who doesn't know how to do ballet?
I mean, the Japanese guy was a ballerina. He was a ballerina. The clitoris and the G-spot conversation, how I thought that those were different things, that was kind of a joke. This is dead serious.
The clitoris and the G-spot are
different things.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Okay. Hold on.
I've heard from multiple people that they don't know how to behave when they visit your house.
Because he doesn't talk to you. I walked into his house. I had a full conversation with his mother. He is so unaccommodating. It's crazy.
I'm in the zone, dude.
Dude, this is when you come over to Hasan's house, you'll just sit there like next to him like a hostage and just listen to him talk.
I'm in the fucking
about
zone.
something wild. When you meet Hasan, it's just like, okay.
You're like a
I want to let the record show that he stole 4 of my Elite Core protein shakes last night. 4 of them. Not 1, not 2, not even 3, but 4 of them. And he was walking out of the house when I caught him. 4 of them. And then he has the audacity to say I am not welcoming. That's crazy. As I asked the chat when I first started the show, it's not unreasonable for me to say something about that, right? That's like he's basically doing felony territory, okay? Grand larceny territory in Trump's America.
aloof. That's the word.
He's aloof. Whenever I introduce people to him, I'm like, hey, now don't
expect a human interaction.
I'll be like, hey, don't expect him. He may not say hello.
Wait, what? I do say hello. That's crazy. Okay, y'all are goofing.
No, it's not true. It's absolutely
pretty true.
Hasan was making fun of my pet voice. Do you have a pet voice?
Of course.
Yeah.
Is that an ick?
That's an ick.
Wait, cutie, let me hear your pet voice.
Hiya, come here, little girls. Hi, girly.
Hey,
Hi, girly.
Okay, you ready for mine?
Yeah.
Hiya, come here, Kaya.
It's so weird. When he did this earlier, I was like, I thought there was a different person.
Such a good girl. Such a good girl. Come here, Kaya.
I don't like it.
Why? Why?
I don't
Why
know.
don't you like it?
It's doing too much.
Okay, how about this? This is a little more chill.
Okay. That sounds like when I
sounds
turn
like a fork in the microwave.
I just want you to brace yourself for this.
I'm ready.
This is what Ludwig currently looks like.
I can't even pretend to be nice about it. I found myself being unable, call me weak, being unable to find the capacity to be kind.
Do you find him physically attractive still?
No. He looks like a Lego head. It's that flat on the back.
We have a real do nothing and win strategy here at the Fear End podcast.
Yeah.
And the yard keeps collapsing in and of itself as we
They're-
just stand
it looks like a
tall.
skinhead meeting.
It's worse than a Klan meeting. They look British.
Each ticket is rated on a scale of 1 to 10, so you know you're getting a good deal. So look for the green dots. Green means a bargain. Red means you're getting fucked.
Yeah. Holy fucking shit. My options at this point is to shit myself in the car or to pull off the side.
What the fuck is behind you? This is a very special park in Salt Lake City, Utah. That is, you might have guessed it, Joseph Smith as a Sphinx. Yep. That is the Joseph Smith Sphinx. And by the way, this episode of the Fear End podcast has another cutie story similar to this one. She didn't shit herself on this story, but yeah. But why? It's because this bitch left us for like 8 months. Okay? She was like, oh, my uncle's dead. Oh my God. It's like, how many uncles do you have? Like 11. It's like, all right, you get a week. All right? You get a week. Oh, I got to go spend time with my family. And then she did like a Midwest tour only to fucking land in Utah and then get an Airbnb and then permanently occupy the fucking Airbnb and was gone for entirely too long. She was gone for like 8 months. So we kept texting her like, hey, are you planning on coming back? Like, when do you plan on coming back? That would be cool if you came back at some point. And she fucking They meant, why is Joseph Smith a sphinx? Excuse me. Some questions don't need answers. Some questions don't need answers. But she was grieving? No, the fuck she wasn't. Okay? No. You get a 1 week grieving period. If you have 10 uncles, if you have 11 uncles and one of them dies, you have 10 uncles. Okay? You get 1 week. If it's your favorite uncle, 2. No 8 months. What do you mean? So basically we we literally flew to her. We flew to her, and it still took her another month to come back after that.
5 feet away from people and just try to shit in the bushes. So I veer off to the side. I get out of my car. I run. I open the side door and I just shit on the side of the road. It was my only option.
Wait, you shat in the wild?
Yes.
Like straight booty cheeks looking in the moonlight.
What you don't understand is also the highway is elevated. So everyone on the highway that stands still
There's a
can
new
just
version
see
of this.
me. It wasn't moonlight. It was middle of day. It was like 1 p.m.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
No. And think about that.
Shit in the car.
No, you can't shit in the
You made the right choice.
Okay.
You made the
should
right
have
choice.
still used the grocery bag outdoors, though.
I pooped outside. So finally, I pull up to a gas station. I get out of my car. I go inside. I buy baby wipes. I buy air freshener.
I love the Freedom Podcast because maybe I'm crazy for saying this, but I feel like because they're so insane, I guess with the exception of Will sometimes, but even he has his crazy moments. I feel like I'm the only sane person on the podcast. Okay, I don't know. That's just what it feels like to me. even going through these episodes.
Yes.
I buy deodorant. I buy just like anything I can that I think, okay, this is gonna fix this situation.
Nothing is gonna fix this
I purchase it. I go to the bathroom. When I go to the bathroom, I pull my pants down, and I realize that when I shit on the side of the road, that I hadn't pulled my pants out of the way.
No!
So the back of my pants. Don't make that. Listen, I don't care about any of you being sexually attracted to me. I'll tell you everything. So my shit was the consistency of like soft serve. So, all down the back, because when I shit, I like pulled, right? But you didn't pull my trajectory was off. All down the back of my leggings is shit.
So you walked to the gas station, they were like, damn, that's a Dookie girl. They were like, that's Dookie Cinderella.
Yes.
What if you met a fan? Can you imagine?
What's a PSA that you have?
Everything can be solved with ass. Think about it, okay? A nigga mad, right? He need to take a shit. He take a shit and he like, You know what I'm saying? What do gay niggas do when they get upset? Ass play. Think about it. Think about it. Ass play. Niggas mad. Why? Because they got to stick up their ass. Pull the stick out.
Shopify.com/fear. What would you sell if you could sell something? Quick. 3, 2, 1.
Penises. Fuck. Sorry. Let's do that again.
No, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
Claudia and I watched your stream on election night. I loved partially because it was
the outcome.
Speak for yourself.
Yo, that Dookie Cinderella line, bro. Yeah, I got it. People forget. I got it. This was an incredible edit. Holy shit. And it got 100,000 views. What the hell? I don't watch the pod because y'all ain't as funny as you think you are. There's always one. There's always a person that's got to be like this. Okay? Shut up. All right, here's the new one. Fear and making me feel like a child of divorce.
Oh.
No, you don't.
But
Judy, what has happened to
Oh
your
my God.
business?
So first of all, everyone's talking about tariffs and I'm way too busy to be on top of things. So you guys know.
Right.
So of course, I call the smartest people I know, the hosts of the Lemonade Stand podcast. I call them. I say, hey, are there 3 white men that could give me their perspective here? And they said, shut up, we're recording. And I said, oh my God, okay, sorry. So then I called Caroline.
Is he a joke to you? No, where they put coffee in it. Put your fucking phones away!
I'm being good. I'm being good.
I don't want
Yeah,
to be
guess
a
what
bitch.
size I wear.
I just.
Can I have
I don't need to know.
Oh my God,
I don't
thanks.
need it. Yeah, extra small.
Just
I
like
don't
my tampon size.
need to know what size you wear because I would just send you a link.
Q-tip and throws it in her pussy.
good
and
for a
that's
month.
Cutie Cinderella crossed the line.
What'd she say?
She said Farley needs braces. Our God is an awesome God.
We don't sing that.
Okay.
But
we're just not connecting today, guys.
I know.
We are on different pages.
Do you shave below your nipples?
No.
No, he just doesn't have.
Is that
hair.
just natural hair?
I have like weird bat symbol hair that's just here.
Is that as much hair as you grow?
Yeah.
I don't have any either.
Yeah, so let's see your tits.
Come on, it's the least you
Come
can
on,
do.
cutie.
Dump them out.
Yeah, just dump.
Literally wet under here from the
Just
soup.
dump one. We got to meet and interview so many influential queer people.
Did you ask Jojo Siva to come on the podcast?
No.
No.
What the hell are you doing?
What am I supposed to do? I feel like it would have been very
What the
self-serving.
hell are you doing?
What was? Wow, I guess this is incredibly problematic, and I do apologize.
It seems friendly enough.
I think you know what? I think that's powerful.
I think it's friendly enough.
Good for him.
You're the one making it weird.
No, I think it's great.
Okay. All right.
I just think it's wonderful.
When you panic, you get so funny.
I think it's wonderful, and I support all of it. I love Down syndrome. I think it's great.
No one didn't think that you did. For the record.
I just want to say that I'm for it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
great. No, let him cook. Let him cook.
No,
You're
there's-
pro what?
It is what it is, and I align with it. Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you, except I don't got a bad case of that. But Hasan has a sinus infection, and he doesn't know where to find a doctor. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality network.
We're getting suited and booted.
Yeah, you
and
looked
I'm looking over the
spectacular.
Thank you so much.
You had the Gucci like
Suit.
red velvet cupcake suit.
And a representative from Gucci found me and was like, head to toe Gucci. We'll remember that. And
it was fantastic.
Thank you.
It was very tasteful.
But we were getting ready.
Austin, you looked good.
You look great.
You looked great.
He's being cunty.
Are
know
you
it.
kidding me right now? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Patreon. Buenos días a las personas que hablan español a el
Whoa.
Patreon.
I didn't know you had that in you.
Oh, of course. I think it's time we start speaking other languages.
Oh, that's smart.
To open
Thank
up
you.
our audience.
I'll do Japanese. Mizu korasai.
Yeah. Of course.
Bonjour, mon amis.
Hassan, do a language.
Patreon the two
No, not that one. Come on.
That
What
one
the
doesn't-
fuck? Okay, listen. I did a.
Whenever I get into like gay spaces, it is abundantly clear that I'm not very well rehearsed in gay culture.
Yeah.
And so I get very nervous.
It's because your only experience in gay spaces is like the Abbey.
Oh.
Gay people are just people. Just
Wait.
do like normal events.
I know I'm gay.
It's not just supposed to be like gay.
Stop gaslighting him.
It's not about gay exclusive events.
I know. I've had romantic dates with
Stop
people.
telling our son how to be gay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the thing. Friend breakups are like sometimes more hurtful than real breakups.
Wouldn't know about it.
When
10
you-
years going strong.
When
Gay
you're-
as fuck.
We'll go to Cuba, and then we'll go to Miami.
No.
Why not? If you wanted to go to Miami, we can go to the beach.
So anyway, he can go to Miami and
Yeah,
we'll go to
you
Cuba.
stay in Miami. You can stay at the Ritz
Do you
Carlton or
think
wherever the
that Cuba
fuck.
doesn't have beaches?
We can also go to Miami. We could do it all.
No, I don't want to go
I
to
know
Miami.
Cuba has beach. It's an island.
Cuba has beach. Yeah, no, you can come too. Cuba's gay as fuck, by the way.
Oh, I know.
So,
I've been to
Miami?
please stop comparing Cuba to Miami.
Are people gonna be mad at me?
Last thing I will say is,
can you help me?
They're not going to get mad at you. They're going to get mad at me.
But I'm with you guys, and so I'm happy. And we're gonna go to Disney, and we're
Disneyland.
gonna eat good food.
Yeah.
and we're gonna go on the roller coasters. Go on. Let's do extreme home makeover.
I'm going to bring $100,000 in US dollars cash briefcase.
What?
I need it to get out of the country anyway. I'm not going to be able to survive here. What do I do if Trump like takes away my rights? Is there like a Swiss bank account I can put my cash in? Do you know anybody?
What do you think is going to happen?
Hasan, what could I do that would make you cry?
There's nothing.
Nothing I could do?
No.
What if I just took a shit on your doorstep?
I beat your ass.
Would you beat my ass? On the plane today, she moves to the seat. She said she's going to grab onto me during turbulence. She apologized in advance. I said, no worries, no problem. And then I panicked. So I just was like...
Fondled her breast.
Yeah.
Just haphazard.
Turbulence.
Smack on her tits. Oh!
No.
I'm straight, I promise.
No, what happened?
I told her to download a flight app that you can check your altitude. And I said,
I was worried she was coming on to me, so I pretended to be autistic. Can I show you some pictures of me on trains? You two have to take the test now.
Oh, we will.
Because I'm starting to think I'm the only one in this room that doesn't like trains.
No, see, I don't like trains. I like planes.
Very different. Objectively, a worse method of travel, even though obviously, you know, it is phenomenal that it exists. I'm
objectively a better way of traveling.
No, I would say it's a worse method of travel because like trains are way more cozy. Like they're just cozier. Like when you get on a train, it's like you feel.
No, you don't.
You feel like a security
Are you kidding
blanket.
me? It's turbulent.
Am I wrong? Okay, was this wrong? Like, obviously, it's impossible to explain this to an American. It's like trying to fucking teach a dog what the colors of the rainbow is. You know what I mean? Because Americans have never encountered public transit and are terrified of things that they've never encountered. Like they think it's Slender Man or something. But like trains are definitely a cozier mode of travel. The problem is we just don't have them here, so people don't understand. You can get up and walk freely on a train if you want. Can't do that on a plane. I mean, you can walk a little bit on the plane too, but I think the thing about the train that's cozier is that, one, it's on the ground. It's connected to the ground. And two, there's more space. It's more spacious. Like, I don't know. It's nicer. It's faster to board, faster to travel. Like, there's an entire cart where you can dine. You know what I mean? There's like a dining cart. There's commerce happening inside of trains, whereas like the commerce happening inside of a plane is just so lifeless, you know? Someone pushing a cart. It's just better. Trains are better. The Amtrak is the best way to travel the country. So many retired couples do it because it can be relatively cheap. I heard that that's not the case. If you want to do a coast to coast from New York to California, Amtrak is $5,000 on round trip. And it takes 78 hours, I think, to get from one coast to the next. So from what I understand, it's not great. And even the first class, even the first class travel on Amtrak is like, all right. When I say trains are great, I mean like just universally excluding the United States of America. Sorry, $5,000 is for first class. $5,000 is first class back and forth. So like 2,500. I live like a 2-hour train ride from New York for a month pass for students. It was $500. Like, are you joking? And first class on Amtrak, coast to coast, is also you get your own cabin. Like you get your own private cabin, from what I understand.
turbulence 100% of the time.
What?
On a plane. Air travel is much smoother.
Are you insane? You cannot be serious right now. The turbulence on a train is nothing. It's just it's comforting.
Have you been on a track?
It's repetitive sounds and noises that give you comfort. On a plane, turbulence means you're going down.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Turbulence is fun.
Fearan have a bra and underwear party. The dynamic between the Fearan podcast is crazy. This Fearan TikTok got 1.8 million views, and the comments are thirsting for Will.
My knees look fat. They look fat.
It's literally not even a part of the body that
I
gets
want to
fat.
cover up. Can I have a blanket? Is there a blanket, Mark? Yay.
Wow, that's so sexy.
He's not even my type, and immediately I was attracted to everything. He's the epitome of the female gaze. This man always does the sweetest things. He carries bags, he offers coats and hoodies. He's so caring. Ugly dudes need to take notes because this makes you 10x more attractive. Oh my God, that's kind of a diss. Favorite Fearan member? Whose Discord is this? $19 votes. Not a single one for me. Cutie clip from the
What's
Agent
you?
episode.
Like you call them YNs in 2024.
What's that YN? Am I saying something bad?
So technically you said Nick, but you did.
Oh my God! Don't say that! We gotta cut that out! Oh my God!
Well, there, you have your cinema moment.
Why did no one say anything?
You said it so naturally, I felt like you had said it before.
I know. I'm so stressed.
Yeah, it's okay though.
I'm going to jail.
You need to.
What's Ute?
We have a great dynamic, actually. We really do. We really have a great dynamic.
So that's why.
It's awesome. It works perfectly. What is this?
Don't they have Baba Doobie Dabo, whatever she's playing too? Biba Dabo, Biba Dabo.
Fuck.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. RFK might be right about autistic people. What the fuck?
You say the name.
The fuck?
Baby Doobie. Baby Doobie.
Baby Doobie.
It sounded like you were trying to scat. You were like, hey, is it Baba Doobie that boy? That was crazy.
Crazy.
You just kept intensifying.
I'm 33 years old. I don't know these fucking things.
You just kept intensifying the scat.
Yeah.
What is it, Baba?
Just keep, if the more you yell it, does it make it more right?
Baba Doobie.
Baby Doobie.
Baby Doobie.
Fuck.
It's close enough.
What about them? What's your
They're also like a TikTok first content creator who became like a musician.
so is like Noah Kahn. So it's Brittany
Yeah.
Broski now.
So are so many musical artists because that's where your career starts now.
Are we going to talk about Streamer University? Yeah, we were. I don't know how we got into this. Vampire Weekend is mid. Okay, dude, chill. I know. I already covered the hilarious update to the story I covered yesterday. Hasan Piker covers me. Extreme drama alert.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, man?
Okay, welcome back to The Daily Show. I'm your host,
Hasan Parker.
RM Brown talked about you a lot yesterday. Wait, what? Who's RM Brown?
Huh? Hasan Parker.
Who's RM Brown? Who's RM Brown?
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I don't want to make a big deal about this, okay?
But this is a hate crime, man.
Hasan Parker.
He has caused irreparable damage to me and my family, and I have reported him to the FBI. I sent them some images that I created of things that I think he might do, that I think they might be interested in.
Hasan Parker.
Before you go, I want to get your opinion on this remarkable New York Times fluff piece that they've done on a character called Hasan Piker, a character that...
Hey, that character's name is...
Hasan Parker?
Hasan Parker, idiot.
Pendejo. He describe as a progressive mind in a MAGA body because he works out, apparently that makes him a a MAGA body, but he's as bad as MAGA as I'm blonde. What he is, Josh, is virulently anti-Israel. Josh, he has a hugely popular show on Twitch where he
not that
unashamedly praises Houthi terrorists, spreads all sorts of Hamas propaganda.
Oh, God damn it to hell.
I don't throw this around, but this is also a hate crime, this video, because it got 1.6 million views, and if they were doing a little piece on me, and they shoved it in the back of a Katy Perry video. That's what this is. What is it? Katy Perry goes from pop icon to laughingstock. Oh, I would be pissed off about this if they tacked me, a thing on me at the end. I would go in there myself in the comments. Oh yeah, Katy Perry sucks. You should check the end of this video. They're making fun of that guy. Seems cool though.
Hasan Parker.
Seems that leftism destroys everything. Even the biggest superstars like Beyonce and Katy Perry.
Seems like leftism destroys everything, like revolutionary leftist leaders like Katy Perry.
Did she leave any discernible talent she had in space? I mean, imagine...
Whoa! What is this, the Jeff Ross of Australia? She spit on them.
Now, to round up our little musical interlude, let's check in with these charmers. I played this clip for you when it happened. Here is Kneecap at Coachella singing Coachella is in a Box, a song about the late, great Margaret Thatcher.
This lady is so crazy, bro. How is she real? How, like, it's shocking that there are people like this, but I guess, why would that confuse me? I mean, look at the state of affairs nowadays.
Okay. And I'm not putting this lightly, but they should be in jail. Okay, whatever. Oh, wow. 1.6 million views. If it ain't got views, it ain't news. If it ain't got views... Show me the proof, dumbass. Okay. A lot of videos have been coming up about this for me. The New York Times did a big article about
Hasan Parker.
About Hasan Parker. Even this satirical news channel where people make fun of accents, where people make fun of talking, how funny talking is, they're all pissed off about it. But I wanted to look at probably the wackiest reaction to this, which is the free press.
The press was unfree.
Until they freed its ass. Ooh, they freed the press? Oh, God bless you.
Praise God.
Oh, praises be, and
God bless you.
What did they do? They freed the press.
Meet Hasan Piker.
Nice to meet you.
The 33-year-old streamer telling Gen Z that socialism rocks, Israel is a settler colonialist state, and Zionists are neo-Nazis.
I love that intro because it's like, depending on whether you have a fucking brain or not, that intro just like weeds out all of the losers who would hear that and go, oh, I can't believe it. I'm so mad. I'm so angry. I can't believe you're saying that. It's like one of those things where, you know, put that as an introduction to me 30 years from now, and people are going to be like, wow, this guy was really on the money, huh? What a crazy guy. Notice how this guy is making fun of him and thinking that, you know, these statements that we now have established as objectively true statements, now that it's, you know, in the rear view mirror, this guy was saying he was implying that those are negative things to say, the wrong things to say.
What's with that guy's voice, man? That's a golden voice right there.
Me, Hasan Piker.
Me, Hasan Parker. Me, Hasan Parker. Hi, I work for the free press. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to give that guy a hard time. She spit on him.
Every day, Hasan live streams for 8 hours from his multi-million-dollar West Hollywood home.
Oh, that son of a bitch. Oh, that putrid son of a bitch. He's got a multi-million-dollar home in Hollyweird. Wait. Hold on. Did some rancid billionaire give him all that money? They didn't? Oh, that son of a bitch. I'm out of here, man. Did a demented billionaire give him that money to set up a YouTube channel that nobody watches? No? Oh, that son of a bitch.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh my God, may God have mercy on the soul of
Hasan Parker.
Hasan Parker.
Progressives trying to reach young people in a MAGA-dominated new media landscape think Hasan could be a savior.
Okay. In a world where nobody wants this crap, he's trying to do this crap. That sucks. Anyway, I gotta get the hell out of here because my voice is literally too low and beautiful. It's breaking the audio equipment.
You can read my piece about Hasan Piker and more at thefp.com.
Oh, I can? I don't have time, man. I'd love to, but I don't have time. I don't have time because I have to make pee-pee. Okay, I did have to make pee-pee, but I did read this article from the Free Press.
Finally, God damn it, the press has been freed.
This press is so free, it's out here like...
This was a terrifying read and an important one. I didn't leave the progressive left. Let me guess, he said the progressive left left me.
read this whole thing. It's about what you would expect, you know? But there are some very funny parts in this. Let's check those out.
Where the Times gets it right is in its assertion that the 33-year-old influencer is perceived as a savior of American progressivism in an era when Democrats seem at a loss to counter the bro-y populism of the MAGA right. Piker uses the MAGA-coded activities of weightlifting and trips to the gun range to make socialist politics hip, courting an audience of young and very online men who have been drifting right.
Okay. Oh, Christ Jesus, thank God that the what is it? The press. How do you say that? Thank God that the press has been freed. You know, I was reading this, I was like, okay, this is about what I expected, please. You know, the Free Press and Barry Weiss, every video that I've watched or article I've read from this, there's something so stupid that it's hilarious. I was like, please, the Free Press, don't let me down. And here was the first glimmer. Here was the first glimmer of comedy. The New York Times originally did this. They did some headline. What the hell did it say? It was like a left-wing guy in a MAGA body or something like that. And then I think they changed it. You know, I've been all around the country, you know, to some of the, what, quote-unquote, reddest parts of the country, been walking around all there. You know, there are body types of all types all around. So this is one of those things that just, like, people say on the internet that, like, on its face doesn't make any sense. Like, you only believe it if you're on the internet a little too long. Oh, if you take...
Can you imagine doing a gun range video today? I would.
And go to the gym. That's political. You're on a political side. Oh, I am? Yep. Okay. Which one? I don't remember. This is one of those things where it's just like, either this is just stupid internet media crap. Oh, you work out? That's political. There's a political thing of that. I'm just lifting a heavy thing to try to be cute. Oh, no. That's a political act. Like, it's either just ding-dongs in the media repeating dumb crap, or, at worst, it's like an active attempt to make people stupider, I feel like. But what's the other part that this goddamn dumb, stupid thing says? This guy. Hasan Parker.
Is it illegal for me to gift you firearms? Yes.
Uses MAGA-coded activities of weightlifting and trips to the gun range to make socialist politics hip, courting an audience of young and very online men who have been drifting right. This kind of makes... I know what they're doing here. This is where it gets really funny. You know, you're reading this, you're like, oh man. You know, young people, obviously, they gravitate toward Margaret Thatcher type political crap.
I gotta pee.
That's why Kneecap is stupid. Like that Arnar political person on that channel said. They love that kind of stuff. Reaganomics and all this crap. George W. Bush. I am a George W. Bush fan, but only of the paintings. You know, I'm a young, cool man, strong, handsome. And I'm gravitating toward the right in one way. I like George W. Bush's paintings because the faces are off, kind of, you know? Like, there's always, like, one eye looking the wrong way, and I enjoy that. But this makes it, this part of the thing makes it seem like, oh, man, young men, you know, they love Ronald Reagan type crap, George W. Bush type crap. So this guy's kind of doing a trick. This 33-year-old Twitch streamer, he's kind of doing a trick. He said, how can I trick these people away from their, you know, their very natural gravitation toward insane, lunatic political ideas to this stuff, man? I know I'll get strong, bro. I'll get strong and I'll start going like this. Man, this guy's like the goddamn Joker. What's the guy's name?
Hasan Parker.
Hasan Parker. He did all that just to trick impressionable 20-somethings like me.
In 2018, he started streaming on Twitch, a YouTube-like platform where content creators record themselves reacting live to anything from...
Okay, I don't think we need an explanation on what Twitch is. Okay, go ahead.
Video game tournaments to breaking news.
Right.
There, Piker soon learned that siding with radical Islamists against America was a good way to get a lot of attention.
Ugh. Things just don't change at all when you think about it. Because this is the exact same commentary that existed in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, and it's the exact same commentary that exists right now. It's so goddamn annoying. This is 2003, okay? The year is 2003. People who criticize American foreign policy are being called radical Islamists. America's bombing Yemen. The year is 2000. Well, I guess, were we bombing Yemen in 2003? I guess we weren't. The year is 2025. America is still interfering in the affairs of the Middle East. Those who criticize such actions are being called radical Islamists. Incredible stuff.
Okay, all right.
Piker's rise isn't just the story of a young man realizing he can get rich by telling young Americans to hate their country and love their enemies.
Okay. Wait, who did that?
Hasan Parker.
Hasan Parker did that? God damn. How is he walking free? This publication is called The Free Press. He should be... Let me workshop this one out. He should be pressed by the police to not be free because he has to go to jail. That's pretty good what I just did right there.
Hasan Parker.
And I'm talking about Hasan Parker there. Okay, so it's not just a story of this guy. He hates everybody. He hates everybody. This sicko. What else is it the story of?
It's the story of a platform that lets him promote it.
Illegal. Should be. Hello. Hey, we call ourselves the Free Press, but this guy should go to jail, I guess, or Twitch should do.
Yeah. Maybe the press shouldn't be so free, you know? When we say it's the free press, what we mean is free to say slurs. Okay? And nothing but slurs. But also only the kinds of slurs that we like. Because obviously saying Free Palestine, also a slur, but the kind of slur that we don't like.
Make him go to jail. Is there a Twitch jail? Okay, guys, I just want to make a quick note here for you to shut the hell up, okay? Quick note, alert. Quick note, quick memo. Shut up, man. You need to shut up because many people out there might see like a contradiction here. Oh, the Free Press. Oh, shit. You know, you might be like, oh, the whole point of a free press is to criticize things such as, you know, the government of the country that you live in's foreign policy, for example, you know. No, that's hating your country. You also might see the Free Press, the lady who started this is like, oh my God, there's censorship on Twitter. That's an outrage. That shouldn't be allowed. Oh, but there's a guy on Twitch saying things I don't like. Maybe that shouldn't be allowed. It's the story of the platform that lets him promote it. They're letting someone say stuff? No. That's a no right there. You might see a contradiction there, the Free Press. Yet, I don't know if they should let this guy, you might see a contradiction. It's not. Again, shut your mouth, man. Are you crazy? Shut up.
Think that our audience is smart enough.
Yeah. Thank God.
They want to be treated like adults and they want to hear the Steelman best version of different sides of an argument.
Exactly, man. Like that the guy hates the country and he hates America and he loves our enemies. that's steelmanning.
Different sides of an argument.
That's a very rare type of
Absolutely.
person.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, it's very rare.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is so strange to me about this
Let's
is
hear
that
about it.
somehow caring about outsized corporate power,
Yes.
caring about the amount of power that a number of extraordinarily wealthy individuals or political cliques within companies have over the entire world. The idea that that's now coded as a right-wing or conservative.
What is this video? Who are these people? This is Barry Weiss, who is a incredibly annoying member of the media who for years and years wrote at the New York Times and was like, she's responsible for that famous article, The Intellectual Dark Web, that branded the intellectual dark web as what it is, calling Ben Shapiro the gladiator of the intellectual right. She is responsible for Rafat al-Dar being killed by the Israeli occupying force. him and his entire family were assassinated by the IDF after Barry Weiss basically put a hit out on him. She has spent most of her career championing being a free speech advocate while simultaneously, on the other hand, constantly trying to get people fired for anti-Israel sentiment, pro-Palestinian sentiment, that sort of thing. She's a disgusting monster. And now she has a platform called the Free Press because the intellectual giant, billionaire vampire person, Peter Thiel, really likes her opinions. She also constantly tried getting canceled for the New York Times, not realizing that the New York Times loves when people are being dumbass reactionaries on their payroll. So she never actually got canceled or fired from the New York Times, and then turned around and self-canceled, basically said that like the vibes were bad and that people just couldn't, like the people at the New York Times did not fuck with her at all. So she basically self-fired herself. Like she left the New York Times to get hundreds of millions of dollars from Peter Thiel to start the Free Press, and also, in a move not dissimilar to Donald Trump, start a fake unaccredited college called Austin. I think, what is it? University of Austin or Austin University? It is one of the the Free Press is one of the worst fucking outlets out there. Why we shouldn't trust the facts coming out of Gaza. The Gaza famine myth, how lazy journalism, bad data, and skewed statistics fueled accusations of war crimes against Israel. If there was true karma, if there was true justice, if there was a Nuremberg-style trial, the Free Press writers, including Barry Weiss, would probably be criminally punished for their genocide denial and propaganda. Yeah, she has a fake college, an unaccredited university called like Austin University or whatever. Hold on, Austin University is fake. My mother is getting her degree there. No, University of Austin is the university, or UATX. University of Austin, not Austin University. University of Austin, that's the one, right? I don't even care enough to know which fucking university. Yeah, University of Texas Austin is real. That's not what I'm talking about. Austin University. University of Austin, Texas is fake. University of Texas at Austin is real. So yeah, the problem is it also deliberately has a weird name like that. And I think it's like intentionally confusing. Yeah, here, this is it. University of Austin, Texas. UT, University of Texas, in Austin is a real university. This is an unaccredited university called University of Austin. How is it legal for people to create the scam schools and not get punished? Are you kidding me? This is literally a billionaire funded grift. Of course it's not going to get punished. They unironically did a 60 minutes video on it, and they didn't even mention that it was unaccredited in the entire fucking thing. They got a puff piece in 60 minutes. Also, the president had an unaccredited Trump university, so what do you think? At this point, it's like, if you want to be one of the wealthy and powerful, you have to have a scam university that's unaccredited. Like, you have to. They won't let you be president unless you do that.
Conservative issue is absolutely bizarre to me.
Bizarre, sorry.
I do not understand how we've gotten to a place where that is not in the interests of everybody, and specifically not in the interests of the left.
Okay.
That historically has cared deeply about outsized corporate power, has cared deeply about the voices of everyday individuals being censored by big tech in this case and the government.
Right. Unless it's somebody saying something I don't like. Then kick their ass off Twitch, right?
Boom.
Free press. Free the press and free the
toilets.
Put some meat on the bones of this sort of like soft authoritarianism, soft totalitarianism you're describing. So
get
I
some
think what you
meat
mean
on
when you
there.
say that in the world, in the realm of academia, right? I can think of
Absolutely.
certain particular flashpoints, like
Thank
Brett
God.
Weinstein and Heather Hine getting
Never heard
drummed
of
out of
them.
Evergreen University for
I wish censoring right-wing voices was an actual thing so we hear them less. I know. It's like they never shut the fuck up. Even under the first Trump term, if you remember, they would constantly talk about how they were the silent majority, and they were never the majority, and they were never silent. It's so fucking annoying how they present themselves as victims. Anyway, here's Taylor Lorenz making fun of her. Endlessly hilarious how Barry announced the free press. Like, finally, I'm free from cancel culture in the media, then took millions that she got from far-right fascists to launch a media outlet dedicated to pushing U.S.-Israeli military propaganda. Yeah. Finally, someone is covering this stuff that never gets enough coverage in mainstream media. And then what is this stuff? Oh, that's right. Just basically State Department readouts. Finally. I do want to watch this one debate where Charlie Kirk says this guy is bouncy. And I want to compare that to my performance at Cambridge, because Cambridge, unlike Oxford, was way more debate lordy. Some of the questions that they asked me, I think, were very silly, obviously. Obviously, I think that because I'm biased and too afraid of addressing the truth. I do want to watch how they dunked on Charlie, though. I will say, it is the reason why I think they were debate lordy with me is because it was clear when you look at the questions that like they sent my way on my Cambridge speech. It was very.
I think that.
How do I describe it? It was silly shit. It was like they didn't disagree with me. They just like had issues with optics or whatever, right? Whereas like with Charlie, there's obviously a disagreement, like a significant disagreement with what he's saying. It was super nitpicky. Like it wasn't a real contest. It wasn't like a real here's what I think is wrong about what you've said. It was more so, here's what I've misunderstood about your point because I was duped by a clip compilation. Did your vid include those questions? That was Oxford. The last one that I posted was Oxford, but my Cambridge video is on my YouTube page because we live streamed it. Cambridge. Where is it? Oh my God. I looked up Hasan Piker Cambridge Union and my video on my fucking channel doesn't even come up until the last part. But yeah, this is like most of the speech, and then the rest of it is like people asking me questions. The people at Cambridge respected you to some degree. No, you mean Oxford? Well, yeah, there were plenty of very respectful students. But I'm saying that, yeah, why are 60 view videos coming up before me? Like, what the fuck? No disrespect to the clips compilation, but this is crazy for YouTube. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos come up before my original video, and literally 4 of those 5 videos have 18, 24, 27, and 41 views.
Care about faith, family, and freedom. Listen up. I'm proud to partner with.
Okay, I don't care about that. All right, so this is.
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted.
I tried searching your vids and Asmongold comes up. Yeah, he talks about me more than I talk about myself, so that makes sense.
Electing, keeping in power Donald Trump, And you did so partly because you said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Should we see how that is going at the moment? Currently, Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal.
Yeah, when I debated him, he had not become the president yet. He is now the president. And also, when I debated him, he literally had almost the exact diametrical opposite viewpoints that he is presenting here right now. So I don't know what happened. I genuinely, I'm actually very interested in finding out what happened. Like if he had a real change of heart or if he's just like a guy who loves debating. It makes sense. I mean, he is now the president of the Cambridge Union Debate Club. He'll still say he hates Hamas at the end, I think. Okay. Maybe. But even then. Charlie also got cooked by a professor. Yeah. I don't know if I should be offended, but no professor showed up to debate me. But professors were coming in to debate this man. All right. Let's keep going.
Receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings, not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
He's shaking.
No.
Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance.
Oh my God. He is not happy. Yo, what the hell? Yo, you can't get bitched by fucking Ron Weasley, dog. God damn. This is like Revenge of the Nerds. This is like when the college students bite back. You know what I mean? Because normally he has editorial control over this process and he goes to college campuses and he just like basically talks over a bunch of fucking college students who only have a couple seconds to say whatever they want. But all of a sudden, when they have like a real back and forth, but your debate wasn't this configuration, right? It was Q&A. It was Q&A, yes. I think that's probably the reason. Should I do another one of these, but this time in a debate format? A 90-pound over-caffeinated student making Charlie lose it? He is cooking.
And can answer. Because it's all the culture wars for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which is bread.
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, just a little bit? Pounding the table, you're all over the place. No. You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can...
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave them armaments.
That's going well, isn't it?
It's going well? Can you not interrupt me? Well. I allowed you to talk uninterrupted.
You're famous for not interrupting.
I haven't interrupted.
Ooh, he has the room. Ron Weasley's got the room at the tip of his fingers. Okay? That is, oh my God, he's getting mogged. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are the comments saying? If by me voting for Trump is not turning the UK, then I voted wisely. I'm an Englishman and also a ginger. I'm so embarrassed by this fool. Oh my God, the fucking dude, come on. Come on. Oh God. Lobotomy. Right-wingers have been lobotomized. There is no way. There is no way you look at this back and forth, even from the jump, and feel as though Charlie has any stage presence here. He got owned so fucking hard 2 minutes in that the comments are like, the entire island of England is fallen. That's crazy. This is why England has fallen, because they're not patriotic. And they didn't respect you, Charlie.
A single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that war. Number two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran and has stopped many other international countries to do the same. Number three, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's go back.
No, that's important.
Russia, Ukraine.
Hold on, that's important.
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian-Pakistan thing, you got to go deeper than that.
You got to go deeper than that. Okay, both parties said Trump was not involved. I mean, even if he was, I don't really care. Like, okay, good, he did that. Except that happened afterwards. That wasn't even a campaign promise. So that's not the point that I don't want to call him Ron Weasley over and over again. The debate club president is saying here. Okay,
let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up, is that a success, Mr. Kirk?
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure.
Not a success.
Well, again, these are ongoing negotiations.
No, dude, Vladimir Putin is literally destroying Donald Trump. There is no defense here for Charlie. Charlie is already on the back foot. There is nothing he can say here that makes sense. The only thing he can say is, well, Joe Biden was worse, right? Like, at least he's trying to do a peace deal. Joe Biden never even tried to do a peace deal or something, to which you can still respond with, well, it's still a failure. So maybe what Joe Biden was doing wasn't that much worse than what Trump is doing. And it's just, there's no defense. Trump's Putin is destroying Trump. What do you mean by that? What do you think I mean by that? Donald Trump's analysis of the situation is, oh, I'm going to come in and I'm going to actually stop this war day one. Okay. Ridiculous, bold claim to make. Obviously, everyone laughed at it. But what is this? Charlie leaves Cambridge feminists resorting to insults? Oh my God. This entire, everything he uploaded, he was like, I'm not owned. I'm not owned. Licking his fucking wounds. This was the other girl that actually asked me some questions as well. She was asking me about sex work.
And it's a lot better than when your prime minister, Boris Johnson, went alongside our Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, to Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential
I believe that was Antalya, not Istanbul, but it's okay.
Russian peace deal.
Turkey's at the table. Turkey is the table. Turkey mentioned.
Which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era. Donald Trump believes in conversation and police boot through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India-Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded by foreign powers. And thirdly, he is brokering a potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East. And finally, it is very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done, that will finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine. Okay. But do you really think leverage, negotiation...
I don't, yeah, he is, okay, he is a little bit of a NATO guy. I mean, not a little bit. He is definitely like a NatSec lib. Like what Charlie said there about Boris Johnson nuking the 15-point ceasefire plan has been discredited by like Atlantic Council types. But overall, there is enough information at this point. There's enough information at this point to suggest that like there was definitely a lot of confidence given to the Ukrainian position in that back and forth that allowed Zelensky to say no to a potential ceasefire. Having said that, we don't even know if Vladimir Putin would have followed through on that ceasefire, considering the fact that this round of ceasefire negotiations has basically been Vladimir Putin playing the long game and using the fact that there's a negotiation even happening to consistently cut off American aid to Ukraine.
Work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office. Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia?
And he's right about this as well. The notion that, did Boris Johnson help stop a peace deal in Ukraine? A recent piece in Foreign Affairs revealed that Kyiv and Moscow may have a tentative deal to end the war all the way back in April. I assume this says no, right? Because this is from September, and more information came out of how the tentative ceasefire deal fell apart a year after that. This is from September of 2022. The deal was on the table. The deal was on the table in April of 2022, shortly after the immediate success of Ukrainian defenses that was able to force the Russian position to withdraw all the way back to the east of the Dnieper River. At that point, Ukraine had the maximum leverage. And one of the things I said back then was this is the best opportunity to implement a ceasefire negotiation. And a lot of people yelled at me. There was a 15-point plan that was put on the table. And actually, it was a very intelligent plan that Zelensky had crafted that I gave much credit to Zelensky over, where he even said on one of the 15 bullet points that the Crimea annexation conversation should be left up to a referendum a decade down the line, right? That is as close to a democratic way of not having to deal with this hot potato that is going to be very unpopular. Okay? And then Boris Johnson intervened. Boris Johnson intervened to say, we have maximum support for you. We will give you all the weapons you need. You have the full backing of Western nations, and you will be able to purge Russians from your ranks. Just, don't fuck with this deal. Don't do it. Ukraine never had leverage like that since that moment. Biden, not Boris. No, Boris Johnson doesn't behave on his own. Obviously, he is an envoy of American interests in that conversation. I'm sure that he didn't personally destroy the deal on his own when Biden was totally on board with cutting together a ceasefire negotiation. That's not how these things work. So saying Boris kind of absolves Biden of responsibility? No, it does not. Nothing that Boris Johnson does is without the go-ahead, or nothing that any European leadership does in terms of dealing with Ukraine, in terms of dealing with Russia, without America's go-ahead. Ukraine is a proxy for American interests, and every other country, every other European leader that's backing Ukraine is a vassal. It's a NATO formation. It is the entire purpose of NATO to begin with. I mean, look at what's happened so far with Donald Trump in office and what he has done to bully all of our foreign partners. And look at their response so far. They have not even designed any kind of attempt at sovereignty.
Russia. Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have elected, or help elect, somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today. You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace can sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically both the UK government and
Exclusive. Ukraine president says British prime minister had nothing to do with decision not to seek deal with Russia. Volodymyr Zelensky has rubbished claims that Boris Johnson scoopered a possible deal between Ukraine and Russia in spring 2022, calling them illogical. There were several approaches with ultimatums, and I never gave my approval for it, says Zelensky of Russian demands for ending its full-scale invasion. Johnson had nothing to do with this decision. Directly addressed the claims for the first time. It doesn't fit with logic. What was he supposed to be talking us out of? The story of Johnson's visit was and the supposed lost chance for peace may seem like a historical detail, but has fresh relevance as Donald Trump seeks to do a deal to end the war. Okay. Kaya, place. Okay, then it was dumb for him to nuke this 15-point plan. Clearly. I don't know why he's falling on his own sword here, proverbially. But, okay. You know? The Kremlin has used the Johnson story to suggest that Ukraine turned down a peace deal on Western orders early in the war. Johnson himself has previously called the claims Russian propaganda. The then British Prime Minister made a surprise visit to Kyiv in April 2022, 6 weeks after the start of the Russia's full-scale invasion. He walked through the streets of Kyiv with Zelensky and publicly affirmed British support. The idea that Johnson also used the visit to ensure Ukraine did not sign a peace agreement with Russia first emerged in an article in the respected Ukrainska Pravda outlet in May 2022, which said that Ukrainian and Russian negotiators had agreed on a broad possible agreement after a meeting in Istanbul in late March. A week later, Johnson arrived with a message. Putin is a war criminal. He needs to be pressured, not negotiated with, according to one of the outlet's sources. In November 2023, David Arakamia, a member of Zelensky's own negotiating team in Istanbul, appeared to lend the idea credence. These are the reasons why I believe that this is the truth, by the way. This is what I said when I said, like, oh, a year after the fact, there was more information that came out. Boris Johnson came to Kyiv and said that we would not sign anything with them at all and let's just fight, he said in a November 2023 interview. Russian sources seized on these words, ignoring another part of the interview, which Arakama said that the Ukrainian delegation had not planned to sign anything in any case. In an interview with Tucker Carlson last year, Putin brought up the story, claiming it showed the West had pushed Ukraine further into the war. It seems very sad that they followed the orders of the request of Mr. Johnson. We could have ended the military actions over a year and a half ago. For the record, I do want to mention something here, and this is important to recognize. There is no proof that Russia would have actually followed through on the ceasefire negotiations. Make no mistake. I am not saying that at all. I'm simply saying that they have less leverage now than they did back then to facilitate a ceasefire negotiation. And without leverage on the battleground specifically, there is no real commitment to a ceasefire, as evidenced by the fact that Russia keeps stringing Trump along, as evidenced by the fact that Vladimir Putin keeps stringing Trump along with a fake negotiation that he knows Trump would love to bring back as a W to his base, to America, to all the Western countries. And by doing so, his conditions are to basically cause America to sever ties with Ukraine and to no longer offer any defense capabilities to Ukraine. That is his tactic here. What he is doing right now, what Vladimir Putin is doing right now, is to basically take advantage of Trump's stupidity and also his obvious interest in getting one foreign policy W here. So it's not, so the likes of Charlie Kirk don't have to run around and be like, well, you stopped India and Pakistan from doing the nuclear holocaust, because there's no W's at this moment for foreign policy. And he knows that. Vladimir Putin knows that. So he's basically stringing him along. And all the while still continuing a westward expansion. Putin likes the story a lot about Turkey. These meetings, says Zelensky during an hour-long interview with The Guardian. In fact, says Zelensky, the real pressure to sign a deal had already been dissipated by the time Johnson arrived in April, and Russian forces had already been pushed out of the suburbs of Kyiv. Early on, there were people who wanted to kill me. There were shots fired, and in parallel, there was the ultimatum and phone calls from different people. Ukrainian and Russian negotiators held several rounds of talks in Belarus and in Turkey, with the conditions demanded by the Russians were always punishing. I said, this cannot be. It violates the rights of our citizens, of the Constitution. It would be a full betrayal. We will not submit to the ultimatums of Putin, Zelensky claimed. Simon Schuster, a journalist who has written the biography of Zelensky, said he believed the Ukrainian president was serious in late March about trying to meet with Putin and negotiate an end to the war based on a draft agreement reached in Istanbul. However, key questions of territorial status were left unaddressed by the negotiators, and as the discussions were ongoing, the scale of atrocities in Bucha and other towns were revealed as the Russian forces withdrew from around Kyiv, prompting horror and fear in Ukraine, making any deal much less palatable. Perhaps even more problematic was the fact that although several Western politicians urged Ukraine to make a deal, none was willing to provide security guarantees to back it up. Ukraine was left to rely on Russia's word. After Bucha, that seemed like a bad idea. Plus, Ukraine had just achieved a big military victory, and Zelensky wanted to keep that momentum going on the battlefield. Boris encouraged him, but he was one relatively minor factor among many. Okay, this literally, oh my God. Why are you a NATO baby now? I am not a NATO baby at all, but it is so fucked up that this entire article is basically saying like, no, Zelensky made a bad decision. He made a really bad decision. It was actually all his decision. There was no outside pressure, even though there were some conversations taking place about how much Western forces could support Ukraine. What happened is the Ukrainians were tactically winning in Kherson for like 2 months, and they became overhyped and started praising Boris for having prolonged the war. Then they thought that Boris had given them victory by telling them not to do a ceasefire. By the way, a town in Ukraine actually named a street after Boris Law. What? I think that it wasn't necessarily a lie as far as like, as far as the capabilities of Ukraine. I think people were just wrong in their analysis. They thought that Russia, after getting pushed back, and I don't think that was a feint, because Z pushers will say that was a feint, that Russia never wanted to take Kiev and that they simply wanted to permanently annex eastern Ukrainian territory. I think that is myth-making after the fact, okay? They were not feinting when they did that. They actually had ambitions, and the Ukrainian defenses were far better than they had suspected it would be, especially considering the performance in 2014 when the Ukrainian standing military was ascetic and virtually non-existent in comparison to the position that it had in 2022. So I think that there was definitely a lot of confidence in Ukraine's capabilities, but then there was definitely a lot of pressure as well, as far as like pressures internally, like Zelensky also reveals here, like Ukrainians would kill me if I actually abided by any of these like ultimatums. And also Western leadership basically whispering into Zelensky's ear that they would continue. Why should we even get invested into this onto war? I mean, if we're being serious about this, there are very valid reasons, or not very valid reasons, but like there are real reasons that Vladimir Putin has pushed in terms of American involvement and intervention in Ukraine leading up to its invasion. Okay, but the reality of the matter is, a responsible leader would not invade Ukraine militarily and instead use economic pressure points that it already had, knowing full well that Ukraine was never going to be allowed into fucking NATO anyway, to continue this this stressful position that is valid from a realpolitik perspective. Like, Russia understandably does not want NATO to be directly within striking distance of Moscow. That is an understandable desire from any nation state, okay? Especially one that was completely fucking destroyed by the United States of America and Western forces during the Cold War, with battle scars that have not yet healed, okay? Having said that, once fucking Russia invades Ukraine, then all bets are off. Not only have you justified the existence of NATO, not only did you get Finland and Sweden to join NATO, but also on top of that, what are people supposed to do? Europeans genuinely do fucking fear Russian incursion. They do. And when you behave like an irrational monster, then it's understandable for them to fucking fear Russian incursion. Why wouldn't they fear it? The only thing that's stopping Russia from further going into European territory at that point is not like Vladimir Putin's restraint or whatever. Clearly, he is not a restrained person at all. But the only thing that's stopping them is military might. The very fact that they can't move beyond the positions that they've established in eastern Ukraine is the only thing that's basically stopping them from going to the border of Poland at this point. Like, that's understandable. That is understandable for European, especially Eastern European countries, to be fearful of this sort of action when Vladimir Putin has proven that he is willing to entertain this military option. This is not me being pro-NATO. I am obviously anti-NATO, but this is, you can't also give NATO any credit whatsoever by behaving this way. And Vladimir Putin is giving credit to NATO by behaving this way. But it's very obvious that as someone who believes in no war, as someone who wants a ceasefire to be implemented, currently as it stands, the party that's fucking up the ceasefire talks is not the Ukrainian side. Not only is Zelensky literally the American proxy in this, he has been ritualistically humiliated on the fucking global stage for being aligned with Democrats and for Donald Trump basically behaving as though this is not American foreign policy that's uniparty, but simply the Democrats' pet project in Ukraine. And that's the reason why it even happened to begin with, while also undermining its own proxy in the fucking negotiations process, forcing them into a deal that robs the limited amount of natural resources that they have. And on top of that, is very clearly being strung along by Vladimir Putin, who has no interest in actually getting a ceasefire done right now until perhaps maybe the end of the summer after he takes additional territory. I feel like Vladimir Putin is gearing up for a little bit more of it, like a little bit more incursion into eastern Ukraine. Either he will try to take over 4 additional territories that it wanted with this ceasefire negotiation, which was a ridiculous red line. I think that understandably Zelensky and everyone should say no to. Okay, but it's really difficult for me to act like Vladimir Putin is not the bad guy here. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, he was already the bad guy when he invaded, but he's the extra bad guy now because he's basically trying to get and successfully getting Trump to cut off aid to Ukraine, military aid to Ukraine, while simultaneously claiming that he's going to actually turn around and do a ceasefire when he's not interested in it at all. It's fucked up. I think, I mean, the future of Ukraine is bleak no matter what. But I think that basically the only possible solution to this would have been normalizing relations with China and trying to get China to the table and implement like the Chinese Brazil plan for with a peacekeeping mission and a ceasefire in Ukraine. Because it is obvious that you cannot get anything out of Vladimir Putin. I think it's a miscalculation that dumb fuck Donald Trump thinks Vladimir Putin actually thinks that dumb fuck Donald Trump thinks Vladimir Putin actually likes him or respects him. He does not. Vladimir Putin is way smarter than Donald Trump. Are you fucking kidding me? He's been the leader of Russia for what? How many decades he's been the fucking leader of Russia? Of course he's way smarter than Donald Trump. Donald Trump's a fucking dumbass real estate fail son. He is so easy to manipulate. He is so unimaginably easy to manipulate. All you need to do is tell him a couple nice things about how powerful he is and how his hair looks hot or whatever the fuck. And then Trump will be like, yeah, I hate Zelensky. Zelensky never said my hair looks good. Zell Disney, he doesn't know how powerful I can be.
And the U.S. government has been unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years. President Trump wants to see a brokerage, an ending of this settlement. I pray we can get it. It's very complicated because of the mess that Joe Biden left, which was an active...
Oh, come on, dude. Oh, okay.
...kinetic war with a nuclear power sending American-made missiles into the interior of Russia. So President Trump has already ended a war. He's ended an invasion. He's only 130 days into this. And I believe, we do not know. At this point, we are merely speculating, which I think we should not spend our time doing that, because eventually one of us will be right. I believe we'll be right, and I believe we'll see an end to this war.
Yeah, let's just stop speculating, because this issue makes me look bad, because it makes Trump not look like the great peacekeeper. Because I have to maintain this mirage. This idea that Trump is actually doing his very best and is not a fucking bumbling moron.
We just talk about 100 billions worth of weapons, because you dodged my question on what was going on in the Middle East, where Trump has just signed enormous arms contracts with Saudi Arabia and with Qatar. And I noticed you ignored the fact that this might have had anything to do with the blatant corruption going on through the Trump coin and going on through giving the very competent sons of Donald Trump billions of investment from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly embroiling Americans into conflict, but is importantly killing many innocent people. Those nations have been known to terrorize innocent civilian populations. So if you're coming to me and you're objecting to America selling weaponry, why are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial airliner, 737, $100 billion. You've heard of Qatar Airways. They purchased $100 billion of commercial airways. You are right, there were some weapons contracts. But I guess the question is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they not have American weaponry at cut price rates.
See, I disagree.
Let's talk about Qatar for a second.
Okay, fine.
Because you mentioned Qatar. You've been...
Oh, God, I hate this. First of all, here, let me just say something here, okay? The idea that, like, we have no capacity to limit what kind of weaponry Saudi Arabia is supposed to get is so stupid. What do you mean? Oh, would you rather have them get weapons from us or China? Like, there's no... You're acting like America has no say. America's small bean, okay? America fucking small bean around the planet all of a sudden. Like, which is it? Is America the most powerful nation on the planet, or is it just a small bean that has no say in this process? If it was so easy, then why can't Turkey get fucking weapons from China or even from Russia at the same time as the United States of America? Like, beyond NATO, America has a fuck ton of power and fuck ton of influence. If they didn't want Saudi Arabia to militarize, they could stop them from doing so. But obviously they don't care. They want Saudi Arabia to militarize because they want Saudi Arabia to work in their interest in the region to prop up better defenses for Israel, for example, or to destroy potential enemies of Israel, for example, like in Yemen.
Been talking a lot about Hamas and the evils of Hamas. Can I ask you, who's the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palestine...
Oh, God, this argument. Yeah. He's going to say Qatar is the main funder of Hamas.
Well, the West actually funds Hamas.
Which state?
Well, Iran funds...
No.
Also,
where are the Hamas leaders?
And also Qatar funds Hamas.
Oh, God. Oh, brother. I want to debate both of them. I want to debate Charlie on this, and I want to debate him on this, too. Yay. The idea that Qatar is a major funder of Hamas is literally just verbatim silly Israeli propaganda, okay? Yes, there has to be a place where there has to be neutral territory where the envoys of Hamas can have dealings, negotiations with Israeli negotiators, okay? Qatar is the perfect place for this because they are technically neutral, okay? Unlike all of the other Gulf nations that are super pro-Israel, both openly and also in private, Qatar, at the very least, is still pro-Israel, but maintains neutrality when it comes to offering territory where people can fucking have these back and forth negotiations. Okay? That's it. It's so stupid to be like, Qatar is actually a major funder of fucking Hamas. It's like, okay, you know who else is a major funder of Hamas then? Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, what are we doing here? No, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Qatar is basically the Switzerland of the Gulf states. I like your chances a little better now than the first two times. What do you mean? Piker via Kirk 3. Oh yeah, I might actually have something cooking up where I might be talking to Charles Jebediah Kirk. Okay. Anyway, the whole like influence peddling thing that Qatar did this time around is not because they want Donald Trump to actually offer a more favorable deal to Hamas. I wish that was the case. Oh my God. I wish that the Qatari leadership actually gave this plan to be like, Mr. President, you have to stop this genocide. Oh my God. I would love that. I would literally fly to Qatar and kiss the fucking feet of the Emirates there. Okay. Do you understand? I would kiss the leadership's feet if that was the actual fucking case. No, the real reason why they did this is because last time they didn't do this when Trump was president, and they almost got fucking bombed into oblivion by UAE and Saudi Arabia. Because when Jared Kushner was going to the fucking region and basically going, hey, I have a bunch of properties that I need to offload to somebody. Can you bribe me, please? Qatar was the only country that was like, no, what? I don't understand. Why would we do that? That doesn't seem very cash money. That doesn't seem very Western interest, Western liberal democracy to us, is this a fucking trick? And when they didn't do that, when they did not do that, Saudi Arabia was literally planning on turning Qatar into a fucking island. Okay? Literally. I'm not even joking about this. They wanted to build a canal so that Qatar turned into a fucking island. They wanted to put the rest of the Gulf nations immediately were like, all right, we can do whatever the fuck we want to Qatar because they're not protected by the Trump administration. So this time around, and that only was stopped, I believe, by Pompeo or Tillerson. I can't remember now. But this is something I've talked about before. There was an Intercept report on this back in the day when it actually fucking happened. I talked about this when the plane stuff first took place. Do you guys not remember? It was so silly. It was like Looney Tunes shit. Anyway, the reason why Qatar this time gave money to the Trump administration, gave this bribe to the administration, is because they were like, that's just how people play ball. Okay? That's just how people fucking play ball. Because it's nothing. $400 million is nothing for them. What do you mean? Everybody's paying the piper. That's it. That's the only reason. I wish it was for peace in Palestine. I wish. But that is not the case. But of course, people who get their news from mainstream resources that just like literally verbatim repeat whatever the fuck Israel says. Rex Tillerson stopped Saudi and UAE from attacking Qatar. Former U.S. Secretary of State reportedly prevented Saudi troops from attacking his Gulf neighbor. Yeah, this was Intercept's investigative reporting. The plan involves Saudi ground troops crossing the land border into Qatar and with military support from the UAE advancing 100 kilometers inland and seizing the Qatari capital. Based on information it said it received from current member of U.S. intelligence community and two former State Department officials, the Intercept said the coup, which was largely devised by Saudi Arabia and the UAE's crown princes, was likely some weeks away from being implemented. Now, relations have normalized, okay, amongst the Gulf states at this point, but that was a real thing. That was a real thing that almost happened because Qatar did not bribe the Kushners, okay? It was also to influence the U.S. to change its foreign policies towards Palestine. No, it wasn't. You want to know why it wasn't? Because if that was the case, Trump would have played ball, okay? And he didn't. The Gulf nations are so unimaginably wealthy, and Trump responds to bribes very positively. Why the fuck is Trump not responding to those bribes then? The only reason why Trump is not responding to those bribes is because they don't give a fuck about Palestinians. Do you understand? It's a very sad state of affairs, a very sad reality that many of you need to wake up to. And yes, this even includes Qatar. Qatar at least is neutral, okay? As far as its leadership goes, Qatar at least is neutral, or some of them are more positive towards Palestinian emancipation, but that's it. Like they're what, you think if Mohammed bin Salman genuinely cared about this shit, genuinely cared about the genocide, he wouldn't be able to ask Trump like, Mr. Trump, please, like say something about doing a ceasefire. Wouldn't that be great? But of course it never happened. Is there like proof though? I'm struggling to understand. Proof of what? Proof of this? I mean, yeah, I told you it's from it's the Intercept's reporting. Unless you think the Intercept is fake, I guess. Maybe you do. I don't know. But their reporting is pretty fucking credible. It's one of the best outlets, especially under the first Trump administration. Yeah. The only country in that region that actually does care about the Palestinian plight is Yemen. That's it. And one might even have a cynical perspective on that and say, oh, it's because the Ansar Allah administration just withstood a civil war. It was very bloody. People were very upset at them, and they wanted to galvanize the entirety of Yemen and create a united front against Israel by attacking Israel. But no, I don't think so. I think there is genuine animosity towards Israel and American imperialism by every single person in Yemen, including, but not limited to, the Ansar Allah movement. Very proud and very resilient nation. And Iran? Yes, Iran. Kind of. Yes, Iran as well. Well, I would say Iran to a lesser degree than even Ansar Allah. You might say, well, Ansar Allah would have no weapons without Iran, and there's truth to that. Absolutely. Having said that, however, Iran also has a lot of capabilities, a lot of power to be able to at least restrain Israel a little bit further. They also are incredibly restrained themselves because they are also incredibly self-interested. Think about the only times where Iran has actually responded to Israel. It has only responded to Israel after Israel struck Iran directly. Okay? The only time Iran did not defend Hezbollah, Iran did not defend Hamas. There was a axis of resistance pact in the region that was, we've forgotten about it at this point because it's been 19 months since Israel started its genocide. But the axis pact, the axis of resistance pact in the region implied that if Israel were to engage in a bombing campaign as severe as what they did like a week into October 7, that Iran, Hezbollah, the IRGC forces in Iraq, and the IRGC forces in Syria were to open up a united front against Israel as a mechanism of deterrence, as a mechanism of punishment. This did not happen. And the reason why this did not happen is because Iran didn't do anything. Iran literally did not, did not push back until Israel bombed the fucking Iranian embassy. It was crazy. The only times where Iran has actually punished Israel or pushed back against Israel is when Israel has violated Iranian sovereignty. The only country in the fucking region that actually gives a damn at this point, that hasn't had its entirety of its leadership decapitated, that still has some power to respond to the best of their ability, is Yemen. Oh my God, we dived into so many different subjects here. How the fuck did we get here from Ukraine? Jesus Christ.
It is a combination of international relief organizations.
400 million jet.
Bro, there was an IRGC general in the same bunker as Nasrallah and one in the Iranian embassy in Syria. Do you think these guys weren't there to direct the war against Israel? Yes, they were offering... no, I'm not saying they weren't offering intelligence. Of course. Of course they were. But there's a difference between what you must do. There's a difference between what you must do versus what Iran was doing. The axis of resistance pact implied that there would be stronger penalties against Israel if they continued this death and destruction. And that never came. And Israel has shown the rest of the countries in the region that the only thing they back down from is countermeasures that actually harm Israel. Israel only responds to force. Iran did not defend Hezbollah is the dumbest thing you can say right now. Oh, were they supposed to hold their hand? Every rocket they had, Iran gave them. Hezbollah was always meant to operate independently. The resistance is purposely autonomous to ensure flexibility. You are very wrong in your assessment. I'm not even talking about Hezbollah. I'm talking specifically about... Okay, so then Iran lost. Is that what you're saying? Iran tried its very hardest and then lost. Is that the argument that you're presenting then? I'm not discounting all of the material support that Iran offers to Hezbollah and the axis of resistance. I'm simply talking about Iran's capabilities. Iran isn't a part of NATO like Turkey. It can't just do whatever it wants in the region. It has to calculate its actions more. First of all, Turkey doesn't do whatever it wants in the region. Turkey is America's dog. Turkey is America's fucking lapdog. That's precisely the reason why Turkey hasn't shut off the entirety of the energy grid for Israel. And simply just says, oh, we hate Israel. We hate Israel. 1 minute. And then does nothing. Yes, I do agree that they lost, actually. Sure. Okay. I think Iran has more power as a military presence in the region and as a deterrence force against Israel than you are giving it credit. All right, let's continue.
With the President of the United States on it.
Hold on. First of all, it was not given to him personally. I understand the optics of it, but it was not given to him personally. It was given to the U.S. government. And under that standard, no U.S. government should ever receive any gifts from any foreign countries whatsoever. It's not given to him personally and not a violation of the.
Why is he trying to transfer it to his personal library? He is.
Actually. Okay, again, he sent out
You're
a
lying.
statement. This is way too.
I think MSNBC is going to talk about you later in the hour for what?
In the weeds. If you want to keep on going it, we can.
It's not in the weeds. It's a fundamental moral principle.
Okay, so under that fundamental moral principle then, can you acknowledge, though, that President Trump is getting more done in a less period of time than any president we've seen, while our prior president did not even know what year he got elected? You understand the contrast here?
Whataboutism again? I'm not a defender of Biden.
I'm not saying President Trump is far better than the predecessor.
You have to defend the person you spent millions to elect.
I will defend every day of someone who ends an invasion.
That's all you do, is
brings down the price of oil, who is revitalizing the American economy, who's brokering peace.
Oh God, the entire room is laughing at him.
Who stopped the potential nuclear war, who is bringing Iran to the table and bringing Russia to the table, someone who does not want armed conflicts with the greatest powers of our time. I will defend that endlessly. What are you defending?
In a fantasy world of your own creation. So it's quite hard
you
to
can
engage
say that,
with.
But then disprove it.
Let's check on how Trump is doing in terms of diplomacy. Look, with the war in the Middle East, do you think it was a defensible decision to tell the Israelis you wanted Trump Gaza to agree for Israel to invade the Gaza Strip and to continue to murder thousands of innocent children and civilians in a pointless war?
I do think he's so super libbed up. It's like hard to pin him down, but I feel like he literally has like he's saying he's not defending Joe Biden, but I do feel like he's just positioned himself against Israel either because now he realizes that like what Israel is doing is atrocious, or because he somehow thinks that like Biden would have managed the situation better than Donald Trump. I don't know. Because if I recall our conversation, he was trying to both sides what Israel was doing. And then hyper focusing on like my commentary against Israel and also my commentary in defense of militant resistance against Israel's genocide. And someone who has that position, I feel like would not be like someone who genuinely thinks what Israel's doing is atrocious would probably not spend a good deal of time talking about how homophobic Hamas is or whatever. Because that's like introductory debate lording about Hamas being anti-LGBTQ. Because like, the fuck? Who kills more gay people, you think? Hamas or fucking Israel?
Is that in America's interest? Is that in humanity's interest?
Well, first of all, you should know something about Trump. There's something, if you realize with Trump over the last 10 years, he is quite the social media user and uses hyperbolic language at times. But let me ask you, the conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
I believe both Hamas and the Israeli government are evil.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on. 19 months of genocide. Just fucking say between Israel and Hamas are the good guys. I don't think it's a controversial position, dude. Am I crazy? Like, you don't have to fucking dick ride Hamas. Between Israel and Hamas is clearly a better, more responsible party. Literally lower civilian to enemy combatant casualty ratings on October 7 than Israel's 19 months of fucking endless death and destruction, even if they were on the same fucking moral playing field. They're not on the same moral playing field because Hamas is a fucking resistance group born out of being orphaned by the Israeli occupation. But just looking at the numbers alone, if you were to say this fucking band of orphaned soldiers is the same as a nuclear nation state that is an apartheid colony, okay, a settler colonial apartheid state, even if you were to make that laughable fucking moralization, Hamas is literally better than Israel. Yes. From the normie perspective, Hamas is still bad because they're terrorists. Yeah, part of the reason why, from the normie perspective, people still say Hamas is bad because they're terrorists is because there's multiple factors at play here. Islamophobia, American foreign policy, Israeli foreign policy being a pivotal part of American foreign policy, endless amounts of fucking media demonization, and also a consistent amount of contextualization of Israeli violence, and only fucking saying that Hamas's violence is born out of their barbaric, rapist, monstrous nature. Okay? I think if more people were honest about it, if more people were open about it, like I am, and say the fucking truth, because like I'm not demanding people lie, okay? There's no reason to lie. There is no reason to fucking lie about any of this shit. You can openly say October 7 was a tragedy. It was atrocious. It was the violence that civilians were subjected to was an act of terror. It can totally be considered an act of terror. There were war crimes that took place. You can say all of that if you want. Those aren't incorrect statements to make, okay? But if you just keep it at that and never actually discuss the much, much, much larger subject matter, the reason as to why October 7 happened, the desperation that the Palestinian resistance feels after 75 years at that point of fucking apartheid, then you're delusional. You're ridiculous. You're like a child. It's not like there's only, in the most reductive ways to describe this, there's only two reasons why October 7 happened, right? It either happened because Hamas are rapist, barbaric monsters who just like hate Jews and they just wanted to do activities against, violence against Jews, as many Jews as they possibly can, or they're a fucking ascetic band of orphaned soldiers that have literally created a spontaneous militia and trying to exercise any kind of militant action against this apartheid state that will cause the apartheid state to offer them some rights and potentially sovereignty. Every single time people talk about October 7, they go, well, what were you expecting? Of course Israel was going to do this. What the fuck do you mean? Then you're basically saying that justifies October 7, okay? That's it. That's what you're saying then. Like, if you are coming to the table with the recognition that Israel is this unstoppable force, this natural disaster, then yeah, someone has to fucking stop this natural disaster. What is supposed to happen here? As I've said over and over again, people have this very weird, illogical position, okay? Nothing that Israel has done justifies October 7, but everything Israel has done since October 7 is justified because of October 7. And also, since Israel has been doing everything it can to kill every single Palestinian on the Gaza Strip since October 7, no one else is supposed to even respond to the things that Israel is doing at this point. What the fuck are we saying? What a ridiculous position. This doesn't make any sense. No human being would, if they were in the conditions that Palestinians are subjected to, no human being would go, oh no, what about international human rights? Hamas, in spite of these insane circumstances, has been insanely restrained. Hamas, despite these circumstances, has been insanely diplomatic. Hamas, despite these circumstances, has presented itself as a reasonable party that you can negotiate with. Get the fuck out of here. Israel, on the other hand, because it has all of the power in this process and all the backing of the most powerful nation on the fucking planet, has behaved like a belligerent madman, opening up a 7-front war while simultaneously trying to bring America into nuclear annihilation by potentially fucking striking Iranian nuclear targets. It's insane. It is a Nazi nation doing a live-streamed Holocaust. Of course people are going to try and fucking defend themselves against that. So yeah, it's ridiculous to go, both sides are bad, especially 19 months in this fucking genocide. Suck my dick. I hate this. I hate this conversation so much because people are so afraid of just like looking at this with one fundamental truth that every single person thinks they believe, but no one actually applies in this situation. Are Palestinians humans or not? Because if the answer is yes, they are humans. Yes, they have dreams. Yes, their lives are valuable. Yes, they should not be endlessly slaughtered, ruthlessly slaughtered. Then you have to understand that the metric ton of death and destruction that Israel has brought about the Palestinian population does deserve a response. What the fuck are we saying here? But many people, many liberals are very indecent. Okay? Many liberals are very indecent. They say, oh, both sides are bad. Both sides are bad. Okay, sure. Both sides are bad. Who's the responsible party? Do you actually want to manage this conflict? Do you actually want to solve this conflict? Or do you just want to sit there and act like you're morally superior because you live in fucking London? You go to Cambridge Union and you've never had to entertain the notion of your entire family being wiped out by American weapons overnight for the crime of being born on the other side of a fucking boundary that someone else placed upon you. Oh. Sorry. Let's continue. Let's see what else he's going to say.
But I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for the murder and mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children in a futile...
Let's zero in on it.
There is no justification, Mr. Kerr, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West's security.
You've made that point, but...
Well, it's not a point, it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage.
Oh my God. Also, this is the reason why I would fucking destroy Charlie, whereas a libtard is going to have some hard times having a fucking back and forth with him here, despite the fact that they're also trying to like massage it in a way where it's like, well, you know, Hamas is bad too. No, fuck that, dude. Look at this guy. Hamas is pure evil. Both are evil. You are crazy. Hamas is pure evil. Brother, in comparison to Israel, Hamas is not pure evil. It's not even on the same zip code as evil. That is my point. And if you don't recognize that reality, you have to go look at the fucking simple fact that Israel has a 10-to-1 enemy combatant to civilian death rating versus Hamas is far lower. Okay? And no, this does not start on October 7 anyway. Israel has done an October 7 plus multiple times to the entire Palestinian population in Gaza with sieges. Okay? Go look at any metric over the course of the past 75 or now 77 years of military occupation and apartheid in Israel. I would love for any of these dipshits sit in this shit in the chat, sit here with their full chest and say if they experience the same thing that we've been experiencing for the last 77 years, that they would not resist and would not willingly, peacefully be ethically cleansed and exterminated for 3/4 of a century. Exactly. No, the only thing that they can rely on is that, oh no, it's just evil. La la la. I don't care. Okay, what would you do is the question. You would be way more evil because you're evil right now, okay? You are way more evil than Hamas by saying this, by entertaining the notion that there is any sort of parity between these two fucking parties, dude. It's ridiculous. It's not an accident that you have to constantly fucking lie about what Hamas is doing to try and justify it. But because Israel's depravity is so incredible, that even all the lies that people say about Hamas, oh, they're stealing aid. Oh, they have 8 babies strapped to their chests. Oh, they're actually using hospitals as a command and control center. Even all of those lies combined still does not make Israel look like the good party here. And that's precisely the reason why Israel is a pariah state, because all of those lies are exactly what they say on mainstream media all the time to try to contextualize Israel's violence, to try to justify Israel's violence against the Palestinian population. And even then, the overwhelming majority of Western society has had enough of this death and destruction. Okay? That's it. Yeah. Graph of casualties up to fucking 2024, dude. Look at that. up to 2023, before October 7. Timeline of Israel-Palestine fatalities, 2008 to 2023. Damn, sure seems like one party does a lot more than the other. But thinking that Hamas isn't evil for some reason feels like a taboo. Yes, it is literally an incredible amount of propaganda. That's all this is. Also, you have to understand, no one is fucking perfect. Like, what are we talking about? The expectation that they have to be fucking angels is ridiculous. But in comparison to Israel, they come across like almost perfect fucking victims in this circumstance. It's like saying, here, there is a reason why no one actually thinks, okay, that John Brown or the slaves that were trying to free themselves during chattel slavery are fucking evil, because so much time has passed that we actually have the moral clarity of looking at the systematic harm that actually people were experiencing. We have the capacity to contextualize the resistance against that kind of systematic violence. So, of course, no one is going to spend a good deal of time talking about resistance tactics beyond the cold, hard, logical tactics of resistance and what may have worked and what may have not worked. I have that conversation all the time. And I'm sure there are plenty of people within the Palestinian resistance groups that also have those conversations all the fucking time amongst themselves. Should we kidnap Israelis? Should we take any hostages whatsoever? Should we do any kind of like missile strike operations as a mechanism of deterrence? But that's not the conversation that these people are having right now. Okay, the conversation that these people are having is like, well, Hamas lobbed missiles into Israeli territory. Isn't that fucking evil? Think about how scary that is, without recognizing that Israel turns around and fucking blows up entire city blocks with no care or consideration for who's inside. As a matter of fact, knowing full well who's inside those fucking buildings, because they have the population registry of the entire Gaza Strip, and the Gaza Strip is under 24/7 surveillance. It is an unimaginable amount of cruelty that Palestinians are fucking subjected to. People go, oh, Hamas. Well, in the past, when these operations were conducted over and over again, people will go, well, why is Hamas lobbing missiles? Like, those missiles sometimes hit like territories where there's even Arabs living. Okay, and it's like, okay, give them fucking more equipped missile systems. Hasan, are you okay, dude? Why? What do you mean? Why? I am the most okay I've ever been. People trying to bait you, don't give them that reaction. New follower here. What? I know for many of you, when you hear me say these things, it irks you. Okay? I understand. Because I'm not sheltering you from my opinion. I am telling you what my actual opinion is. I'm telling you what my actual opinion is by analyzing the situation, okay? And it's scary for the first time. When you first encounter this, you're like, everything I've learned, it means that, the bad guys, the evil guys are the guys that are, the Hamas are the bad guys in this equation. I mean, Israel is just trying to deal with the bad guys. Yes. Cloud District Enjoyer, perhaps, even though he oftentimes has very libbed up perspectives, offers a very good analogy. I think you can still dislike Hamas if you recognize that there's 100% a primary actor here that's on a whole other playing field. I don't like wet socks or murder, but I recognize there's not even a real comparison between the two. Exactly. It's like saying, I don't like the Holocaust and what the Nazis did, but Easy Company was comprised of individuals that were quite homophobic. That's exactly the same comparison. I don't know. I don't know about liberating the concentration camps, considering how homophobic, transphobic, anti-women, and openly segregationist the Americans that comprised Easy Company were. Oh, there's the chart with the injuries as well, which also has factors Gaza and the West Bank. This has injuries as well, and also has Gaza and the West Bank as well. It's the language you're using. I think we can understand Hamas the victim, but it's hard to like them or support under their plight when the argument is, oh, they just did a lot less rape and murder. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean? Why is that so hard to understand? No, that is not hard to understand at all. What the fuck are you talking about? You're comparing genocide and systematic rape to what you suspect happened on October 7, and also you're literally, there's no comparison, dude. It is literally like you're not even comparing apples to oranges. Again, you're comparing a wet sock to fucking. You're comparing wet socks to fucking a serial killer. Okay. What? This is, for the record, this is identical to Nazis trying to defend the clean Vermont theory while simultaneously fucking talking about how, well, the Red Army raped so hard. Did you know that? They were doing mass rapes in World War II. The American military was doing mass rapes in World War II against unsuspecting German women. It's like, yeah, I understand that there are additional bad actors on either side, but the notion of like parity here is so lost. There is no equivalence between what the Nazis were doing and what the Allied forces were doing. And the Allied forces, by the way, were a competent force, a state actor, as opposed to a non-state actor born out of a fucking concentration camp. It is ridiculous. This is not analogous at all. It's not analogous at all. I don't like that you're making me reckon with the reality that maybe Hamas is not the bad guys when I'm conditioned into thinking that they are. Yeah. No, Hamas is W. Crazy how you're just allowed on Twitch. Crazy how I am not saying anything that is out of pocket. You are just conditioned into thinking this is unacceptable. An actual terrorist on Twitch. You are relying on... Dude, what you are doing right now is if I were to cover what the partisans were doing against Nazi Germany as a good thing, which it was, okay? And you are a part of the in-group within Nazi Germany. You're like a German national going, excuse me, this is really fucked up. Have you not seen the Jewish terror that we're subjected to? That's all you're doing. That's literally all this is. And for the record, crying to the mods like this and demanding that I get deplatformed is not going to change the reality, okay? It's not going to change the truth. Yo, he got you, Hasan. Take the L, bro. You are a terrorist. Exactly. It's like, come on, bro. Just take it. You're a terrorist. It's mysterious, this word, terrorism. You just can say it, and then that's it. No contextualization, no analysis necessary as to why terror occurs, how terror occurs, what the motives are, who's the responsible party. I think we should do a game. Someone has the capacity to do this. Let's do a game where we put quotes up of Israeli politicians, okay, and also Hamas politicians. Hamas politicians and even leaders of the Al-Qassam brigades. And let's see who comes across like a terrorist, okay? That right there would be a very productive game, I think. That's fucked up. You knew what you were doing. I wonder if people will play that game. Throw some fucking Hitler quotes in there for good measure, too, to see if it's Benjamin Netanyahu who said it or Adolf Hitler. Or Moshe Feiglin. Every baby in Gaza is an enemy. This one is good. Zionism, what the fuck? Can you guess who said it? This quiz explores the similarities between Nazi Germany and Israel, both in writing and deeds. The basis for this comparison can be found in both projects' settler colonial nature. In Germany's case, with its occupation of Eastern Europe, General Plan Ost, and in Israel's case, with its occupation of Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and more, Greater Israel. A common process of genocide, extermination, large-scale ethnic cleansing, and forced displacement can be seen. This similarity is not accidental. Early Zionist planners, like Arthur Rupin, were directly inspired by Germany's occupation of Posen. But the state of Israel was not created for the salvation of the Jews. It was created for the salvation of Western interests. This is what is becoming clear. I must say that it was always clear to me. The Palestinians have been paying for the British colonial policy of divide and rule and for Europe's guilty Christian conscience for more than 30 years. James Baldwin, Open Letter to the Born Again. There will be no mercy. We had the moral right, we had the duty towards our people to destroy this people that wanted to destroy us. Zionist. Oh, fuck. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is a tough one. This is, okay, I don't want to play this game. I don't want to play this game because this is impossible. Surprise. This was said by Reich leader SS Heinrich Himmler on the evacuation and extermination of the Jewish people, October 4th, 1943. All the group will be able to do about it is, oh yeah, by the way, if someone were to do the Hamas versus Israel quotes, you would have to, who's a terrorist in this party? And you put the Hamas quotes and you put the Israel quotes. You have to obviously not say the group that you're talking about. All the group will be able to do about it will be to scurry around like drugged roaches in a bottle. Nazi. In a committee of the Israeli parliament in 1983, General Raphael Eitam boasted of his triumphs in the West Bank. When we have settled the land, all the Arabs will be able to do about it will be to scurry around like drug roaches in a bottle. For comparison, Tutsis are cockroaches. We kill you. Okay, this is way more difficult than this is insane difficulty. This is the most difficult game I've ever played in my entire life. Oh my God. Who said this? There is one and only one solution, which is to completely destroy members of the group. Okay, Nazi.
Bro!
Oh, brother. Okay, dude. 0-3? 0-3? Also, look who said it. Our friend of the show, Moshe Feiglin, who a couple days ago said every baby in Gaza is an enemy. That's who said it. Moshe Feiglin, Israeli politician and former Knesset member, said this in an interview with Al Jazeera. The terminology is reminiscent of Nazi propaganda, accurately describes Israel's actions today. There is one and only solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza before invading it. And when I talk about destruction, I mean destruction like it was in Dresden and Hiroshima without nuclear weapon. I don't recall that Biden or his predecessors, I don't recall that Americans provided safe humanitarian passageways to the residents of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. On the contrary, they looked for the weakest cities, and over there, they dropped their rockets to make it clear that they were serious. This is what brought an end to the war and saved the lives of 1 million American soldiers. Fuck. Those are animals. They have no right to exist. I am not debating the way it will happen, but they need to be exterminated. Okay. At this point, it's a fucking coin toss, and we're only 4 questions in, and I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. I'm gonna go Zionist. Y'all, thank God we got one. Holy fuck. This was said by Yoav Kish, Minister of Education. Like, This man is the Minister of Education and Minister of Regional Cooperation since December 2022. What kind of cooperation is he doing with the region? I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. Okay, Nazi, easy. Stop! This one's crazy because I know this full quote. They duped me. This one's crazy because it's Churchill in 1937, while speaking in favor of allowing Zionists to settle in Palestine. Churchill stated that, I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. Yeah, if I knew that it said the Red Indians, I would know, because it's a very famous Churchill quote that I use all the time. Also, to be fair, Churchill, I would go so far as to say, was both a Zionist and a Nazi. You know, he, depending on which time frame we're looking at, it's not like he was, he became very anti-Nazi, make no mistake. But, there was, depending on which time frame we're looking at, you could probably find some quotes where he was sympathetic to both causes, So this is a half point. This is a half point for me, I think. In 1902, Churchill stated that the great barbaric nations would menace civilized nations. Okay, even they also do okay, this is a half point. This is a half point. Because look, see, I told you. In 1902, Churchill stated that the great barbaric nations would menace civilized nations and that the Aryan stock is bound to triumph. That is a half point. I'm telling you, depending on which time frame you are looking at with Churchill, as this game also openly recognizes, Churchill could very easily be bracketed under the Nazi category. Having said that, he was a lifelong Zionist, but he stopped being a pro-Nazi guy when, obviously no longer was there any appeasement. So, okay, fuck it. I'll take the L. That's one. Okay, that's 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5. I'm so cooked. How many? 21 questions. 1 out of 5 so far. We shall exterminate the group. The group will not get away with their responsibility for date. This day will be okay. That's fucking Zionist. The date? October 7. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Dude. I'm sorry. That is crazy. This was said by Adolf Hitler while speaking to the Czech Foreign Minister Tchaikovsky on January 21st, 1939. We shall exterminate the Jews. The Jews will not get away with their responsibility for November 9th, 1918. This day will be avenged. I'm not throwing for the bit, dude. I'm not throwing for the bit. Also, November 9th, 1918 is the proclamation of the Republic. Faced with certain defeat of the German Reich in the First World War, the Social Democratic Philipp Scheidemann proclaimed the German Republic on this Saturday from a window of the Reichstag building, today the seat of the Bundestag. There were major food shortages and protests and rallies throughout the country. The population blamed Emperor Wilhelm II for the war and demanded his abdication. Most soldiers were tired of fighting as well and wanted the war to end. On the 9th of November, 1918, the emperor was forced to abdicate. Can someone explain why that's the Jews' fault? Because he's fucking stupid. He's a stupid anti-Semite. Just like the average Israeli politician is just as vicious towards Arabs and blames Arabs for everything. No, it's ridiculous because you know who fucking fought in World War I? Germans who were also Jews. Okay? This is something that, weirdly enough, every single Holocaust revisionist or every single guy who's just simply talking about how Hitler arrived at the positions he arrived at failed to consider. It is such an interesting perspective that you hear from the likes of whatever the fuck his face is, the one that was on the Joe Rogan Experience, the historian, the fake podcast historian, who basically tries to, no, not Douglas Murray, Daryl Cooper. Daryl Cooper will talk about how, like, well, of course these guys were like anti-Semitic because, like, think about it. They just came out of World War I. It's like, yeah, so did the fucking Jews in Germany, dumbass. They weren't doing Hitler. What do you mean? Like, the Jews in Germany were not like a separate entity. They were a part of German society. The idea that they were, you know, somehow not also victim to the same conditions is really stupid. All right. 1 correct, 5 incorrect. That's fucked up. One of the soldiers raped a 16-year-old girl, laughing. They gathered them in something like a cage and put iron wires around them. They gathered all the men, sat them in the ground, and one of the soldiers got the submachine gun and shot them. There were soldiers who took flamethrowers and ran after the villages and burned them. Nazi. From the testimony about the 1948 Nakba made by Zionist soldier Yosef Diamant in an interview with the Israeli channel Hot 8, the events in Tantura were crazy and horrifying. Tantura was a rich village and had beautiful houses. Its residents lived like Europeans, you know, and the women of the village used to wear nice clothes. One of the soldiers raped a 16-year-old girl, laughing. Do you understand? The events were horrendous. They gathered them in something like a cage and put iron wires around them. And one of the soldiers got the submachine gun and shot them. They imposed a cover-up. There were soldiers who took flamethrowers and ran after the villagers and burned them. It was horrible. And no one is allowed to talk about that. I won't talk about it because it would be a big scandal. I don't want to talk about it. From Zionist soldier, we ran after the villagers and burned them in context. Okay, to be fair to me, I only heard this in Hebrew, okay?
בתים יפים, גרים כמו אירופאים, אתה יודע, וגם אנשים היו לבושות.
Like it's just like when you listen to, I've shown this literal fucking video so many times on this broadcast, it's crazy. Yes, this is, L Gamer Moments. Okay, guys, can you fucking calm down, please? Yes. Yes, I'm bad at fucking video games, okay? Including this one. This is the worst GeoGuessr type game I've ever fucking performed in. Oh my God. Okay. That's 6 no's, 6 wrong answers, 1 correct answer. It's just sitting up there, by the way. It's just fucking sitting up there. This is way harder than America, Okay, this is like trying to defeat. This is like playing a DLC for any From Software game while also only using your fists. Okay. Okay. I am referring here to the evacuation of the group, the extermination of the group people. This is one of the things that is easily said, but then they came all along and each one has his one decent member of the group. I am referring here to the evacuation of the group, the extermination of the group of people. This one is one of those things that's easily said, but then they all came along and each one has his one decent member. Zionist. Okay, I'm going to start flipping a coin to see if the performance improves. Okay, I'm going to start flip. Okay, we've done 8 of these so far, and I've gotten only 1 correct. So I am going to leave my fate in the hands of this Zintin, okay? Top or bottom. And I'm going to answer if it is if I am going to answer Zionist if it's top and Nazi if it's bottom, okay? Because I think that it might be easier for me to do it that way. Okay, or here, we can just do that. Yeah, we can flip the coin this way. Okay. Heads means Zionist, tails means Nazi, okay? I don't like this game anymore. This is the hardest game I've ever played in my whole life, dude. This is actually fucked up. Okay, so we got heads versus tails. Right here. Fuck. This was said by Reich leader Heinrich Himmler on evacuation and extermination of the Jewish people. I'm referring here to the evacuation of the Jews, the extermination of the Jewish people. This is one of those things that's easily said. The Jewish people are going to be exterminated. That's what every party member says. Sure, it's in our program. Elimination of the Jews, extermination. It'll be done. And then they all come along, the 80 million worthy Germans, and each one has his own decent Jew. Of course, the others are swine, but this one, he is a first-rate Jew. Of all of those who talk like that, not one has seen it happen. Not one has to go through with it. Okay, these people must be destroyed. They are no longer human beings. They are animals. Okay, heads or tails, okay? Heads means Zionist. Tails means Nazi. Heads. Heads means Zionist. Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! Even the coin is not working. After visiting imprisoned Jews in Lodz ghetto in Nazi-occupied Poland in 1939, Nazi Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels wrote in his diary, "They are no longer human beings. They are animals. Thus, our task is no longer humanitarian but surgical. We must cut here, and quite invasively. Otherwise, Europe will perish from the Jewish disease." Who said this? Region never progressed beyond certain primitiveness. It has never even known anything but chaos because it lacked mankind, the valuable bearer of culture, the genius who systematically planned peaceful reconstruction, who ordered the well-designed exploitation of the immense treasures and the fertility of the soil. This country has only known the powers of unrestricted despoiling and brutal armament for war. Okay, Heads means Zionist. Tails means Nazi. I'm going to tell you what my opinion is as well. Fuck it. Why not? I think this is a Zionist. Okay? I think this is a Zionist. I think it's a Zionist, and chat seemingly is unified that it's a Zionist. Let's see what the coin says. Okay, heads, Zionist. This is the hardest game I've ever played in my entire life, dude. What the fuck is going on? This was stated by Heinrich Himmler about Eastern Europe, Nazi Germany, Zionist Israel, and all other forms of European colonialism justified and are still justifying their actions as civilizing missions. Oh. Okay, this one's easy. Who said this? This is the war between sons of light and sons of darkness. Benjamin Netanyahu said this. We will not let up our mission until the light overcomes the darkness. The good will defeat the extreme evil that threatens us. This is a fucking Benjamin Netanyahu said this. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, I got one. Oh, I didn't even use the coin on this. This is mine. This is my victory. This is my W. This is my fucking victory. The Benjamin, I even gave you who said it. Oh my God, I didn't use the coin. Thank God I didn't use the coin. Let's see what the coin would have said. See? The coin would have failed. The coin would have failed. And I saved us, boys. I fucking saved us. We're back. I am getting every single one of these right going forward. Are you ready? It's called One Frame, Elite Gamer. This group has deserved the catastrophe that has now overtaken them. Their destruction will now go hand in hand with the destruction of our enemies. We must hasten the process with cold ruthlessness. Okay. I don't know. It could be either. Every single one of them is either. But I'm resorting to the coin. Tails, Nazi. Yes! The coin! This was said by Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels. I would have literally said Zionist, by the way. I would have actually said Zionist. Okay, but it doesn't matter because the coin saved us. Okay, I told you, we're getting all of them right going forward. Something like a cage has to be built for them. I know it sounds terrible. It's really cruel, but there's no choice. There is a wild animal there that has to be locked up in one. Okay, that's a Nazi, but we're going to resort to the coin again. That's definitely a Nazi. Let's see what the coin says. Heads. Coin says Zionist. Coin got it right. This was said by Israeli historian Benny Morris on January 7, 2004. He was a professor of history in the Middle East Studies Department of Ben Gurion University in the Negev in the city of Beersheba, Israel. From 2015 to 2018, Morris served as the Goldman visiting Israeli professor in Georgetown University's Department of Government. Oh my God. Benny Boy also got owned by Norm Finkelstein alongside Sex Pestany, if you remember. Wow. Wow, what a situation. Hold on, I've lost the fucking... Well, the coin saved me. The coin saved me. The coin saved me. Boys, the coin saved my ass. Okay? The coin saved my ass. Okay, next. The right to exercise national self-determination in speaker's country is unique to the speaker's ethnic group of people. Okay, I think this is a Zionist. Let's see what the coin says, because the coin hasn't failed me yet. I think this is a Zionist, though. Okay? Coin says Zionist as well. Okay, or no, coin says Nazi. Heads is right? What was it? Oh, tails was Nazi. Heads is Zionist, tails is Nazi. I think this is a Zionist. Coin says it's a Nazi. I was right. Wait, oh, heads was Zionist. Fuck. That's a gimme. That's a gimme. That's a do-over. I said it was a Zionist. Coin said it was a Zionist. I was wrong. I fucked it up. Heads meant Zionist. I fucked it up. I'm sorry. That doesn't count. That actually is one for us. That is one for us. I said it was a Zionist, and so did the coin. Okay? I am fumbling. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is an excerpt from the nation state bill passed in the Knesset on 19th of July, 2018. The right to exercise national self-determination in the state of Israel is unique to the Jewish people. This law clearly exposes the Zionist lie that Palestinians have equal rights in Israel. Human Rights Watch described it as the explicit manifestation of apartheid. We saw the passage of the nation state law, which codified constitutional value, the idea of one group of people on the ground has rights denied to the other. When we put all those things together, it became impossible to say that there was not a clear intent to dominate. Okay. The weak crumble, are slaughtered, and are erased from history, while the strong, for good or for ill, survive. The strong are respected, and alliances are made with the strong, and in the end, peace is made with the strong. Okay, that's a Nazi. Easy. Let's see what the coin says, though. That's easy Nazi. Okay, coin says heads. Heads is Zionist. I think it's a Nazi, but the coin says Zionist. Let's take a look. Shut the fuck up! Everyone in the chat is throwing up N for Nazi. All of you were wrong, and the coin was right. Wow. Netanyahu made the remarks on Twitter on August 29th, 2018, while threatening to use nuclear weapons to wipe out the country's enemies. For comparison, an excerpt from Hitler's speech in Munich. The whole of nature is a mighty struggle between strength and weakness, an eternal victory of the strong over the weak. Oh, the coin knows. Okay. Thank God the coin is saving my ass right now. National Speakers Group will make the ancient soil fertile. That soil was unproductive for others, but for us, it was good soil because okay, this is fucking Zionist. This is Zionist. Israel, made the desert bloom, that type of shit, right? But we're going to refer to the coin regardless. It says Nazi. I think it's a Zionist. Coin says Nazi. Let's take a look. There it is. It was, of course, yes. We were right. The coin was wrong. The coin actually fucking failed us. This was a classic. This was easy. This was easy clap. Theodor Herzl, father of modern political Zionism, envisaged the Jewish redemption of the land along the following lines. National Judaism will make the ancient soil fertile. It seems miraculous. Everything natural is miraculous. Once the nation, which we Zionists are arousing, is fully awakened, things will happen swiftly and dynamically. Then the nation will behold us, its ancient land, beautifully situated on the Mediterranean, with regions of cold, moderate, and warm climate, a land suited for any kind of cultivation with long dormant natural resources. This is similar to common Zionist slogans like making the desert bloom. See, I told you, I knew that. I got it right. I got it right for the record. Can the record show? I mean, this is wrong. This is right. I probably got 10 right at this point, and maybe a couple half wrong. But it does feel like just forget this game. We played this game. Don't even think about it, actually. The score on the top right, what do you mean? It doesn't show the score at all. Why would you say there's no score on the top right? If I went against the coin, I knew it was a Zionist take, I would have won this one. I think we should chalk it up as a W. Invoking neglected soil is, as Edward Said has shown, a typical articulation of the colonial belief that Europe understood the value of land in a way impossible for the natives, a marker of non-civilization, neglected soil. Justify colonial rule over both land and the people. Be triumphant and finish them off. And don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. If you have a member group neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. Okay, this is a Nazi. This is a Nazi. This has to be a fucking Nazi. But let's see what the coin says. Coin says Zionist. Oh! The coin. The coin. Trust in the coin. You didn't trust in the coin last time. I trusted in the coin. The coin delivered. Okay? Let's be real. Coin's got currently a better track record than me. Oh my fucking God. I'm not even joking. The coin is literally beating me. The coin is fucking beating me in this game. How is that possible? Leaving this up to a 50-50 chance has caused me better favor in this fucking thing than the coin is actually going 50-50. I was going 1 out of like 7. This was said by Ezra Yachin, who was brought into IDF official vehicles to give a pep talk to Israeli soldiers before Israel's 2023 ground invasion of Gaza. 95-year-old Ezra Yachin is also, by the way, which one is it? Is it Yachin or Yachin? Is also a veteran of the Deir Yassin massacre, one of the most horrific crimes during the Nakba. By the way, I've also shown you this video, and I also thought it might be that guy, but, you know, I was like, it's got to be a fucking Nazi. Okay. All right. Let's go next. Even 1 million members of the group are not worth a fingernail of Speaker's group. Oh, this is fuck. I don't know anymore. I don't fucking know. I wanted to prove a point about how Zionism and Nazism are so compatible with one another, and it turns out it's literally they say the same shit. They say that it's 18 quotes. I've given up. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It could be both. Why not both? It's a Zionist and a Nazi. It's bar for bar. I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's a fucking Venn diagram that's a circle. Oh. This is the most difficult game of my life, dude. Okay, I'm gonna get it right. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if this was a Nazi. I think maybe a Nazi. I think a Nazi said this. Let's see what the coin says. Heads. Okay, coin says Zionist. Let's see. Oh, thank God the coin is right. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. This might be my worst game that I've ever played on this fucking broadcast. Rabbi Yaakov Perrin, in homage to Baruch Goldstein, told mourners that even 1 million Arabs are not worth a Jewish fingernail. And angry voices in the congregation shouted, "We are all Goldsteins and Arabs out of Israel." On February 25th, 1994, Goldstein, dressed in an Israeli military uniform, entered a mosque in the Cave of the Patriarchs and opened fire on the 800 Palestinian Muslim worshippers praying there during the month of Ramadan, killing 29 and wounding 125 worshippers until he was beaten to death by the survivors. In responding to this act of Zionist terrorism, Israel did not punish extremist settlers, but instead imposed more restrictions on the Palestinian population. Bro, Chatter said, can we please look at the sources? Are you fucking stupid? You think the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre didn't happen? Like, what are you talking about? It's one of the most famous fucking acts of direct Zionist terror in Israeli history. Here, I'll give you someone who's talking about it. Roll the fucking loner box clip talking to a defender of Baruch Goldstein. Who has the clip? No, I believe it, but I want to see it. Here, fact sheet from the Institute of Middle East Understanding, the Ibrahimi Mosque Massacre. Also, the sources are on the website. Go play the game on your own if you want. Here it is. Here is famous, according to Ethan Klein, Palestinian defender, loner box on a propaganda trip to Israel, talking to one of the settlers who is a defender of Baruch Goldstein. I wonder if they will call into question some of the actions that we just described.
2,000-year-old building, and you see that people come here, all kinds of Jews. It's an important site.
Okay. Jewish and Muslim sides are really close together.
Yeah, there's a door.
So when Mr. Goldstein did his thing, did you?
Mr. Goldstein.
Dr. Goldstein.
When Mr. Goldstein did his thing and he corrects him, he goes, Dr. Goldstein.
He didn't go to doctor school for you to call him Mr., but he was, you have to understand what the situation there was. And I'm in no way am I justifying his act.
He's not justifying his act. Okay, that's good.
We completely abhor that act and have no justification for it. That being said, to understand the milieu of what was happening there was tremendous terrorism. He was a known doctor who had treated Arabs and Jews, and was a really kind of famous doctor around here. But there was a lot of terrorism. A lot of his friends died in his hands, and the army told him that on Purim of that year, there's going to be a massacre, get more beds ready, and he snapped, or whatever happened there, and he shot up these Muslim worshippers. And after that, they separated this building.
Yeah, I don't think Dr. Goldstein actually treated Arabs, as a matter of fact. I think that's a lie as well. I don't believe that that is correct. Oh, look at that profile. Healer and militant, killer, chose violence, profile, gunman, doctor who often refused to treat Arabs. According to the Los Angeles Times. This is the first fucking thing that came up. Wow. Well, it seems like he was lying. Seems like this Baruch Goldstein defender was fucking lying about that. Hold on. I'm going to laser this, zap it away. Look at that. Look at that. That's crazy. Healer and militant. Killer chose violence. Profile. Gunman, a doctor who often refused to treat Arabs, was an extremist whose views only hardened. I don't get it. What is this video from? Are these guys in Israel? These are two famous Israel dick riders. One famously is a sex criminal, sex pest, who said he loves that Israel is doing a genocide and it should just do a genocide and get it over with. And the other, who at least like at a certain point claimed that he was pro-Palestinian. Don't know if he still does, but refuses to say that Israel is doing a genocide right now. They're both in the West Bank talking to, I believe, Itamar Ben-Gvir's direct advisor, who is a supporter of, who is a fucking liar? What? Oh, you said no drama. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Not only, by the way, this guy is a known sex pest because he fucked this guy's girlfriend and then revealed footage of this guy fucking this guy's girlfriend to other people, by the way. Don't know if they're still dating or not. He still defends him, though, weirdly enough. I don't know. Yeah, he did. He basically distributed revenge porn of him having sex with this guy's girlfriend without the consent of the other party. Yeah. Yeah, just if you want to understand like how fucking depraved these people are. These are the people who criticize you for an uncritical interview with a Houthi they claim is a Houthi. Like the well of depravity, for defenders of Israel is, I mean, it's a strange one. It is a strange one. Can we admit that it's just strange to still have any sort of loyalty to this other guy? Boner recently said with his whole chest it'd be anti-Semitic to give Palestinians equal rights to, so make of that what you will. Okay. All right. Let's see. We got fucking 2-3 more questions. God damn it. What's so horrifying about understanding that the entire group of people is the enemy? Okay. This is a Zionist. A Zionist has said that. Okay. A Zionist said that. Let's see. Heads, tails. Okay. Tails. Coin says Nazi. I think Zionist. Let's take a look. Okay. I was right. Coin was wrong. Fuck the coin. I was right. Coin was wrong. This was said by Ayelet Shaked, who served as Israel's Minister of Justice from 2015. A lot of justice he dished out. From 2015 to 2019, and Minister of Interior from 2021 to 2022. And he said this on June 30th, 2014. What's so horrifying about understanding that the entire Palestinian people is the enemy? Every war is between two peoples, and every war, the people who started the war, that whole people is the enemy. They are all enemy combatants, and their blood shall be on their heads. Now this also includes the mothers of the martyrs, who send them all to hell with flowers and kisses. They should follow their sons. Nothing would be more just. They should go, as should the physical homes in which they raise the snakes. Otherwise, more little snakes will be raised there. She had a campaign ad where she sprayed a perfume called Fascism on her. Wait, this is her? Oh my God. Fascism by Ayelet Shaked, Israel's far-right justice minister, released a campaign video for what? Oh my God. Also, this is identical to a quote that's currently going viral on Twitter. I'm sure you guys have seen it, of like one Israeli protester. Does anyone have that quote where she talks about like killing the offspring? It was all over my timeline. I'm sure it's all over yours as well. That one Israeli chick that was like waving the Israeli flag and going, we have to kill their offspring, because if we don't, then their offspring will produce more offspring. Here it is. Offspring is the most villainous word you can use for the children in this type of situation.
When there is a war, it doesn't matter who your enemy is. You need to destroy their offspring to prevent them from creating more offspring.
Cool. Just so you know, that's I think that's recent. So if you were just like wondering what the Israeli position is, maybe it's different from the Israeli politicians, but it seems like it's not. Okay, all right. Well, the coin fucked us here. We knew that it was a Zionist. Who said this? We must expel group and take their place. Okay, this is a Zionist. This is a Zionist. This is a Zionist. It's got to be like it's going to be like Jabotinsky or something. Okay, it's going to be Jabotinsky, I suspect. But let's give it to the coin again. Trust the coin. Trust the coin. Trust the coin. Tails. Coin says Nazi. I say Zionist. Let's take a look. Oh, I was right again. Oh, it was David Ben-Gurion. It wasn't Jabotinsky. Holy fuck. Okay. Okay. Well, the coin was wrong. I was right. This was an easy one too. We shouldn't have left it to the fucking coin on that. That was an easy one, but we got to trust the coin. We got to trust the coin. Quoted from David Ben-Gurion's 5th of October 1937 letter to his son, where he discusses the 1937 recommendation by the Palestine Royal Peel Commission to partition Palestine. Given the density of the Arab population in the area allotted to the Jewish state, the commission recommended that 225,000 Arabs be transferred out of the proposed Jewish state, and that this transfer be, in the last resort, compulsory. In exchange, 1,250 Jews were transferred from the proposed Arab state. Wow, look at the numbers. Look at the fucking disparity there. Nothing has changed. All right, last question. The group wanted war. Now they have it. There is only one effective measure. Cut them out. Okay, Zionist. Zionist. It's a Zionist. He's talking about, okay, he says tails. He says Nazi. Coin says Nazi. I say Zionist. This could literally be fucking... This could be any number of... this could be a liberal Zionist. This could be an ultra Zionist. I still think it's a Zionist. Coin says Nazi. I'm ignoring the coin and I'm going Zionist. Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! Fuck you! Hey! Fuck! Oh! Are you kidding me? Oh. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. The one time I said, fuck the coin, I'm so certain I should have trusted the coin. That's crazy. 7 right, 14 wrong. All right. Okay. What do you want? You want attention? Okay. Oh, here we go. All right. Hello. Hello. Oh. Hello.
Hello. Oh no. Oh no, you're gonna spill. Oh. She doesn't give a fuck that she's spilling. Oh my God. Oh, what a baby. Oh, my child, my daughter. Let Kaya answer. She go 20 for 20. It is statistically okay. Considering that this was a 50-50 split and I got 7 questions right and 14 wrong, only after the coin kicked in, yes, my dog has a better chance of winning this. Statistically speaking, my dog has a higher chance of getting more questions right than me and the coin combined. Okay? And the reality of the matter is, given my performance before I started fucking using the coin, it probably would have been even worse overall. Okay, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Good girl. No. This was said by propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. Just like the Zionists today, he blamed the oppressed for the extermination campaign he was conducting. Oh my God. The historic responsibility of the world Jewry for the outbreak and widening of this war has been so proven so clearly that it does not need to be talked about any further. The Jews wanted a war, now they have it. The Jews are a parasitic race that feeds like a foul fungus on the cultures of the healthy but ignorant peoples. There is only one effective measure: cut them out. If the Jews appeal to your sentimentality, realize that they are hoping for your forgetfulness and let them know that you see through them and hold them in contempt. No Gallant quotes. I guess he was a good guy after all. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the coin is literally a better political. Like, look at this. Look. Up until this point, I think I was relying on my own. And then after this point, I start using the coin. The greens only come in after I started using the coin. Fuck me, dude. That's crazy. I got 1 right out of like 7. And then I started using the coin. I'm sure that you'll get them wrong if you replay it now. I'm not even joking. The questions are designed in a very nefarious way. Okay, this is anti-Semitic. This is Hamas. Hamas terrorists. Hamas terror quiz. This is a quiz of terror. We must stop this quiz. Wait a minute. No, they're not. At first I thought it was like mostly Zionist, like Mr. No Drama today. I mean, I didn't do any drama. The arrows just give explainers of who said it, and also this is a great fucking. There's a 90-day playlist. I mean, guys, I'm done for the day. It's almost 8 hours. What's harder, this or Melania? This is infinitely harder than Melania. And infinitely harder than Melania on like fucking not even like boosted. But straight up like only punches allowed, naked. No hit run. Jesus Christ, dude. You should watch Charlie Kirk getting owned by the professor before you log off. Is this the one?
engages in a fiery and intense exchange with a perplexed Cambridge student. This showdown will leave you on the edge of your seat.
He said Trump would put Americans first.
Where's the professor? Oh, we didn't even fucking finish the game. Like, all right, well, we'll finish the debate tomorrow, okay? We'll finish the debate tomorrow. I have to pee. A half day for me. Sorry, guys. It's been fucking 8 hours, dude. But it honestly, it's been 8 hours, but I feel like it went by way faster than my normal streams because I didn't do a lot of politics today or any politics at all. It's crazy. I missed this. I missed just having like a normal day, you know? I missed having a normal day, and I'm glad that we did that. I'm glad that we had a normal day today without any sort of like serious politics, like a little bit of politics. And yeah, I'm gonna do more of this, okay? I'm gonna do more fun stuff. Tomorrow I'll do more fun stuff too. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.